In a game, in the Woldberry Forest, a warrior is badly wounded, and not only that, he's completely surrounded, with his fallen friends beside him. A guy tells his lady that even after everything, a certain person still hasn't shown up, so he wants to know what they're going to do. With a sinister look, she orders them to eliminate everyone. Thus, the executioner, without a second thought, charges at the warriors to wipe them out. The warrior looks back, expecting the worst, but someone moves swiftly in the shadows and with incredible agility and power, intercepts the attacking executioner. The warriors get excited when they see it's Jaehyun. One of the Imperial soldiers realizes it's Hirkin and quickly shouts for everyone to capture him. But Hirkin hears the order and, filled with power, moves rapidly and cuts down the one who gave the command. Not only him, but also the others who were approaching. He looks back with a mocking smile, covered in blood, and asks if they really think that all ganging up on him will change anything, since he knows none of them are good enough. This is Hirkan. His real name is Jaehyun, from the Haughty Mask Guild, and his nickname is Hero Slayer. His friends start apologizing and saying it was all their fault, because they didn't realize those people were the ones hunting them. Hirkan puts away his sword and makes it clear they don't need to apologize. He says that and extends his hand to help them. Then he reassures them that he's fine and tells them to get up. His friends are moved, having been saved once again. But Hirkan keeps emphasizing that, honestly, none of what's happening is their fault. And, looking at the person sitting and watching, he concludes that they're the real pathetic losers, since the real problem is people who can't fight fairly. With a sinister look, he asks the woman if he's wrong. She just smiles without saying a word, stands from her chair, and comments that it's all very exciting, but wants to know what's the point of their friendship. As she walks up to Hirkan with two people at her side, she makes it clear that trash coming together is still just a pile of trash. Her real name is Seol Yeon Chae from the Thunder Hunters Guild, and her nickname is Thunder Queen. Hirkan starts laughing and says she's being pretty sadistic, considering they're the ones getting beaten by the so-called trash. She gets serious and warns him to choose his words more carefully, or she might make him regret it and leave crying. Hirkan grabs his device and asks if she really plans to try making him regret it. He then activates his inventory, equips his mask, his weapon, and finally his full armor, completely transforming. He points his sword and makes it clear that things like regret are for weaklings like her. She goes crazy with rage and calls him a cocky little bastard, shouting for her minions to eliminate him. While Hirkan laughs and wonders if they never learn, he doesn't realize he's been severely impaled by a sword. When he notices, he's confused, but quickly realizes it was by his own friends, the ones he just saved. It doesn't take long for the system to warn that his HP is dropping fast and that his movements are being restricted because of it. As he collapses to the ground, he wonders what the hell just happened. His friend, upset by what he did, apologizes and explains that everyone there has to put food on the table in real life and that they have nothing against him. Hirkan wonders why his friends betrayed him like that. Meanwhile, Sil starts laughing hard and, unable to hold back, keeps mocking him, saying he's such a fool for believing in their act of friendship, as if that mattered when money is involved. She then starts walking toward him. As she reaches his fallen body, she calls out to him and makes it clear she's kicking him out of the game. She also emphasizes that if she kills him every time he logs in, she bets he'll eventually quit playing. While Hirkan is lying on the ground, furious, he hears her say that she heard he's a full-time warlord player and that without the game, he's just a useless piece of trash in real life. With a completely mocking expression, she wants to know if he really looks like he's gone back to being just trash. He becomes restless, claws the dirt with his nails, and charges at her, screaming for her to shut the hell up. But in an instant, blood sprays through the air, leaving him in disbelief. She's also surprised, seeing his friends stopping him with several swords stabbed into his body. She thanks them all, With the little strength he has left, Hirkin starts trembling and still insists on knowing why his friends did this, since the guild they had meant everything. His friend, guilt-ridden, simply asks Hirkan to die already. Then he says they were paid a few billion just to eliminate him. Hirkin remains disappointed in his friends, even after everything he did for them. He makes it clear that they once said they'd all be a family, but looking closely at their greedy faces, he realizes it was all just an illusion. Then, several system messages appear, saying that he has died and will receive a 48-hour login restriction penalty. He suddenly wakes up in the real world, terrified, screaming, and thinking he lost everything. The game in question is Warlord, a VR game that took over the world, highly profitable and powered by AI. Jaehyun thinks that game was what made him more than just trash. He remembers when he was playing and met the friend who betrayed him. At the time, he seemed really nice and even invited him to form a guild together. But every time he thinks about it, he gets even more furious, because what happened was unforgivable. He grabs his shirt, puts on some slippers, and runs through the city, thinking he must find and kill everyone involved. He grabs his phone and calls Dong-soo, wondering if he knew everything he went through and if they really think they can just move on alone. But as he runs like crazy, he doesn't notice the red light for him. At that moment, a truck comes speeding and gets dangerously close to hitting him. While he's thinking that if he had known things would end like this, he never would have wasted time caring about anyone. And now, unfortunately, he's about to be hit. Unable to dodge, he gets hit and thrown hard to the ground. While falling, he hears his phone say the number he called is unavailable and starts questioning how. Of all things, he ended up getting hit by a truck. He keeps thinking over and over that he can't die there. He also remembers the face of his friend who betrayed him and Sil, who totally screwed him over in the game. With the last bit of consciousness, he thinks he must get his revenge at all costs. Then something strange happens, and a system message says he's connecting. It says it's identifying the user. Finally, he receives a welcome message from the system. He opens his eyes, confused, and even more confused when he sees a huge monster in front of him, with several dead bodies around, and a large system screen asking him to complete the tutorial, where he must survive against the Minotaur, the Labyrinth Master. He tries to understand what's going on and what the hell kind of tutorial this is. Then he hears someone calling him a noob. Looking ahead, he sees two guys shouting at him, telling him to stop spacing out and wake up, and asking if he didn't see the alert because they need to defeat the Minotaur now. The creature doesn't waste time and lets out a huge roar. One of the guys says it's impossible to solo the front pocket since it looks like they'll need 13 of them to take the monster down. Hirkin asks them to wait a second and says he wants to know if the Minotaur is that tutorial boss type, because he remembers it was removed from the game 5 years ago for being too hard. The guy is stunned and wants to know what the hell he's talking about, since the game Warlord was released only 10 months ago. That makes Hirkin even more confused about the situation. He starts thinking about the release date, but soon says he understands. Hirkin crouches down and picks up the sword. Then he starts walking toward the Minotaur, while the others want to know where he thinks he's going. Ignoring them, Hirkin gets ready, and as he charges straight at the boss, the guys wonder if he's crazy. The Minotaur notices his opponent's approach and prepares his powerful attack. However, Hirkin manages to dodge it at the last second. Increasing his speed, he lands a fierce blow, completely slicing up the tutorial boss. As the Minotaur's pieces fall to the ground, the guys who were there are left speechless, unable to believe what they just witnessed. But they soon exchange sly smiles and call out to Hirkin. One of them reaches out and says Hirkin is really good, then asks if he wants to join their guild. But Hirkan sees this request as a replay of when his old friend first invited him, so he gets super frustrated again. Then he says he just made a decision. While the guys laugh and ask what he decided, they are brutally wiped out by Hirkan's frustrated rage. Completely drenched in their blood, he says that if he ever trusts anyone again in his new life, he can be considered a damn dog. After returning to the real world, he's startled and wonders where he is, realizing he's in a huge V-Gear store full of people. Then he remembers that 5 years ago, he couldn't afford a VR device and had to use a demo unit. That scares him even more because it means he really went back in time. But he tosses the VR helmet aside and thinks that in that case, there's no time to waste. He runs out full speed, thinking he has 5 years of future knowledge and all the skills he developed. And if he puts them to good use, he's sure he can get his revenge. Without hesitation, he pulls out his credit card and asks the clerk for a V-Gear device. She looks a bit startled by his request, but quickly says, "All right," and that she'll process the payment. Jaehyun thinks that's great and starts wondering where he should begin. Then he hears someone calling him. It's the clerk, who awkwardly tells him his card doesn't have enough funds to buy the device. He's completely stunned. Then he looks down and remembers it makes sense. No way he'd be playing there if he had money. He starts to panic, wondering what he'll do and if he has to start making money first. But he thinks that would be bad, since he can't waste time on that. Then he's startled by a familiar voice asking why he's hesitating. Looking at the big screen, he sees Syl saying the strong never fear a challenge, because hesitation is a luxury on the battlefield. Then she urges everyone to become a warlord. That's Syl, the Thunder Queen, and the game's top-ranked model. Jaehyun watches the game ad on the massive screen, shocked that he just saw the person who took everything from him. He immediately remembers her saying he had gone back to being the same trash as always. Furious, he turns around and thinks he's in no position to be picky. The afternoon passes, and at his house, a V-Gear device is being installed. The technician tells Jaehyun the setup is done and the V-Gear is ready to use. Jaehyun replies okay and thanks him. Looking at something in his hand, he thinks that was the only way he could afford the device he had to borrow the money. He remembers when he went there, and the guy wanted to know how much he needed. Jaehyun said 10 million won, and the guy had no problem lending it. While Jaehyun had his hand on the table, the guy reached into his shirt and suddenly stabbed a knife between Jaehyun's fingers. And with a sinister look, he made it very clear that if the protagonist couldn't pay, things would get really difficult. Jaehyun was a bit hesitant about that, but said it was fine and that he'd managed to pay. Remembering this, he thinks it doesn't matter. As he starts getting ready to log in, he thinks that even if he has to crawl through hell, as long as he can take down the people who betrayed him, he won't have a problem with it. Then he shouts, "Link start!" The system appears, notifying that user identification is in progress. Once identification is confirmed, the system welcomes Hirkin back to Warlord. He immediately thinks it's been a while since he was there and knows it's time for her to show up. But he wonders what was her name again. Then an entity appears and congratulates him on completing the tutorial. She introduces herself as Ariadne and says she's there to guide him through class selection. Ariadne begins using her power and explains that he must choose a basic class and that there are 3 options currently available. The skills he develops in his basic class will determine his advanced class later. A warrior is a fighter who uses close-range weapons in battle, and if he enjoys action-packed combat, this class is perfect. Hirkin becomes a little intrigued, thinking about the warrior class since he used it last time, and knows it allows for fast leveling, but he also knows that playing solo with it gets pretty tough later, so he replies that he doesn't want that class. Ariadne describes the priest class, which is a support role that heals and empowers allies with magic. But the protagonist also refuses and makes it clear he's not going to waste time helping others. With that, Ariadne says only one option remains and hopes the minister's play will be exciting. She then releases her power, which starts enveloping Hirkin, surprising him with the energy surrounding him. It doesn't take long for the system to announce he's chosen a basic class and will be teleported to his class tower. When he arrives, an old man sitting on a book welcomes him and calls him a young seeker of knowledge. He introduces himself as Golko and says he'll be the guide on the path of magic. He then asks what type of magic the protagonist wishes to learn. Without hesitation, Hirkin answers that he wants to learn dark magic. The room falls silent for a moment. The old man asks if the protagonist really said ancestral magic and apologizes, saying his ears aren't what they used to be. Hirkin replies no, and that he said he wants to learn dark magic. Shocked, the old man asks where he even heard of that, since dark magic is powerful but devours the user's soul. The protagonist confidently replies that he knows he's fully aware of it and is willing to bet everything. Golko starts trembling and releases a black spring. Then his expression changes completely, and he says he hopes they can dive straight into this. He laughs, saying it's been a while since he saw a young person choose that path. After summoning a book of dark magic in front of the protagonist, he says that if he's ready, he should place his hand on the skill book, but warns again that this path is too treacherous for weak hearts. Without hesitation, Hirkin quickly places his hand on the dark book and with a confident look, says to get on with it, and emphasizes that his heart is far from weak. He starts laughing as the dark energy begins surrounding him. As the energy takes hold of him, Golko comments that someone interesting has finally shown up. Hirkin remembers a legendary video from his past life, the Necromancer player soloing a boss raid. He concludes that this is exactly the kind of power he needs right now. With that, the system announces that he has become a Reclaimer, his current title, Airhead, and that he's gained the skill, Bone Shard. Hirkin gets excited about the skill and immediately decides to test it, throwing a skull onto the ground. The system notifies that a skeleton warrior, infused with the protagonist's magic, is starting to take form. Hirkin just watches his magic take effect, and as soon as the skeleton he summoned stands before him, he thinks that this time he's going all in on necromancy. He turns and says it's time to level up and that he thinks the training dungeon should be just ahead. But then he looks at the skeleton soldiers he summoned and sees its head has fallen off. The two of them just stare at each other in silence. After that, a portal opens and someone steps out of it. It's the protagonist, with the system announcing that he has entered the beginner training dungeon. He's quite frustrated because seeing his summoned skeleton lose its head so easily makes him think back to how the summons he saw in his past life weren't that fragile. So he doesn't get it and opens the status window of his summon. He sees his skill, Bone Shard, Proficiency F, Summoned Unit, Level 1 Warrior. Usage, creates a Bone Shard. Target, infuse it with mana to summon the skeleton. Hirkin wonders if maybe he overdid it a bit. That's why he thinks he needs to level up quickly. Then he hears a sound and quickly turns to see what it is. Several charcoal wolves are approaching. Hirkin gets excited. It's finally time to test his skill. Some say charcoal wolves aren't that strong, but they're very fast, making them perfect to test combat performance. So he casts his Bone Shard skill and commands it to go after the wolves. As soon as the skill hits the ground, the skeleton soldier is summoned. The system then notifies that the skeleton warrior has detected an enemy and assumed a combat stance. The wolves, upon seeing the summoned creature, seem a bit intimidated, but the protagonist simply tells his summon to eliminate them quickly. The skeleton soldier charges at the creatures. Hirkin is excited, thinking this looks better than he expected and that at this rate, he'll reach max level fast. But with just one of the wolves' attacks, his skeleton soldier is completely shredded. He's left extremely disappointed by what he just witnessed. The skeleton's skull is thrown to his feet, making him furious and confused at the same time. He quickly opens the system screen and asks it to wait because this can't be right, and he wants to check the skills again. Clicking for more information, he realizes he probably forgot to set the mode, so he switches to Defense Mode 1, but the result is the same, and this time, the wolves are just gnawing on his summon's bones. He switches to Mode 3, Special Action, but that mode makes the warrior do the dance of enthusiasm. Hirkin starts crying, thinking he's completely screwed. He sits down and thinks this is a nightmare he's going through. When he tries to delete his character, the system notifies that character selection is unavailable because newly created accounts can't delete a character for 3 months. Hirkin reflects that unfortunately, he can't delete the account, can't change classes, and to make things worse, his loan payments start next month. He starts wondering if he should find another way to fix this. He also questions why nothing is going his way, just when he thought he was finally getting somewhere. Looking at his summon, he knows that idiot doesn't help, so he asks his summon to just stand still, please. He wonders how the hell that Necromancer from his past life endured so many battles. Then he remembers something. He looks at the status window and sees that it's possible to improve in combat. He recalls that when he defeated the charcoal wolves, his summon was watching him the whole time, as if it were learning the movements. Then he smiles, throws his club to the summon, and makes it clear that it's lucky to be his minion, because, even if it doesn't seem like it, they used to call him a genius he trained a whole life and turned them into rankers. And there's only one thing his summon needs to remember about combat. He says this as he charges forward to land a blow, emphasizing that if the summon doesn't dodge, it dies. After landing the punch, he throws his summon far away and immediately tells it to get up again. Then, the same thing. He keeps doing it over and over, landing multiple hits on his summon, always slamming it hard against the wall, until he yells, telling it not to just stand there like an idiot after getting hit. It's supposed to dodge first, then counterattack when there's an opening. The skeleton soldier wipes its face and prepares for combat again, but this time, it's against the charcoal wolves once more. This time, however, it manages to dodge the wolves' charge and then lands a counterattack right on the jaw, and finally, a powerful spinning strike. With that, it defeats all the charcoal wolves. The skeleton soldier then turns to its master with a grateful look, but the protagonist wants to know what his summon is looking at. He already said there should be no distractions in battle. Still, he smiles and comments that the last strike wasn't bad at all. Then, the system informs that his bone shard proficiency has increased multiple times. Hirkin smiles and tells his summon did a great job as they leveled up. Sometime later, in the starter village of Castle Fegus, the protagonist is walking through the city, hearing people say the legal guild is recruiting new members, and others talking about a forest raid. He thinks his little bone learns fast, but knows that with a few more days of training, it'll be able to solo dungeons. That's why he sees this as the crucial point first. He needs to reach level 10. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. It's a chubby guy with a dumb face, wanting to know if the protagonist doesn't know he's supposed to apologize after bumping into someone. Hirkin starts wondering who the hell these third-rate bullies are. While the guy keeps talking trash, Hirkin doesn't care at all and thinks he doesn't have time for this, and that it might be best to just kill them and move on. The chubby guy gets ready to punch him while shouting that the protagonist is ignoring him, but then, out of nowhere, a guy appears and blocks the punch. He immediately says the chubby one can't go around punching people. The guy gets nervous and wants to know who the hell just blocked his attack. Hirkin starts sweating cold as he remembers who that person is. Looking at the guy's muscles and strange clothes, he's sure it's Shev the Slayer, the legendary warrior from his past life. The protagonist, afraid of what the chubby guy might do, shouts for him to wait without thinking, but the guy doesn't care and spits on the ground near the legendary warrior. Then he cracks his knuckles and tells Shev to stay out of it if he doesn't know anything, because it was the protagonist who bumped into him and didn't apologize. So he wants to know if Shev's never heard the saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Shev starts laughing, but then releases his terrifying monstrous aura, which makes the chubby guy crap his pants. The protagonist is really impressed by the power he feels. Shev smiles, but with a terrifying look, and says that in that case, since the guy hit the palm of his hand, should he retaliate? The chubby guy's friend screams, warning him that the man in front of them is Shev the Slayer. Then he says Shev is the leader of the Red Bulls, one of the top 30 guilds. a battle-crazed lunatic known as Shev the Killer Slayer. The chubby guy turns to his friend and asks why someone like that would be there, but Shev grabs his shoulder and wants to know the answer. The chubby guy turns with a terrified face, but then he and his friend run away apologizing. Shev starts laughing and says he's glad everything was resolved peacefully. Then he pats the protagonist on the shoulder and asks if he's okay, saying he shouldn't worry about people like that. But Hirkin quickly turns and brushes Shev's hand off his shoulder, making it clear that next time, he doesn't need his help. The Slayer is left confused, not understanding what the hell just happened. Smiling, he thinks that was pretty cold. As he quickly walks away, Hirkin thinks that for a moment, he was completely overwhelmed by Shev's power, but he clenches his fists and, furious, swears that the next time they meet, he won't be the same person he is now. Sometime later, in a dungeon, the protagonist is still thinking about what happened earlier and how the difference in strength is painfully obvious, but he knows Syl and Shev are at the same level, which means he needs to become just as strong if he wants revenge. While he's thinking about that, a massive black tiger charges toward him. However, without doing anything, his skeleton soldier easily defeats the creature coming his way, and with no mercy, the skeleton finishes off the black tiger. The system announces that the skeleton warrior has killed a black tiger and leveled up. While his summon looks pleased, Hirkin takes a deep breath and wonders if it really took him 3 days to reach level 10, thinking that it took longer than expected. That leaves his summon a bit upset, but after a while, the system finally congratulates the protagonist for reaching level 10. It says, monsters will no longer appear in the training dungeon, his beginner mark has been removed, and his rewards will be processed. Hirkan gets excited he finally made it. The watch is an essential device with several functions: stats, quests, map, inventory, and messages. The protagonist thinks it's been a while since he used it. He quickly opens his status window and sees that he's level 10. His class is Necromancer, with 3 points in strength, 3 in stamina, 5 in intelligence, and 5 in magic. He thinks it's a shame that his stats, but then the system prompts him to allocate his available stat points. He reviews his stats to decide what would best support his goals. He knows this is just the first stat distribution, so he needs to be careful. As a Necromancer, the obvious choice would be to increase intelligence or magic, but he decides this time will be different and puts all his points into strength. With that, the protagonist's strength stat increases by 50 points, bringing his total strength to 53. His summon looks extremely disappointed. Seeing it upset, Hirkin asks what the problem is. Then he knocks on its skull and makes it clear he hasn't given up on necromancy, he's doing this to train it. He explains that increasing intelligence or magic right now won't make much difference, but investing in strength will allow him to teach it every move he mastered at his peak. He's literally betting his life on his summon's learning. The skeleton soldier gets emotional at its master's words, which only makes Hirkin more irritated, telling it to just focus on training while he takes care of the rest. He then says there's another way to make up for the other stats. The next day, he goes to the Monster Hunting Association at the Castle Figus branch. The mission distributor grabs an item and shouts to everyone there that fresh missions just arrived. While the crowd starts fighting to grab missions first, the protagonist calmly walks through them, thinking that missions this time of year are usually bad, but the guys are still hyped. So he figures they're all noobs. When he gets to the counter with the old man who gives out missions, he says he wants one and asks to see the list. The old man agrees but warns him that all that's left are the ones no one wants, either too hard or with lousy rewards. As Hirkin scans the available missions, he thinks most of them are really boring, but he notices one that catches his attention. After picking it up, he thinks he's found his ace. It's the Baima Mountain Cave, a basic mission with low-level monsters. The old man finds it strange and asks if he's sure he wants that one, since the reward is just 10 gold coins. He replies yes, and the system notifies that the quest has been updated. Then he thinks that at first it seems like just any quest, but if completed before level 15, it'll grant him an ultra-rare title, Rising Star. The protagonist reflects on how people often question the value of a simple title, but he knows that titles increase a player's stats. For example, a scatterbrained mage who gets mocked by a wolf might just be a low-level alchemist with poor attributes. But once he obtains the Rising Star title, it increases attributes by percentage. In other words, this is his first step toward becoming a broken character. So he turns around, and after leaving the quest association, he thinks it's time to gear up. Sometime later, on Mount Bhima, Hirkan isn't looking too pleased. He realizes he equipped himself with something ridiculous. He immediately starts complaining, wondering what the hell he just did, since after spending all his money on equipment for his summon, he only had enough left to afford cheap stuff, and now he looks like a fool. But he knows he just needs to finish the quest quickly and buy real clothes. So he runs off to complete the quest right away. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a bloodied hand rises. It's a man lying wounded among the plants, calling for help until he gets dragged back in. Sometime later, a warrior arrives at Mount Bhima and declares that the grand adventure of the Great Multi is about to begin. He feels proud for being level 11 and thinks he might even become a top ranker in record time. Then he hears someone screaming for help, asking for someone to save their lost friend. The warrior rushes over and asks what happened. The priest says a monster started attacking them out of nowhere, but he barely escaped, and to make it worse, they ran out of healing potions. The warrior starts looking through his device and says he thinks he has some potions and tells them to hang in there. The priest starts crying and thanks the warrior, but it was a total setup. Another guy was ready to strike the warrior while he was off guard. After taking the hit, the bleeding warrior collapses and wonders what just happened. The priest thanks him again and, along with his friends, makes it clear to the fallen warrior that they'll make good use of his items. The warrior is crushed when he realizes he was tricked by such pathetic people. The priest drives his sword into the warrior, finishing him off, and says it was his own fault for falling into such a lame trap. The system announces that player multi has been eliminated and removed from the game. It also says the player's watch has dropped and is now up for grabs by the bandits. The bearded warrior laughs and says nothing beats messing with noobs. With several watches on his arm, the priest turns around with a sinister look and tells his friends to go find the next sucker. They are members of the Ralph family, part of the infamous player killer gang. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, the protagonist's summon is ready to battle some fierce creatures that charge at it. Hirkan snaps his fingers and switches his summon to attack mode, making it rush at the creatures without hesitation, and with little effort, it completely obliterates them. The system reports that the skeleton warrior killed an ancient wolf and gained 375 experience. After another kill, 366 more, and finally, another 379. As Hirkan watches his summon handle the creatures, he thinks that now that he bought it a sword, it can defeat an entire pack of ancient wolves on its own. He also knows he made the right choice by prioritizing gear for the skeleton. Pleased, watching his creation grow stronger, he thinks that real gamers focus on performance, not appearance. The skeleton soldier looks back, sees his proud master, and immediately wonders why he's looking at him like that. However, Hirkan turns and replies that it doesn't matter if his summon is done dealing with the ancient wolves, then they should just leave already, because he needs to level up and get rid of the horrible outfit he's wearing. Little Bone runs after his master, but something suddenly comes flying, and an arrow hits the summoned skull dead on. This startles the protagonist, who wants to know where the hell the arrow came from. Someone approaches, apologizing. It's the same cheating players from earlier. The priest says he's really sorry, and explains that he saw the protagonist's creature from afar and thought it was a monster. They keep insisting they're sorry. Hirkan was about to say it was fine, But then he notices the blood-stained watches on the priest's arm, as well as the warrior's sword. He quickly concludes they're scum, so he starts acting, smiling and saying it's fine, but asks if they happen to have a mana potion. The priest apologizes again and says unfortunately they don't, but offers to help him level up, since his mana will naturally recover with each level up. The protagonist keeps pretending he doesn't suspect anything and says that sounds good. The priest insists it was their fault, so they'd be happy to help. Looking at the monsters ahead, he calls his group to battle. He explains that they'll weaken the monsters and the protagonist can deliver the finishing blow. As they move in, the priest quietly asks if everyone knows the plan. They all respond yes. The warrior whispers that he'll take aggro first. Then, the mage says he'll cast an attack buff second. And finally, they'll accidentally let the monster loose toward the clueless protagonist. That way, the poor idiot will panic when he sees the beast charging at him, so they all just wait for it to happen. However, they're quickly left speechless, unable to believe what they're seeing. The protagonist's summon easily defeats the creature. Hirkin then says he's fine and asks them to just keep going. They start wondering what kind of summon he's using, and maybe his level is higher than they thought. In that case, they decide to start sending multiple waves at once against him. Then, while he's distracted, the warrior sneaks up behind him. As he's about to strike, he thinks all he needs to do is defeat the summoner. But when he attacks, Hirkin easily dodges it, leaving the warrior confused as hell. His target just dodged an attack from a blind spot. With no time to react, he gets hit by a brutal blow from the protagonist. The priest panics and shouts, wanting to know what the hell is going on. Hirkin snaps his fingers and calls for his summon, Little Bone, who immediately joins him and charges at the thugs alongside his master. They scream in fear, begging them to wait. But with no chance to defend themselves, both are attacked by the coordinated strike of master and summon. After their bodies crash to the ground, Hirkin makes it clear he knows their kind all too well. As he walks toward them, he says they're the type who earn people's trust just to stab them in the back and take their loot. But he admits that if he still thought like before, he might have fallen for it. The blood-covered priest starts screaming in desperation, begging the protagonist to wait a second and just take all his items and go. But sadly, Hirkin makes it clear it's too late. He no longer trusts anyone. He says that, then mercilessly finishes off his opponent. At that moment, the system announces that player Ralph has been eliminated and that the 8 watches he carried have been dropped. After seeing how many watches Ralph had, the protagonist becomes furious, thinking the guy really was a scumbag. But something about it also makes him happy. He knows he'll make good use of the drops. First, he's going to get himself some proper clothes, but as he turns around, he sees his summon kicking the already defeated warrior, so he calls out to him and asks if he wants any of the drops lying around. Then the protagonist extends his hand and starts healing the wound caused by the arrow his summon took. It doesn't take long for Little Bone to be fully healed. He then raises his sword and strikes a heroic pose. Hirkin looks at his excited summon and says, "It really looks like he's happy." The protagonist also comments that appearance doesn't matter in the game, but while striking a ridiculous pose, he emphasizes that what truly matters is being beautiful on the inside. As his summon stares in shock at its master's absurd pose, Hirkin smiles and says the priest's dropped watches were truly a jackpot. There's less than a 1% chance that when someone sells another player's watch, the inventory will drop random items like rare gear with stat bonuses. For example, the goblin's black pants he equipped, which grant 5 extra points in mana and 5 in intelligence. Also the Sword of Ancient Essence, which gives 10 more points in mana, plus the skill books, from which he obtained the Book of Demonic Curse. And lastly, the most important, lots of gold. Hirkin picks up a mask from the dropped inventory and thinks that thanks to the fools he defeated, this was faster than expected. He then concludes that he'll soon start recording his gameplay and knows he'll need the right style for that. But after thinking about it, he remembers something that makes him uneasy. He starts recalling his past life how he once asked the friend who betrayed him to imagine their whole guild wearing traditional Heiho masks. At the time, he was so excited, saying the next day they'd rename the guild to Heiho Mask. Remembering this leaves him a bit down, and he even considers completely changing his style. However, he begins doing something to the mask, altering its form entirely, and thinks he refuses to let anyone take what's his ever again. Furious, he tells himself he'll prove he was right, and this will be the beginning. So as soon as he equips his sinister mask, he runs off and calls for his summon to follow. Sometime later, in a different dungeon, the protagonist and Little Bones step through a portal, and the system announces that he has entered the Bima Mountain Cave dungeon. Hirkin examines some markings on the rocks and thinks he clearly remembers that in this dungeon, there are blue werewolves. He also knows they're tough monsters, but with his new gear, he believes he'll be fine and might even clear the dungeon in 10 minutes. So he calls his summon to go all in. A few hours later, Hirkan is in disbelief and yells, asking why there are no monsters around. He starts thinking this is driving him crazy because he knows if someone had already cleared the dungeon, the system would have sent a message. Then he sees his summon doing something near the rocks, and when he turns, he notices something that grabs his attention. So he heads over to where his summon is and sees something strange on the rocks. Suddenly, a massive dark energy begins to swell. The system announces that the protagonist has discovered an instance dungeon and asks if he wants to enter. He falls to the ground, startled, and says that must be why no monsters were spawning, because instance dungeons are random dungeons that appear inside another dungeon, and when they do, the normal dungeon shuts down until the instance one is completed. He also knows these dungeons are much harder, but give double the rewards. He starts wondering if it might be a trap, because he knows once someone enters an instance dungeon, they can't leave until it's completed or they die. So he gets up and tells his summon that, logically, he should just walk away, because if he dies, he won't be able to play for 2 days. It would make much more sense to just farm easy missions, but he knows that's not what matters right now. With that, the system confirms he's entered. After stepping through the portal, he says that as long as he doesn't die, he should be fine. But soon, a bright light covers his face, and as he tries to look around, he wonders if the place he's in is an ancient arena, also feeling an intense atmosphere. Then he gets startled by a powerful tremor, which was caused by a massive, sinister werewolf standing before him. It's a corrupted werewolf of unknown level. The creature doesn't hesitate and immediately launches an attack at the protagonist, who is still trying to understand what's happening and, unable to defend himself, is struck and thrown hard against the wall. Little Bones sees his master in trouble and immediately gets furious, assuming a battle stance. But Hirkan laughs and says this is perfect. He keeps laughing and says his luck is insane since a corrupted monster appeared. He's convinced this must be material for a main quest. He then calls for his summon and makes it clear that if they can't defeat the werewolf, they can say goodbye to dinner. With that, he charges at the creature. Little Bone gets ready too. Then, he lays down his sword for his master to step on and leap toward the corrupted werewolf. The creature lets out a loud howl, but Hirkan uses his skill curse release, and his sword is instantly infused with the energy of the demonic curse. The werewolf has no idea what this mere human is doing, but in the blink of an eye, it's struck and has one of its arms sliced off. The werewolf starts screaming in pain as the system notifies that the protagonist's skill is active and the target's stats have been reduced by 10%. As the werewolf howls in agony, Hirkan looks at his sword and reflects on the demonic curse, thinking that for a first try, it wasn't bad at all. However, the werewolf starts releasing a bloody aura and, now extremely enraged, charges straight at the protagonist. At that moment, a system message appears, warning that the corrupted werewolf is enraged and all of its status effects have been nullified. Hirkan simply prepares for the worst, thinking he was already expecting at least this much from a dungeon boss. Then he smiles and says he was saving this for later, but right now seems like the perfect time to test it. He activates his inventory, and a dark energy begins to surge, completely engulfing him, until an explosion occurs, unleashing all the energy, and Hyrule appears fully equipped in sinister battle armor, laughing and asking where he left off. A slot is one of Warlord's unique game features. When activated, the slot channels pure energy from the world of Warlord, enhancing attributes and shaping the player's body. As for the form, it's completely unpredictable, as it varies for each player, which is why most players usually call it Supreme Mode. Hyrule calls out the corrupted werewolf to bring it on and show what it's got. The beast becomes furious and lets out a powerful roar. Then it charges at the protagonist, but as it tries to strike, Hyrule dodges without much trouble. He keeps avoiding multiple lunges from the werewolf. Then he jumps back to gain some time, but the creature doesn't care and unleashes another powerful attack. While evading the werewolf's strike, the protagonist thinks that his opponent is definitely a boss. Given its speed and power, he starts to wonder how many of the beast's attacks he could withstand. The werewolf comes charging again, showing several possible openings. Noticing one of them, Hyrule, with his sword radiating energy, lands a powerful slash on the werewolf, making it scream in pain. He then smiles and says that this is why he finds the game so fun, but he's startled by a tremor, as the werewolf is still not defeated and is attacking again. Hyrule takes a deep breath and realizes his opponent is still enraged and that he can't afford to relax in battle. While airborne and the werewolf about to grab him with its claws, the protagonist looks to the side, wondering if his summon is just hiding something. Then, Little Bone jumps onto the werewolf and manages to cut off its other arm. Hyrule immediately shouts to his summon, saying it's time for the attack they practiced. The werewolf is left confused and helpless as it's hit by their combo attack. The attack was so fast that they managed to land several simultaneous strikes, slicing the enemy completely, and the system announces that they have defeated the corrupted werewolf. Hyrule then deactivates his slot and comments that it wasn't bad at all. Next, the mission card the protagonist selected starts spinning and glowing brightly. It reveals that the Mount Bima Cave mission, Defeat the Monsters, has been completed, and the protagonist received 10 gold coins as a reward. The system also announces that the Skeleton Warrior defeated a high-level monster, and the skill, Bone Shard, has been upgraded to rank E. Additionally, the protagonist also obtained the werewolf's skull and hide. While his summon celebrates, Hyrule notes that it seems like instant dungeons really do have the best drops. The system continues by announcing that the protagonist obtained the Corrupted Tracker's Necklace, a unique chronicle item. It boosts all class-related attributes, plus 18 to all stats. It's bound to the user, non-transferable, with only one requirement: the user must have the Corrupted Tracker title. Hyrule is quite surprised by this drop. He knows he can't sell it, but it's still a higher class item than any standard one. He gets even more surprised as he also earns 3 new titles. Rising Star, which grants plus 3% to intelligence and mana. Hyrule knew he was going to get that one. The next title is Hero Challenger, granting plus 3 to stamina. Hyrule comments that he even got a group title, since he soloed an instant dungeon. And finally, the Corrupted Tracker title. He's quite surprised and wonders if this is the introduction title for the first chapter of the main quest, the Corrupted Count. Hyrule knows that the main quest is the foundation of the Warlord game world, being a crucial storyline, and because the rewards are insanely good, every player wants in no matter what. It's the core content of Warlord for players. While trembling from all the rewards he received, he thinks that even in his past life, he barely made it to Chapter 4. He gets excited and thinks that what he got wasn't luck, but a jackpot. So he yells to log out immediately. Back in real life, he sees a breaking news live stream, with a player announcing that his guild, Hydra, has officially entered the final phase of the Corrupted Count scenario, and that they aim to complete it within 3 months. Jaehyun pauses the live stream and feels really down, because what he thought was a jackpot in-game turns out to be nothing in the end. Then he gets furious and starts banging his head on the desk, since that player and his guild are already in the final phase. He considers that maybe he has no choice but to stay out and wait for the next chapter. But then he gets an idea. He goes back to his computer, thinking that maybe this is actually the perfect opportunity, since he knows the entire world is currently focused on the corrupted count, and the first main quest of Warlord is about to be completed. So he wonders if anything would change if he posted his video about the corrupted count, thinking it might go viral. Jaehyun thinks it was a great idea to have recorded everything, so he knows he needs to edit and upload it to WTube as fast as possible. However, he also knows that editing is the key, and he can't just leave that to anyone, meaning there's only one person for the job: the legendary editor from his past life, the filmmaker, Romeni. She sees the protagonist's request and wonders who this person named Hirkin could be. While checking the request, she questions what a level 15 could even accomplish. Maybe the starting cave, guessing it's just some rich newbie making a flashy video for social media, until something catches her eye and she ends up genuinely shocked, remembering a certain person. Then she gets really excited upon realizing who it is. This is Romeni, a freelance video editor, and her in-game nickname is Hell's Mouth. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman is watching some news on her tablet. One of her employees rushes in, asking if she called. She says a new video about the corrupted count has just been uploaded. She hands the tablet to her employee and says it's quite interesting, since a level 15 defeated a corrupted werewolf solo. The four-eyed guy laughs and says her team also saw him, but made it clear that corrupted werewolves are low level, so they didn't think it was worth tracking. She smiles and says she liked it. Then she asks her employee to bring the person from the video to her. This is Sholyon Che, heiress of the Thunder Corporation, the biggest business conglomerate, and her name in Warlord is none other than Thunder Queen Syl. The next day, the protagonist is quite surprised looking at something on his phone. Seeing the video he posted the day before, he notices it already has many views. To be exact, over 6,000 views. He feels awkward, knowing it took him months to reach that many views in his past life. Looking at the message Romeni sent, asking if he saw the view count, he realizes something else has changed. She contacted him first. He knows that normally she never reaches out first, as she's supposedly a very mysterious person. Then she asks when he'll send the next video. Jaehyun lies back in his pod, takes a deep breath, and says he's wondering that too, since he has no idea what to do for the next video, and there's no way he's going to find another monster like that werewolf with the ear again. So he thinks it's better to start making videos only once he reaches level 50. That said, he turns on the VR device, begins logging into the game, and thinks he needs to strike while the iron's hot. Meanwhile, Shev the Slayer is watching the protagonist's video. He comments that no matter how many times he watches it, the protagonist's moves always seem impressive. However, he becomes intrigued by something while watching the video and wonders if he doesn't already know him from somewhere, as he seems very familiar. Then a beautiful woman arrives. This is Yell, affiliated with the Red Bulls. Shev tells her he's talking about Hirkin, the one with the ha-ho mask, and that he's one of the trending topics right now. She wants to know if her friend is watching the video again, saying it would be strange if he weren't familiar when Shev watches it all the time. The blonde guy takes a deep breath and, all excited, shouts that the game makes you feel like you're moving in real life. So when people play for the first time, they tend to be shy with their movements. But that's not the case for the protagonist. Then he asks if she saw how the protagonist trained his summon, since it's on another level compared to other necromancers. Yell starts getting annoyed with her friend's chatter and yells at him to shut up. Then she starts pushing him and tells him that if he's going to keep talking nonsense, he should go back inside because they're going live in 5 minutes. Shev smiles, winks, and says he really likes her. Crossing her arms and taking a deep breath, she says that if he really does, then he'd better do well in the upcoming live stream. She then says that over 200,000 people bought tickets just to see him, the leader of the Red Bulls and the man ranked 9th in Warlord, the Slayer Shev. With that, as the live stream begins, a dungeon portal appears, and both he and the members of his guild get ready to enter. Shev smiles and, pointing his blade, tells everyone to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, at the affiliated Raiders Association of Castle Figus, Hirkin is very disappointed and starts slamming the table because there are no missions available. He wonders how there could be absolutely no good mission, so he considers taking a break from making videos for now. The old mission man approaches and says he knew the protagonist was the adventurer who cleared the Mount Bhima cave dungeon. Hirkin remembers the old man. He introduces himself as Hotan and wants to know if the protagonist has a moment. After going to a more private place, the old man says he's heard everything and knows the protagonist even encountered a mutant in the Mount Bhima cave. Hirkan is puzzled, thinking he doesn't remember any such quest, so he says he just saw a werewolf with strange eyes. Hotan turns and says that's what he thought, as he believes there's a strong chance the monster the protagonist faced had been exposed to the power of the corrupted. Hirkin finds this odd and wonders if the old man has lost his mind, but Hotan emphasizes that he doesn't know exactly who it is, but it's certain that the protagonist's power is causing monsters to go mad, and several are becoming victims. That's precisely why the Raiders Association has placed a bounty. But before he can finish speaking, his arm is suddenly grabbed. Hirkan, eyes gleaming, says he'd like to help capture this wicked bastard. He says this thinking it might be a hidden quest, and that he needs it as soon as possible. The old man tries to explain that he thinks it's too early for the protagonist to take this on, but Hirkan doesn't care, and makes it clear everything will be fine. Hotan gets a little embarrassed and says that, in that case, he'll give the protagonist a chance, depending on how well he does. Then, he says there's someone named Ahimbri in Castle Bangsu, east of Castle Figus, which surprises Hirkin when he hears the name. The old man goes on to say that this person will be able to guide him, and that he'll also write a letter of recommendation. Thus, the quest Ahimbri's Teachings is created, with the objective of finding Ahimbri and showing Hotan's letter of recommendation, with a skill book as the reward. Hirkan leaves the Raiders Association and shouts in joy. Then he wonders if this is really happening, and if, by any chance, he actually got a quest to become Ahimbri's student, knowing that this person is one of the 7 disciples of the Grand Mage Bokan, since all mages want to meet him because he provides rarer skill books. In other words, he's a very important NPC in the game, so he runs off happily, thinking he probably got this opportunity because the Rising Star title combined with the main quest of the Corrupted Count, and that if things go well, he figures he won't need to worry about video material anymore, until he stops and realizes he almost forgot something he needed to do first. Then he heads into a forest, uses his bone fragment skill, and summons it. After Little Bone appears, he realizes he hasn't checked the rewards from the last battle, so he decides to start by using the werewolf skull he didn't sell. The system asks if the protagonist wants to use the werewolf skull to enhance the skeleton warrior. He says yes. The system then informs that the skeleton warrior gained werewolf traits and received 2 extra points in toughness. Hirkin knows it's now time for the Corrupted Tracker's necklace, so he wastes no time and equips it. The system announces that the effects of the Corrupted Tracker's necklace have been applied to him, giving him 18 extra points in all stats and boosting all class-related attributes. Hirkin knows everything is going well, since his preparations are complete. Next, he grabs 2 more bone fragments and throws them on the ground, summoning 2 more skeleton warriors, which leaves his primary summon confused. Hirkin tells Little Bone that from now on, there will be 3 of them, and they'll fight as a unit, so they'd better get along with each other. As the protagonist sets out with his 2 new summons, wondering what kind of monster might be in the area, Little Bone goes crazy, thinking he was supposed to be the master's only pupil. Doesn't take long before they encounter a level 25 forest bear. it starts attacking repeatedly, forcing the protagonist to dodge them all, until the wild bear finds an opening and charges. Hirkin panics, thinking he won't be able to dodge in time, but then he smiles, snaps his fingers, and says he grabbed the bear's aggro. With that, one of his summons leaps at the enraged bear, but unfortunately, the summon takes a heavy hit and is thrown back violently, several bones shattered. Hirkin gets angry and questions if the summon really thought such a predictable attack would work, since it needs to strike from the bear's blind spot. So he tells the summon to try again. It leaps at the beast once more, but again gets hit and slammed into the ground. Hirkin loses it and starts yelling, cursing his summon. Then he points out he already said to attack from the blind spot, and wants to know why the other summon did the exact same thing. However, the third summon walks forward and strikes a ridiculous pose, which actually makes its master smile, thinking maybe this one will do better. The final summon jumps at the bear, sword ready to strike, but the bear, without much effort, just swats it with its massive paw and knocks its head off. This leaves the protagonist even more furious and frustrated with his summons. So after some time, and after defeating the bear himself, he wonders if his summons even have brains because frankly, he doubts it. Then he tells them to put their heads back on. While they do that, he tells them to listen carefully and explains that when monsters are attacked, they obviously turn toward the direction of the attack. Then he draws a diagram on the ground and says that's why his summons need to go for the monster's blind spots. He then asks what would happen if they charged from where the monster is looking. The summons just make faces like they didn't understand anything, which makes him even angrier, and he tells them to just forget it. Even so, he thinks it's great that the skill's rank has increased, and that he can now summon 3 skeletons at once, thanks to the effects of the corrupted tracker's necklace. But he knows the problem is that his summons can't work together. They just repeat what was told to one of them before, but since they haven't learned to fight as a team, they don't know how to do it. So he finds himself in a dilemma, knowing that his summons cost triple the mana, but are even worse than before. Then he gets up and says whatever, since he already reached level 20 like he wanted, and it also seems like he won't be able to make combat videos for a while. So he turns around and tells his summons to get up too, because they're going to train all the way to Castle Bangsu. He thought he'd leave the fighting to his summons while he sat back and relaxed like a necromancer should, but it seems he won't be able to avoid the front lines. So he concludes that he's totally screwed. After a while, he returns to the Raiders Association branch at Castle Bangsu. Inside, it's full of players. Then, a guy walks out of a room, and everyone immediately gets excited to see that a certain player has come out. They desperately want to know what quest that player accepted, and that's when the protagonist enters, thinking everyone there is like a bunch of hyenas. He covers his face and concludes that clearly, you can find people like this anywhere, knowing they don't even try their best on their own and just want to leech off others. Then he hears someone call him. A bald guy wants to know if the protagonist has a good quest, suggesting they could do it together. But Hirkin couldn't care less and tells the guy to fuck off. As he walks up the stairs, he reflects that he can't let anyone find out he's doing a Himbri's quest. At the top of the stairs, he hands over Hotan's letter of recommendation. The player inspects it, confirms everything, and politely asks Hirkan to head to the second floor. Meanwhile, people keep acting like parasites and desperately try to get in, claiming they're in a party with Hirkan. As he walks, he wonders what kind of reward a Himbri might give him, thinking it must be good, since it's a hidden quest, and that he'll try to build a long-term relationship with him. As soon as he walks through the door, he politely asks to come in, but is shocked to see tons of books and a huge mess. A person among the clutter wants to know who the protagonist is, since he doesn't remember scheduling anything. This is the NPC Ahimbri. Hirkan hands over the letter of recommendation, introduces himself, and says he's there on Hotan, the old man's recommendation. The NPC looks at the letter and comments that the protagonist seems to be a novice dark mage, and therefore assumes he must be pretty skilled for his level. Hirkin laughs and says it was just luck, but he thinks it doesn't matter as long as he gets the reward. Ahimbri says he understands and proceeds to give the protagonist his rewards. Hirkin gets excited after receiving the Bone Armor skill book and the Helm of Madness book. Then he thanks Ahimbri for giving him 2 super rare books. Ahimbri says that's it for business and asks the protagonist to leave. The system then announces that the Ahimbri's Teachings quest has been completed. He tells Hirkin to be careful on the way back. Hirkin finds it odd and asks the NPC to wait, wondering why the quest ended so quickly, and if he doesn't have another one to give, he knows he didn't come all this way just to get a couple of skills. So he starts yelling for Ahimbri, saying he'll do anything. The NPC then grabs the protagonist's hand and asks if he really will do anything. Hirkan replies yes. With a very suspicious expression, Ahimbri thanks him. With that, Hirkan receives the quest, the nest's egg, which requires him to retrieve the egg from the nest. And to make things worse, there's no reward. This leaves Hirkan in shock, thinking the NPC tricked him. Meanwhile, a knight walks through the city, causing people nearby to grow visibly nervous. Then they begin to wonder if the knight's gear isn't some kind of very expensive type. He continues walking and heads to the Affiliated Raiders Association. Then he wonders if that's where the player Ha-Ho Mask might be. Meanwhile, the protagonist, after leaving Ahimbri's room, feels very disappointed, thinking it's really possible to get scammed by an NPC. So he walks off, thinking he expected to receive a quest related to the main storyline. But now he wants to know what the hell this egg quest is, especially since it has no reward. Still very frustrated, he keeps questioning if he really needs to do it. Then, out of nowhere, a strange guy appears right in front of him, asking about the quest. Soon, several other players surround the protagonist, all trying to find out what mission he got. He panics, thinking he forgot those guys were there, and wonders what to do now. Maybe he should just kill them all. Then, out of nowhere, the knight appears, releasing his intense power and blasting the players away. He asks the protagonist if he has a moment for a talk, saying he'd like to speak somewhere quiet. Hirkin finds it strange and wonders who the hell this guy is who just showed up. So he tells the knight to fuck off, but the knight gets really close to the protagonist's face and whispers, calling him Ha-Ho Mask and asking him to cooperate. That really scares Hirkin after hearing himself called by that name. So they go to an alley in the city. The knight says he's sorry for causing trouble. Then he taps his watch and says he felt like they couldn't talk properly out there. After unequipping his helmet, Hirkan is confused, thinking that based on the player's gear, he must be at least a ranker, but he doesn't recognize him. So he wonders who the player could be and how he knows the name Ha-Ho Mask. The knight asks if the protagonist really is Ha-Ho Mask. Hirkin starts getting nervous and thinks that in situations like this, the best thing to do is pretend he knows nothing. So he asks who this Ha-Ho Mask is that the knight keeps talking about, saying he just followed him there for a chat, but really wants to know who the hell Ha-Ho Mask is. The knight, a bit frustrated, wants to know if the protagonist didn't just receive a quest from an NPC named Ahimbri. Hirkin steps up to the player and demands to know who he is and why he should share any information, especially since he dragged him there. Still pretending he knows nothing, he flips the player off and asks if he's looking for a fight, but he thinks to himself that he has absolutely no clue who this guy is. All he knows is that he needs to keep pretending. The player stays silent for a moment, but suddenly reaches out his hand and says he clearly made a mistake and apologizes. Hirkin breathes a sigh of relief, shakes the player's hand, and says it's fine. Then he turns around to leave, making it clear he'll let it go just this once. The player just watches the protagonist walk away. However, another player had been hiding there using a skill and tells his friend that he doesn't think the protagonist is the one they're looking for. The knight points out one thing for sure: the guy isn't skilled, because if he had been playing Warlord for a while, he wouldn't have carelessly exposed his wrist with the watch like that. The other player then asks if they really need to keep monitoring the NPC Ahimbri, since the corrupted Count quest is almost finished. And even if someone found out about it now, he wonders what they could really do. The knight says that the Nest's egg quest the protagonist received is the main quest, which is why he thinks they shouldn't take unnecessary risks. So the mage says he'll return to his position. The knight agrees and says goodbye. However, someone had been watching that conversation, Hirkin, who quickly realizes there were actually 2 players there. He thinks they're definitely part of an organization since they're working together, but he also believes that if they were from a normal guild, they would have made an offer after revealing who they were. With that, he concludes that those guys definitely aren't ordinary players, since they were testing him like that, but he remains curious, wondering who the hell those players were. The next day, Hirkin is still puzzled about what happened, thinking there must be something more to the Nest's egg quest he received. He figures they probably saw his video and already knew the Heiho mask would receive Ahimbri's quest, especially since they let him go so easily. That's why he thinks they don't care who Heiho mask actually is. So he's stuck in a dilemma, unsure what's going on with the quest he got, but knowing that if he continues it as is, he'll likely run into them again, and if he wants to avoid that, he won't even be able to post videos for a while. He wonders why those damned lunatics keep ruining his life, especially since just dealing with Solyan alone is already too much. Meanwhile, Solyan has just logged out of the game, and her secretary, Park Suji, appears, commenting that she did a great job. She then hands her lady a water bottle and asks how things went with the guild entrance exam. Solyan takes the bottle and says they were all trash. She also wants to know how they can all be so useless, and if there are any updates about the Ha-Ho mask she mentioned. Suji hesitates a bit, but says he seems to have joined another guild, since he hasn't responded yet, which makes Solyan furious, demanding to know if that's true. Terrified, Suji says she doesn't think so and will investigate again. Solyan tells her not to come back until she's sure. While changing clothes, she asks what the chairman said. Suji replies that he hasn't said anything yet. Solyan smiles and explains that if he's staying quiet, it means Warlord is doing very well. Then, after getting dressed, she emphasizes that he tried to arrange a marriage by force when she told him about playing the game. While Suji is stunned by her boss's figure, Solyan tells her to gather a new batch of candidates and report to her the next morning. Suji is startled and asks if she really wants to hear about that the very next day, as it's quite sudden, but Solyan doesn't care and leaves the room, ignoring her secretary. Suji thinks her boss has a really nasty personality. Later, in a dungeon, Hirkin comments that it's been a while since he was there and that he barely remembers the lizard swamp. He figures that since Ahimbri is currently at Castle Bangsu, the quest must be somewhere around this region, especially because it involves finding an egg, so it's likely from some kind of bird, reptile, or insect. Filtering through places he can access at his current level, the lizard swamp was the only option. He then calls one of his summons and says the monsters here are high level, so he'll probably need to use the skill enhancement he received. Referring to the Helm of Madness, he knows he has to draw a mark and cast the proper spell. So he activates the helm, and his summon begins to change, its gaze now filled with a bloody energy. It quickly starts releasing a powerful aura that leaves the protagonist stunned. He gets really excited seeing his summon transforming into something incredible. He says they need to test it first, so he tells the summon to attack him, but he forgets the note in the skill that says there's a chance the summon might lose sanity. One of them takes a deep breath, eyes full of bloodlust, and charges at its master, who is now terrified. But Hirkin lands a solid punch to the summon's skull, launching it high into the air. As the skull crashes back to the ground, he demands to know how the summon dares to scream. Then he decides to review the skill more closely to check for a bug, but finds nothing. He figures maybe he got hit by his own skill somehow, but doesn't notice something emerging from the swamp behind him. A level 30 lizard man appears, ready to attack. Hirkin turns and says that, apparently, The test subjects arrived at just the right time. With that, he activates his skill again, and the system notifies that when the Helm of Madness is active, it increases the summon's attributes. And currently, the boost rate is 1.2x. Hirkin also activates Bone Armor, equipping his summon with armor, but for now, the only available piece is the chest plate. With that, all his summons are ready for battle, which makes the Lizardmen a bit nervous. So Hirkan orders his summons to wipe out the monsters. They unleash a series of attacks, forcing the Lizardmen into full defense. One of them takes advantage of a distracted enemy, appears behind it, and strikes with a powerful, merciless slash. It doesn't take long for the system to announce that the skeleton warriors killed 3 Lizardmen and earned 864 experience points, and that the protagonist leveled up twice. Hirkin watches his summons and bursts into laughter, full of excitement. Then he tells his summons that for the next week, they'll be hunting monsters while searching for the egg, and if that's not the right region for the quest, they'll move elsewhere. While calling his summons to head out, someone watches him from afar. It's a bold woman. She plays coy, thinking about how she'll introduce herself. She keeps thinking how beautiful she is, then admits to herself that's not what she meant to think, but knows it's true, and there's nothing she can do, since everyone likes her no matter what. That's why life has always been easy for her. When she pretends she's in trouble, her slaves always come to help. But as soon as she takes a step, she slips in the mud and falls face first into a puddle. Furious, she thinks about how much she hates this place. She then remembers that one of her slaves brought her there to help her level up, but in the end, he died quickly, and now she's stuck there. Watching the protagonist from a distance, she knows the monsters there are too strong and the terrain is difficult. Then, as she stares more closely at the protagonist, she gets an idea. Maybe she just found herself a new slave. He hears a strange sound, and when he looks back, he sees Ilya stumbling before collapsing on the ground, asking for help. She puts on a pitiful face and says she hurt her legs because of the monsters, but inside, she's thinking the fool in front of her will fall for her act and won't resist helping a damsel in distress. But the protagonist doesn't care at all and simply turns away, continuing on his path. That leaves her completely stunned, wondering why the hell he acted like that. As she shouts for help, Hirkin just thinks another lunatic has shown up. Ilya bites her lip, absolutely furious, wondering how he dares ignore her. Hirkin continues his journey, fighting several monsters along the way, and while he gets bored watching his summons handle everything by themselves, he notices that the same woman is still following him. He realizes he's been ignoring her to avoid wasting time, but she just keeps following. So he starts remembering the faces of the players who tried to trick him a few days earlier, getting angry thinking that if they're in the game, they should at least play properly. He concludes it's better to deal with this now, so he finally turns around and asks the woman what she wants. She approaches and says she dropped her sword in one of the swamps while hunting and asks if he could help find it. Hirkin makes it clear that when he finds the sword, she'd better disappear from his sight. She gets excited and starts thanking him non-stop, saying she won't forget his help, but internally, she thinks she just fooled another idiot. After walking around the area, they eventually find the sword she mentioned. Ilya thanks the protagonist again. He says it's fine and reminds her not to forget the promise she made to disappear once she got the sword. He takes a deep breath and orders his summons to go retrieve the sword. They quickly head over. While laughing, she thanks him once more, but he knows that necromancers are nothing without their summons. So she takes advantage of the fact that the protagonist is distracted and attacks him. Just as she's about to succeed, Hirkin quickly turns around and tells her she's really slow. Then, while she's still surprised and trying to figure out what just happened, he grabs her clothes and throws her high into the air, making her fall straight into the swamp. She emerges from the water and starts cursing him. Furious, she demands to know if he really thinks he'll get away with something like that, because her bodyguards will find him and destroy him. Hirkin starts laughing and tells her to look behind her. She turns around, wondering what's back there. and sees several lizard men. While Ilya tries to defend herself as best she can, Hirkin makes it clear that she still has a long way to go before she can trick him. He also points out that he could see her intentions from the very beginning. He then thinks to himself that he's been fooled too many times and can't afford to let it happen again. So he turns and says she's already wasted enough of his time, then calls his summons to leave. However, he gets frustrated when he sees them mimicking the same flirty behavior they saw from the woman. Hirkin gets angry and orders them to stop learning weird things or he'll eliminate them completely. Then a system message pops up, informing that the player Ilya has been eliminated. The protagonist gets excited and says he wasn't expecting to earn points for that, since he didn't eliminate her himself. Then he remembers her yelling that her bodyguards would come after him and figures they probably don't even exist. He'd even bet someone like her doesn't have anything like that. However, a group is watching the protagonist through a recording device and they are furious. Sometime later, still in the swamp dungeon, someone is injured and has a sword pointed at them. Hirkin, while leaving his sword stuck in the player, tells the protagonist to screw off and calls him an enemy of Lady Ilya. Hirkan says he's going to ask a question, wanting to know why the player is going so far for her, since it's not like he gained anything from it, and that's why he really wants to know if he thinks she'll date him if he avenges her. The player suddenly starts smiling, which confuses the protagonist. Then the player laughs maniacally and yells that it's because he loves her. So Hirkin eliminates him mercilessly and thinks the whole thing is a joke. Then he starts thinking about the girl from earlier who tried to deceive him, which makes him remember her. He never thought what she said about having bodyguards would turn out to be true, but knows that because of it, he's been running into crazy bums like them every day. He gets excited, thinking he's pretty eager due to not finding any missions, especially now that there's a bunch of shameless people trying to get him. He then wonders if he should find that woman and kill her again, but concludes it's better not to, as it might cause even more problems. With that, the system informs him that he obtained another unowned watch, as well as 5,000 gold coins, goblin leather boots, and the rare quality promise necklace. Hirkin wonders if the promise necklace he just picked up isn't one of those super rare items that could be sold for 800,000 won. He gets excited and shouts that love is great, thanking the idiots while thinking he'll finally have a fancy dinner. Suddenly, a guy appears shouting that the protagonist is right in front of him. Hirkin turns around excitedly, saying that the guy who killed Ilya is here. However, he finds himself face to face with several warriors, so he starts running away from them, as he didn't expect there to be so many. While running, he wonders how many there are, and if it's really possible for so many people to be obsessed with that woman. Then he decides to stop running and summons his minions. One of the players comments that those are the summoned skeletons they had heard about, and says he'll let his friend handle it like they agreed. He takes a deep breath and uses his love power skill, easily cutting through all the summons, while the protagonist screams that such a skill doesn't even exist. Then, he sees a system notification that his skeleton was destroyed, so he thinks they seem to be a higher level than him, and since there are so many, he doesn't think he can fight them head-on. So he boosts his speed even more, leaving them behind, and swears that once he levels up, he'll find and eliminate them. After running for a while, Hirkin stops to catch his breath. He soon thinks that it's hard to shake players off because his level is lower, and for now, he just needs to keep moving. Then he's surprised when he feels something strange in the air. He turns around and wonders where he is, knowing that the place is very different from the rest. He realizes he doesn't remember a place like this in the lizard swamp, and that he's been in the area for days but has never seen this kind of black swamp. After thinking a bit more, he concludes it must be what he suspects. Meanwhile, the players are searching for the protagonist, wondering where he went. Then, the chubby one yells that he might be ahead, since he sees a skeleton, but what they're actually seeing are the protagonist's summons dancing like they're in a club on top of something strange. They're stunned by the sight. The chubby one gets furious, curses the protagonist, and says that it wasn't enough to hurt Lady Ilia, now he dares to insult them like this. Without thinking twice, he charges straight at the summons. But at that moment, a huge creature emerges from the swamp and grabs the chubby guy, pulling him into its massive mouth. His friends are paralyzed with fear because of the enormous creature. This is the level 40 lizard dragon, the boss of the lizard swamp, which easily devours the chubby guy. Hirkin just hides, watching the players deal with the boss. He then thinks he never imagined the nest would be the lizard dragon's nest, since he knows it's a boss with huge defense, HP, and attack, requiring a group of 20 level 40 players just to barely defeat it. He also reflects that, from what he heard, the lizard dragon raid was completed some time ago, and normally this boss shouldn't even be here. However, he considers that if someone with a related quest enters the area like his quest to take the egg from the nest, the monster will respawn. In other words, if the lizard dragon is here, this must be the location of Ahimbri's quest. That makes him even more curious, wondering if Ahimbri really sent him there to defeat that thing and take the egg back, even knowing he's only a level 20 player. He gets furious, thinking that NPC is a real scumbag, but he also knows that luckily he managed to gather some good comrades, so he figures it should be fine. One of Ilya's love slaves yells that the lizard dragon is too much and they better retreat, but Hirkin shows up and says they can't do that. He then uses his bone fragment skill and summons his skeleton warriors. The players, seeing the protagonist's summons, comment that they're surrounded. One of them, shouting that it's fine and they just need to push through, ends up getting struck by the lizard dragon without realizing it and is launched into the air. With that, the protagonist takes advantage of their distraction and runs off. As he sprints at full speed, Hirkin thanks them and says he'll never forget the sacrifice they made. He then thinks that now that the boss is occupied, it can only mean one thing, so he heads straight to the lizard's nest to steal the egg, knowing it should be empty. After jumping into the nest, he gets excited thinking all he has to do is grab the egg and get out. But he ends up shocked, as he doesn't see the egg anywhere. So he starts searching like a madman until he finally finds the egg and stares at it, puzzled. He thinks he found something really suspicious, and judging by its appearance, wonders if it doesn't look more like a rock than an egg. Then he gets spooked when the system informs him that his skeleton warrior was destroyed. He turns around and assumes the lizard dragon must be returning after detecting an intruder. It doesn't take long before the boss returns to the nest, furious. The protagonist tries to hide and thinks he's totally screwed. He also knows that now that the boss is back, he won't be able to search the nest any further. But looking at the thing that looks like an egg, he figures that if that's the case, he has no choice but to take it, even if it isn't really an egg. After returning to where the players were fighting the boss, he sees a chaotic scene with several bodies. Hirkin approaches one of them laughing, and while grabbing the player's watch, he says that Warlord is a really interesting game, and that there are so many crazies because everyone has too much freedom. The player gets furious and curses at him, but Hirkin stabs his sword near the player's face, and as the guy gets scared, the protagonist tells him to listen carefully to what he's about to say. He explains that he was just playing around until now, but that he has a lot to lose in this game. So he makes it clear that next time they meet, they won't get off so easy, and that this is a warning to them, and that woman too. After saying that, he turns and runs off at full speed. After walking a bit, he thinks that he swears. If those players keep bothering him, even after his warning, it'll be all-out war. Then he thinks it's time to make some extra cash with everything he got in the swamp dungeon. So he posts on the game forum that he just found a lizard dragon in the lizard swamp and wants to sell the exact location for 100,000 won. After returning to where Ahimbri is, he places what he thinks is an egg on the table and awkwardly tells Ahimbri that he brought what he asked for. He then hopes it really is the right item, since he doesn't want to search the whole map again. The NPC observes it closely, which makes the protagonist anxious. until Ahimbri says that this is the item he was looking for and thanks the protagonist. He gets excited, thinking that in the end, he managed to bring the correct item. Ahimbri comments that he was faster than expected and thought someone like him would take much longer. Hirkin gets nervous, wondering if he knew that and still gave him this mission. What kind of NPC is this? Still, he says he did his best and wants to know if he'll get another mission. Ahimbri asks if the protagonist knows what the item is, because when they investigated the area near where the mutant monsters were, this thing was found. That's why he temporarily named the item, which looks like an egg, the Stone of Corruption. Hirkin is shocked, realizing that must be the reason those guys were after him, since he knows the Stone of Corruption is an important origin item related to the main quest. He figures they just wanted to make sure no one else got the item that could impact the main quest's progression. But at the time, he thought he had been scammed when he got that quest, so he never expected it to be part of the main story. Ahimbri apologizes and says he knew the mission would be too hard for the protagonist, but since they're facing an unknown and powerful being, he needed to test Hirkin's willpower. He then gets serious and asks if Hirkin is ready to fight against corruption. The protagonist clenches his fists tightly, thinking he has plenty of willpower, and if this is part of the main quest, then it's his golden opportunity. So he yells that he'll devote his body and soul to it, but Ahimbri replies, "Not right now," which leaves the protagonist completely confused. So he asks the NPC to be clearer. He explains that Hirkin must have seen how strong the monsters are, and therefore doesn't think he should give such a mission to a rookie. The protagonist is stunned, wondering if his level is really too low to continue the mission. But suddenly, the NPC changes his expression and tells the protagonist that if he asks the great mage Ahimbri to please accept him as a disciple, he might be willing to help and train him. After that, the protagonist leaves Ahimbri's room without saying a single word. Not long after, the system informs him that he completed the nest egg quest, obtained the title of Ahimbri's disciple, and that the quest, Ahimbri's Teachings Part 2, has begun, which requires him to reach level 40 before meeting Ahimbri again. The reward will be a skill book of the corrupted tracker ring. Then he remembers the pathetic scene he had to act out exactly what the NPC told him to do, so he gets furious, thinking Ahimbri really is a con artist. Meanwhile, in some dungeon, a fierce monster has been completely defeated. They shout to end the battle, and for anyone needing healing to head to the healers. One of the players tells his captain that their guild finally did something big. He agrees and asks the warrior to tell everyone to regroup after resting. He then runs over to another player, thanks him, and says he was even stronger than expected. That player is the knight who went after the protagonist. He replies that it was no problem at all, and that it was all thanks to the other players who supported him so well. The guild captain insists that wasn't the case and says that if it had been just them, at least 5 members would have died. That's why he believes it was thanks to him that they completed the raid with no casualties. He also admits he had doubts when he heard there were helpers who accepted money to assist in boss raids, and says he's really glad he hired him. Then he takes a pouch of coins and says it's all they have to offer. The knight notices that this isn't the promised payment. The captain awkwardly admits he knows that, but says it's separate from the original deal. However, the knight gets serious and says he won't accept it, as he doesn't like breaking the rules. This leaves the guild captain embarrassed and very surprised, and he apologizes, thinking the knight was just helping out for the money. While the captain wonders why a ranker would take on such a low-level raid, the knight walks off, saying he's going to collect all the items from the nest, as promised. The captain yells to warn him that there probably isn't anything of value in the nest. Meanwhile, the player thinks he got really lucky, since he never imagined he'd get a chance like this to obtain the Stone of Corruption. He remembers being worried when he heard the lizard dragon had respawned, thinking that Hey-Ho Mask might already be on the quest. But since the lizard dragon was still alive, he assumes the protagonist must have failed. So he jumps into the nest and thinks that defeating a boss isn't something you do with mechanics alone. He gets excited, knowing that all he has to do now is grab the Stone of Corruption and stop Heiho Mask from completing the quest. But then he's disappointed to realize the Stone of Corruption isn't there. He starts trembling with rage and shouts, cursing the protagonist. Meanwhile, the protagonist is logged out, staring intently at his phone. He takes a deep breath and says it's time, since during all those tough days, he kept telling himself that if he endured a bit longer, things would get better. But he gets nervous and decides that ends now. He builds up confidence and says he's going to do it. He's going to order steak. He grabs his phone, starts jumping around like crazy, and says he was trying to save on gas and food just in case. But now that he's completed the main quest, he figures it's okay to treat himself to a juicy steak, especially since he earned some extra money. So he thinks it's a fitting reward and time to convert it into real money. As soon as he does, he sees his massive balance in the account and gets excited, saying, "It's finally time for steak." But then he watches several deductions hit his account: debt payments, utility bills, and rent. His balance drops to 856.1, leaving him stunned, since that's not even enough to buy instant noodles. He starts pounding the floor and wonders why he works so hard and is still broke. Then he gets a message from Romeni, asking if he's still alive and if he quit WTube for good. He picks up his phone and thinks he forgot to update Romeni about his situation and that he can't make videos anymore because some lunatics are after him. But then he gets nervous and wonders if he really needs to be so cautious when he's practically starving. What did he even do wrong? He's just an innocent player enjoying the game. Frustrated, he gets up and decides he doesn't care anymore. He'll do whatever he wants. So he logs back into the game and goes to a creepy place that looks like a graveyard. The system notifies that he's entered the field of the forest of the dead. As he walks, he tells his summons that no matter how many times he comes here, it's always scary. He figures this is probably the best place for him to grind some experience, and the creepy atmosphere is also great for attracting views on his videos. With that, he turns around and calls his summons to hunt. But first, he says they've got a new teammate now, and he's in charge of strategy from now on. He tells them to get along. His new summon is a skeleton mage, a skill that the con artist Ahimbri gave him. He knows that the more his mastery improves, the more advanced the effects they'll be able to use. So he concludes it's a great skill, but also one that consumes a lot of mana. Then, looking ahead, he sees a hand emerging from the ground and says, that's their next target. Several skeletons begin rising from the ground as well, all at level 33. This leaves his summons confused, as the enemies look just like them. Hirkin looks back and wants to know what his summons are doing, since they're supposed to be out there hunting monsters. But they're clearly terrified of fighting copies of themselves. Still, the protagonist couldn't care less, and makes it clear that his summons will realize once the fight begins that undead monsters have a different trait than normal ones. However, he sees his summons hiding in fear and immediately demands to know what the hell they're doing. Frustrated, he snaps his fingers and tells them to stop wasting time. They have a lot of work to do. Boney wastes no time and charges forward, striking a skeleton with pity. He then watches the enemy stand still for a moment, but it soon keeps moving even after being hit, leaving Boney confused. Hirkin comments that, yes, that's right, normal attacks don't work. So he pulls a warhammer from his inventory, one that adds 35 strength and lands a simple hit on the skeleton, shattering it completely. He follows up with a blow to its skull, sending it flying, and thinks it was a perfect home run. He turns around and asks his summons if they saw what he just did. They just have to smash the skull. But what he sees instead is all of his summons holding their heads in fear of him, terrified that he might do the same to them. Hirkan then says the goal is to hunt 100 skeletons in 100 minutes because he's recording a timed attack video. With a sinister smile, he makes it very clear that if they fail, he won't let them leave. That instantly makes them dash off at full speed to hunt. After some time, The system reports that the protagonist has eliminated several skeletons and leveled up. He compliments his summons on doing a great job and thinks he expected them to take longer to get used to a weapon they'd never used before, but in the end, they're doing better than expected. Because of that, he believes the video will be a success, but he'll need to talk to Remeni first. That's when he senses a strange presence, and a massive level 35 skeleton warrior appears right in front of him. Hirkin gets nervous, realizing this is a rare monster that spawns randomly. He also knows there's a chance it might come back in a bovine form, so he runs at full speed with his summons toward the boss, thinking that he's finally going to get steak. As he charges, he wonders what he should eat first, grilled or roasted. But then he sees the skeleton warrior swinging a massive axe and has to leap back quickly, or he would have been wiped out by the monster's powerful blow. After retreating to his summons, he thinks that was terrifying. He nearly died without even reacting. Thankfully, he aimed at the creature's arm, which only enraged it more, and it quickly follows up with another strike. But Hirkin anticipates it, and together with his summons, strikes the skeleton warrior in the pelvis, slamming it to the ground. He then checks if his summons are okay. While saying it was easier than expected, he doesn't notice the skeleton warrior charging at him again. Just before it hits him, he comments that the creature is quite impatient. Then he yells out that there's still one last attack left from one of his summons. The skeleton mage begins channeling fire magic and launches it, hitting the warrior dead on and setting its bones ablaze. The system announces that the protagonist has slain a skeleton warrior and earned a large amount of experience. Hirkin takes a deep breath, thinking that was a close one. Looking at the flaming remains of the creature, he concludes he should get at least 10,000 views on that video. But he's still hungry and decides he's definitely grilling that steak. At that moment, the system alerts that the field boss has detected the death of one of the protagonist's subordinates, which leaves Hirkan confused. The system then continues warning that the field boss has found intruders, and finally, that the field boss is awakening. A massive magic circle appears right next to them. Then its head begins to emerge, followed by its body, until a colossal creature fully materializes before Hirkin and his summons. He's left speechless, unable to believe what he's seeing. The level 40 golden skeleton boss has appeared. He knows that the golden skeleton is the Forest of the Dead's boss, and the first mage class boss, a powerful one known as the Rookie Killer. He also recalls that the condition to make it appear was defeating several skeletons, though he hadn't considered that at the time. He thinks there's no way he can beat it, but if he does, it'll be a huge jackpot. Then he gets an idea of how to pull it off if he buffs his skeletons. Maybe there's a chance. So he calls his summons into battle, only to notice they've vanished. The system then informs him that his summons were dispelled due to lack of mana, which leaves him stunned. He starts to panic. He's all alone in this fight. He doesn't realize it's normal, since he had summoned all 4 and even made the mage cast all those spells. So there's no way he'd still have mana left. Facing the colossal creature, he knows he has no choice. He grabs his watch and says it's time to warm up his body for the first time in a long while. He activates his slot and equips his battle armor. With that, he faces the boss and dares it to bring it on. Without hesitation, he takes the initiative and charges forward. The golden skeleton quickly begins channeling its skill, growing stronger, and once it's ready, it fires at the protagonist, who has to dodge the powerful attacks. Hirkin knows that a single hit would kill him, and yet the boss is launching multiple attacks. It's no wonder it's called the Rookie Killer. While the golden skeleton continues attacking, Hirkin realizes he has no chance of winning if he allows it to keep casting spells freely. He jumps, and just before striking, thinks that all he needs to do is stop it from casting. He delivers a powerful blow to one of the golden skeleton's palms, managing to delay its attack. Hirkin notices that the boss's hands are tied to its spells, so he figures he just needs to destroy all of them. At that moment, the golden skeleton begins to react strangely, and the system alerts that the field boss is staring directly at the protagonist. which confuses him. Then the system warns that the boss has seen through him and is evaluating the protagonist's skill level. After making several gestures with its hands, the golden skeleton releases an intense wave of dark, negative energy. Hirkan gets scared, wondering what the hell is happening. In a blink, he's bombarded by the boss's dark energy. While running from the attacks, he tries to understand what's going on until he sees he won't be able to dodge one of them. At the last second, he leaps to the side, causing the attack to crash into the ground, but the impact launches him violently across the area. Lying on the ground, he catches his breath and questions the boss's insane attack pattern. He doesn't remember it being like this. He wonders if he's misremembering, or if the golden skeleton had hidden patterns, or maybe it just got rebalanced in a patch, like the Minotaur in the tutorial mission. That thought discourages him, since, unfortunately, he can't recall clearly after all. It's been years since he last hunted a golden skeleton. Still, he grabs his weapon and thinks how frustrating this is, having no skeletons to summon and not even remembering the boss's full attack pattern. Looking up at the colossal creature in front of him, he wonders how he's going to defeat it. The boss quickly launches another attack, forcing the protagonist to dodge again. He keeps doing this with every attack the golden skeleton makes. As he gets a little closer to the boss, he thinks he can actually dodge the attacks as long as he knows their trajectory. Unfortunately, he also knows that this leaves him with no time to counterattack, so he reflects that he needs to find a blind spot as fast as possible. That's when he gets startled. The boss grabs him with one of its arms. It pulls him in and lets out a tremendous roar right in his face. Hirkan thinks he's completely screwed. Watching the creature channeling an attack right in front of him, he wonders how many attack patterns this thing has. But he smiles and says he has a trump card too. He uses his demonic curse skill to inflict a debuff on the boss. The system announces that the target's stats will be reduced by 13%. With that, the protagonist breaks free from the boss's grip and charges at it. He comments that he didn't know how he'd get an opening, but the boss ended up giving him one. Then he channels power into his fist and delivers a powerful punch straight to the golden skeleton's face. A huge explosion follows from the impact. The skeleton's bones begin cracking and breaking at once, which gets Hirkan completely hyped. The golden skeleton starts to fade away. Not long after, the system informs the protagonist that he has defeated the golden skeleton, earned lots of experience points, received a hefty sum of gold coins, obtained the title Skeleton Slayer, and leveled up. He breathes in relief. As he deactivates his slot, he thinks that was a close one, certain he would have failed if it had lasted 10 more minutes. Then he pulls up his status screen and sees that he's currently at level 36 with 9 titles. His stats show 109 strength, 35 stamina, 101 intelligence, and 141 mana. He gets excited knowing he's reached level 36. However, he also realizes that things will get dangerous from here. Even though 141 mana is a decent number considering he invested the bare minimum in that stat, he knows it's still not enough. So far, he's been pushing forward thanks to his titles and level ups, but now that he has more skills to use, it's just not sufficient. After all, he increased his strength for his skeleton warriors, but what's the point if the skeleton warriors vanish? He hangs his head, thinking he's already earned all the mana-related titles he can at this point and wants new gear, but unfortunately, he has no money for that. Then, out of nowhere, he smiles and says he doesn't care and doesn't even know anymore. He skips off saying that, for now, he'll send the video to Rameni and focus on reaching level 40, and that later, for sure, he's going to eat beef ramen. Sometime later, after he sends the video he recorded in the Forest of Monsters dungeon to his editor, she watches it. She pauses it, takes a deep breath, and punches her teddy bear hard. Furious, she keeps beating the stuffed animal and asks if the protagonist is actually insane. But suddenly, her personality shifts, and she gets all giddy, jumping around the room and saying that Hirkan managed to defeat a boss stronger than him without taking a single hit, and he did it with no practice at all, proving he's truly talented. She sits down in her chair, relieved, and says the video is so good it barely needs any editing, and she'll soon send him the final version. Then she starts wondering what title to use for the video. Thinking of something cool, she suddenly has an idea and excitedly declares that she'll title it The Solo Emperor. Later, in the game, at the Bangsu Castle branch of the Adventurers Association, Hirkin arrives saying to Ahimbri that he's back, stronger just like he asked. He notices the protagonist all dirty and asks what happened and why he looks like a beggar. Hirkin laughs and just tells the NPC to hand over the reward already. The NPC agrees and says he'll give the promised reward. The system then announces that the protagonist has completed the quest, Ahimbri's Teachings Part 2, and has received the skill book, Osteology. He's very impressed by the skill book, knowing it's a very rare necromancer ability not found on the market. The skill increases the stats of all summoned skeletons by 5%, reduces the mana cost to summon and maintain them by 10%, and also allows summoning one additional skeleton. But what he needed most was precisely that mana cost reduction, so he starts thanking the NPC frantically. Ahimbri also shows Hirkan that he obtained the corrupted tracker ring, and that he should use the corrupted stone he brought to harness its power. The corrupted tracker ring is unique in the game's history and grants 2 bonus points to class-specific stats and 9 points to all attributes. When used together with the corrupted tracker necklace, all attributes are boosted by 21 more points. Hirkan is drooling with happiness because he knows the corrupted tracker ring is that rare ring given only to the first players to complete the main storyline. He jumps to grab the ring and thanks the NPC, but Ahimbri closes his hand and says, on second thought, he's not sure he can just hand it over. He turns away, leaving the protagonist confused. Then, Ahimbri turns back, laughing, and tells him that if he wants the ring, he should come and take it if he can. Hirkan laughs and says, all right. Without hesitation, he activates his slot, puts on his battle armor, and charges at the NPC full force. Sometime later, outside the Scavengers Association, Hirkan has managed to get the ring. However, he's exhausted, wondering what got into that crazy old man. He would have killed him if he weren't an NPC. But in the end, he got the ring and the next quest. Ahimbri had told him that he'd lost contact with an agent named Miggy and that he thought the protagonist should visit Suryu Castle. Remembering that, he decides to let it slide for now. However, he knows that the Suryu Castle area is high level, so he figures he should level up more on the way. Then he sees several messages on his watch. It's Rameni with urgent news, saying she just posted the Golden Skeleton video on WTube and thinks he should take a look. The protagonist opens the video and immediately sees that it has over 2 million views, along with many comments praising him and asking for more, many of them including donations to the channel. He's blown away, wondering what the hell is happening. He drops to the ground in disbelief and starts counting how many zeros are in his account. Soon, he starts thinking about what to eat. Tomahawk, ribeye, filet mignon, sirloin, so many delicious things. He starts drooling, thinking he can now eat anything tasty he wants. Then he wonders about the jackpot he just hit. He knew the reactions would be good, but not this good. As he's thinking that he needs to log off soon, his watch beeps with a new message. It's a huge donation, and someone says they've been sending him messages. The message is from the recruitment leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild, saying they've tried reaching out several times but hadn't gotten a reply, so they're leaving a comment here. He says that the Thunder Hunters Guild would like to officially recruit him and asks if he could spare some time to discuss it with them. Hirkan gets furious. He knows that the Thunder Hunters is Che Solyan's guild, the woman who kicked him out of the game in his previous life. He then remembers how persistent they were back then, and apparently, they're still doing the same thing. Furious, he flips off the message and says he wouldn't join the Thunder Hunters even if his life depended on it. But after thinking a bit more, he feels like he said this before, so he recalls his past life when he was furious and saying it was annoying as hell, and he wants to know why Chae Sol-yeon is being so persistent after being rejected so many times, especially since she was already in a guild. One of his friends at the time commented that he was pretty lucky, since the Thunder Hunters were one of the best guilds even among the top 30, and that the guild leader was the daughter of a rich family, so if he joined, he'd definitely get a six-figure salary. His other friend added that it made sense they were after someone like Hirkin. Then he smiled and explained that it was because the protagonist was really good at the game, and in all the raid videos from his guild, every single comment was just about him. He finished by saying that, honestly, Hirkan was way too good for them. Hirkan took a deep breath and quickly asked them to stop, making it clear he didn't care about the six-figure salary because he didn't want to join the Thunder Hunters, and the money would come once their own guild became the strongest. Plus, he preferred to keep playing with his current guild. His friend gave a fake little laugh and said he was right. So, after remembering all that, he feels even more frustrated now, but he knows they don't need to betray him again over it. He starts slapping his own face and thinks it's not time to get drunk on the money. He's got a lot of work to do, so he pulls out the skeleton fragments and throws them. As soon as he summons them all, he makes it clear to his minions that they know he was the one who did everything in the Golden Skeleton raid and that they did nothing. He explains that they're going to start training again because they need to move more efficiently and can't repeat what happened last time, so he asks if they're up for it. But he ends up seeing his old friends in his summons faces, then quickly realizes they're not them, and that makes him happy, thinking this time will be different. He calls his summons to become the strongest, then says their next destination is Suryu Castle, and asks if they should train along the way. All his summons nod, suggesting yes. With that, Hirkin summons his weapon and says the training will be simple, they're just going to run all the way there. And if any of them fall behind, they'll get punished. That makes them take off running at full speed, afraid of getting hit. And so, they head for Suryu Castle. Meanwhile, Syl is deep in thought. A mage approaches and asks what she's thinking about. She's standing over several defeated monsters. The mage informs her lady that it's almost time for the meeting. This is Hatch from the Thunder Hunters Guild. Syl jumps down from where she was and quickly asks how the progress is going on the Corrupted Count mission. Hatch says they haven't made any progress yet and still haven't found any clue for the next quest. Syl gets furious and says she can't believe they let the Hydra Guild grab the main quest before them. Hatch tries to argue, saying she thinks they'll find it soon, since they're going to a meeting with the leaders of all 30 top guilds. Syl emphasizes that there's no way a meeting with those losers will be useful. Even so, Hatch asks the guildmaster to be careful as she walks away. Guys, here's a quick recap of the latest chapters to keep you updated. The protagonist's WTube video was a hit, and he made a lot of money overnight. He was also close to losing control, but thanks to the person responsible for everything he went through, the flames of his revenge were reignited, so he decided to walk the path of a hungry beast. The first thing he did was go to the loan shark he had borrowed money from, and as soon as he got there, he threw down his money bag and made it clear he would pay the full debt, principal, and interest in cash, which surprised the loan shark. Jaehyun, as he's called in real life, after handing over the money, asked if everything was okay. Next, the protagonist bought rare skill books, which made him quite happy. However, once back in the game, he knew he was broke again, with his account balance at 0. Surrounded by his summons, Hirkin lamented that he thought he was ready for this, but admitted that seeing his bank account still hurt. He quickly decided to forget about it and learn the new skills he bought. He wasted no time and learned them. The system then informed him he had acquired the skin grafting skill, a level F mastery passive that increases defense by attaching monster remains to his skin. If he takes too much damage, the material must be replaced. He decided to test it right away, and the system asked if he wanted to use the skeleton warrior's horns to enhance it. He said yes, and the system notified that he had gained the essence of a skeleton warrior and 5 defense points. Curious, He equipped a sword and tested it by attacking himself. He was pleased and commented that he was perfectly fine and that it was much better than expected since nothing happened to him. Then he moved on to the next skill. The system notified him he had acquired the Curse of Sloth skill, allowing him to cast a curse that slows the target's movements. The larger, faster, and stronger the target, the more mana it consumes and the shorter the duration. Hirkin found it interesting, looked to the side, saw his summons, and tested the skill on them, concluding it could be useful in battle. Finally, he opened his last book. The system then informed him he had obtained the Golem summoning skill. Hirkin knew this was the hardest skill to get and the one he wanted most. He tested it immediately, which even surprised his summons. He smiled, and seeing his summoned golem, said he could finally summon it. Then he shouted that a necromancer is nothing without golems, and judging by the size of his new summon, he knew it was more reliable than any of the tanks there. He smiled and snapped his fingers, activating his copy mode, passive, on the golem. He then created a bond with the summon, knowing it had a copy mode that could sync its movements with his. By combining the golem's strength with his own movements, he believed it could be ridiculously effective. However, the golem just stood still, shocking the summons and driving the protagonist crazy, wondering why it didn't work. He questioned whether it was a bug, but then the golem mimicked his earlier movement, leaving everyone speechless. Hirkin wondered if this was faster than his other summons could react, then laughed and asked himself what he should do next. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone mentioned they thought everyone had arrived and asked if they could start the meeting. This was Nergal, leader of the Ares Guild, who thanked everyone for coming despite being busy. Shev the Slayer, leader of the Red Bulls Guild, laughed and said he recognized a few familiar faces there. Berg, the leader of the Big Smile Guild, just takes a deep breath, while Syl, the leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild, remains silent. Berg wants to know if 29 were invited, and only 4 showed up. Shev laughs and says more people came than he expected, since they're talking about the top 30 guilds. Nergal points out that this was really sudden, then explains that normally the top 30 warlord guilds are fiercely competing, and it's very rare to have a meeting like this one. However, he becomes serious and reveals that the Hydra Guild discovered the identity of the corrupted Count and is planning a final raid in a month. Shev starts laughing and says that's insane, knowing none of the other guilds even came close. And if that's true, then Hydra pulled something off. But he's quickly interrupted by someone slamming the table. It's Berg, furious, yelling that it's all over if they let Hydra get the corrupted Count, since they'll end up monopolizing all future main quests, sponsors, ads, and content. Syl tells Berg to shut up, and releasing her power, says that if he's scared, he should just sit quietly and not bother anyone. Berg doesn't like that at all, quickly equips his claws and asks if she wants to fight. Shev asks them to calm down, saying they're not here to fight. Nergal agrees with the blonde and makes it clear that a fight between them would only benefit Hydra. Then, Nergal emphasizes that this is exactly why he's proposing an anti-Hydra alliance. The 4 guilds present will agree not to fight until the corrupted Count missions are finished, and will share all info about him. He then asks if anyone opposes his idea. Shev says he's not a big fan of alliance schemes, but thinks there's no other way. Berg makes it clear that if they don't stop Hydra, they're screwed. Nergal concludes the meeting, but Syl, without saying a word, clearly didn't like any of it. Later, outside the game, someone's taking a shower. It's her, thinking the meeting was humiliating since they couldn't even defeat the Chapter 1 boss alone and had to join forces with other guilds. But she knows there's nothing she can do for now, because if Hydra gets the corrupted Count first, they're done. So, for now, she knows it's time to lay low and wait for the next chance. She picks up her phone and tells someone to order all guild members to keep an eye on Hydra and report any strange activity, because the corrupted Count will be theirs no matter what. Meanwhile, inside the game at the Tsuryu Castle branch of the Adventurers Association, Hirkan is surprised, wanting to know what's going on. A guy says he already asked him to go to the Bobaru forest. He explains that's where Agent Miggy disappeared and that the protagonist should search the area for traces. Hirkan says he knows the Bobaru forest is full of level 70 monsters, a dangerous area, and that he could die instantly if he goes there now. The adventurer sighs and says that's exactly why he's asking him, a disciple of a Himbri. He then makes it clear that if the protagonist refuses, he'll lose his status as a corruption tracker, which scares him even more. After leaving the association, Hirkan sits by a fountain thinking, and concludes he's totally screwed. He opens his quest window and sees he has to find the missing Agent Miggy, who's investigating the corrupted stones, and continue the mission with a reward of 500 gold coins and additional rewards. The penalty is losing the corrupted tracker title. If the quest isn't completed in time, he has 29 days, 9 hours, and 33 minutes. Hirkan gets furious, knowing that if he loses his corrupted tracker status, he'll be kicked from the main quest. Scared, he realizes that accepting all those high-level quests backfired, since he normally wouldn't be able to complete them, but somehow managed and advanced to the next stage. And to make things worse, he now accepted a quest meant for level 60 or higher, so he finds himself at a crossroads, wondering what to do, knowing he can't just give up on the main quest like that. But at the same time, he knows he can't go to the Bobaru forest either. That's when he overhears a player asking a mage if she thinks the Hydra Guild will complete the main quest, because if they do, he believes they'll definitely rise above the other guilds. The mage emphasizes that the rest of the top 30 guilds haven't even managed to start the main quest. The player then asks what'll happen to the other main quests if the corrupted count is defeated, which scares Hirkan quite a bit, but he quickly smiles, looks at his watch, and realizes that maybe he doesn't need to go to the Bobaru forest after all. Meanwhile, someone is observing a huge castle from afar, reporting that nothing special has happened and that his and his friend's mission is finally ending, since having to sit and watch the castle for hours every day was starting to drive him crazy. He asks if his friend agrees. After getting no reply, he calls out to him, his friend being Nadal, 8th in command of Hydra. The guy wants to know what the reward for defeating the corrupted count will be, and if Hydra will definitely become the best guild. Nadal clearly says not to get ahead of themselves. He adds that it's not over yet, as their mission is to secretly monitor the corrupted count's castle. He explains they can't let their guard down or leak info, because true professionals know how to stay calm. Then, out of nowhere, a player runs up shouting that he's found Natal, which makes him furious, asking what the hell is going on. The player is Kim's, rank 3 of the Red Bull Guild, who smiles and says it's been a while. Natal, shaking with rage, demands to know what a Red Bull member is doing there. Kim says the boss on that mountain is high level, so he came to defeat it. He then asks if that's not what they're there for too. Natal looks at his friend, knowing they can't reveal their real mission, and replies that yes, that's exactly why. But Kim's walks up and asks why he looks like he's dying to take a dump, which enrages Natal even more, yelling that it's not true. Kim's turns and says he's leaving, and tells Natal to feel free to go relieve himself, making him even crazier with rage, screaming that he already said that's not it. So Kim's walks away while Natal yells at him to come back. After walking a bit, Kim's taps his watch and informs someone that the 8th in command of Hydra is there, and that it looks like the lead they got was true. Shev and Yel are listening as Kim's passes on the information. The leader says it's unbelievable that the anonymous lead about the corrupted count's location was accurate. Yel says she was sure it was a prank, but in the end, they sent Kim's just in case. So she points out that they were given such important information way too easily. She wonders what the motive is. Shev says he doesn't know, but maybe it's someone inside Hydra holding a grudge against their own guild. Kim's chimes in, saying they're not really in a position to be picky about things like that, since they were about to lose everything to Hydra, so he asks if he can start a fight to buy them some time. But Yell tells him no and says to fall back for now, since if that really is the corrupted Count's location, then most of Hydra's forces must be there, and they can't afford to lose one of their top members right now. Kim says the leader is being too soft on him, since it's not like the Red Bulls will fall apart if he's not around. But at that moment, someone charges at him, and a massive explosion goes off. Shev and Yell are immediately concerned about their friend. As the dust settles, Kims finds a sword pointed at his face and realizes they weren't the only ones who got the anonymous tip. He then starts laughing and announces that the princess of the Thunder Hunters is there. She immediately demands that Kims tell her everything he knows or she'll eliminate him right there. This is the Thunder Princess, Hahui, from the Thunder Hunters Guild. Meanwhile, a bear growls fiercely as the protagonist's golem prepares for battle. The massive bear wastes no time and strikes the golem, which simply defends against the attacks. Eventually, it spots an opening and counterattacks, while the protagonist's summons watch the fight. The battle rages on, and the skeletons are enjoying the show while eating popcorn. Hirkan, however, is puzzled, checking his status and wondering why everything is so quiet, since he's sure the emails were sent and he should be getting replies. He knows the only way to solve this without going to Bobaru Forest is to force the mission to end. He's aware that Warlord's main story consists of many chapters. The current one is Chapter 1, The Corrupted Count. And when the Corrupted Count is defeated, the chapter ends and all related missions are forcefully concluded. He takes a deep breath and realizes that even if he tried to defeat the Corrupted Count himself, he wouldn't make it in time. So he prefers to move on to the next chapter within the remaining time. He then starts yelling that he doesn't care who it is. He just needs someone to defeat the Corrupted Count. That's exactly why he's spreading the information to several guilds, except for Che Solyon's. So he wonders why no one is responding. Suddenly, something catches his attention. The system notifies him that the Hydra Guild is starting a live stream. Meanwhile, his golem is being severely attacked, having its arms broken, and the giant bear doesn't stop, launching another powerful blow. But Hirkan shows up, punching the bear in the head and telling it to shut up and stay quiet while he's thinking. He makes it clear that he needs to watch a stream, so he wants peace. After sitting down to watch the live stream, a host greets all viewers and announces that the Hydra Guild was the first to discover the identity of the Corrupted Count and is planning to attempt a raid. The planned date for the raid is, Hirkan hopes it's sometime this month. Then the host says it'll be in 3 days, which really surprises the protagonist. The stream ends, and he comments that it's sooner than expected, but not shocking, just as he predicted. He starts laughing like a maniac and thinks this is perfect. He then orders his golem to resume fighting the bear. While they fight, he remarks that Hydra probably got nervous because he spread the info to other guilds. Since he knows that if it's Hydra, there's nothing to worry about. They're far ahead of the other guilds in terms of progress on the main quest, and have many skilled players. So he concludes that once the main mission ends, his biggest obstacle will be gone, and in 3 days, his happy life will begin. After some time, the 3 days pass, and many players are being defeated. The system announces that all Hydra Guild members died in the raid and the mission failed, leaving the protagonist in utter disbelief. He throws his phone to the ground and yells, demanding to know if they're messing with him. He shouts that if they were going to start the raid so early, the least they could have had was a plan. He wants to know why they even tried if they were going to fail in an hour. He also questions whether he overestimated them and if he now needs to start looking for alternatives. Then he sees that the Red Bulls Guild has started a live stream. He quickly grabs his phone and wonders if Red Bulls is where the Slayer Shev is from. Meanwhile, in the game, Shev the Slayer comments that since the field is being reset, he assumes the Hydra Guild's raid failed. He then asks if his soldiers saw what happened. He explains that the Corrupted Count is a powerful enemy, powerful enough to massacre even the Hydra Guild. And not only that, but they also won't have backup item supplies, meaning their chances of success will be very low. Even so, Chev slams his sword into the ground and shouts, making it clear that the Red Bulls Guild will accept the challenge. The soldiers immediately start yelling, fired up for the battle ahead. Jae-hyun, watching the stream, wonders if the Red Bulls Guild is really going to start the Corrupted Count quest, since even though they're good, he knows it's still not enough. Then he's surprised to hear Chev announce that they'll be joined in the raid by their partner, the Guildmaster of the Thunder Hunters, the Queen of Thunder, Sil. This leaves the protagonist confused after realizing it's Chae Sol-yeon. A bit earlier, at the Red Bulls camp, Chev was commenting on how unexpected it was that the Queen of Thunder herself requested a meeting, so he wants to know if she's declaring war. Sil replies, no, that for now, they're still allies. Chev looks at Kim's and says he heard one of his men got beaten up, while Sil says it was nothing, just their guild's way of saying hello. Hahui sticks her tongue out at Kim's, teasing him. Chev then gets serious and asks to cut to the point, saying he heard they have info on the corrupted. He pretends not to know what she's talking about, but Sil says she doesn't have time for games, and that she's confirmed some members of the top 30 guilds received information about the corrupted count, and that since someone like him, who couldn't even begin tracking the count, suddenly started doing it, even an idiot would notice. He laughs and admits she caught him, saying it's true, but notes they don't know who provided the tip. She gives a sinister laugh and asks if he really thinks the Hydra Guild will succeed. Chev says he's not sure. Sil replies they'll fail, and that they moved up the raid date just to be first. But she knows the corrupted count is the first boss, so it won't be that easy. They'd have better chances if they let others go first to gather information. Chev gets serious and says he's sure she didn't come just to talk about Hydra, so what's her real point? She gives a slight smile, then slams her sword hard into the table, even surprising the Red Bulls leader. While Kim's gets ready for the worst, Chev signals him to stay calm. Sil asks if they can't work together on the Corrupted Count raid, and says she'll let him get the first kill. Chev is quite surprised and thinks she's bluffing, but now, with her in the raid against the Corrupted Count, he sees this was expected. Watching how she fights and slays raid monsters, he realizes she's not just talk. Still, he knows the Corrupted Count is no joke. As for the Count himself, he laughs and says they're not doing bad for scum like them. This is the Corrupted Count, the main quest boss and final boss of Chapter 1. He then commands his creatures to attack without rest, and declares he'll crush their will completely. Thus, an intense battle begins, with the Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters alliance on one side, and the Corrupted Count on the other. As the fight drags on, Chev knows their allied forces are reaching their limit. Sil comments that the monsters just keep coming. Then Chev steps forward and, unleashing his fearsome power, yells to the Queen of Thunder that he'll clear a path for her. He launches a powerful forward strike, and she rushes in alongside him. As Chev's mighty attack heads toward the Corrupted Count, the Queen of Thunder follows close behind. The boss becomes enraged and counterattacks, demanding to know how they dare challenge him. Sil tries with all her might to keep dodging the countless attacks from the Corrupted Count until she leaps into the air, fully confident, and prepares her strike but ends up being severely hit, leaving her confused and trying to understand where the attacks came from. The Corrupted Count had buried his strikes into the ground, so they would come up behind her and intercept her midair. Chev, worried, shouts to know if she's okay. Sil takes a deep breath, gives a slight smile, then unleashes several attacks, breaking free and rushing toward the Corrupted Count. With eyes full of confidence, she manages to land her powerful blow on the boss. Chev breathes a sigh of relief and says she's scarier than he thought. And so, before the fallen body of the Corrupted Count, Sil sees the system message confirming that the Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters guilds have defeated the Corrupted Count. The protagonist is stunned upon hearing that Chae Sol-yeon defeated the boss of Chapter 1. He throws his phone to the ground and mutters that it doesn't matter, he only needed the Corrupted Count to be defeated, and it didn't matter by whom. He then hopes Sil enjoys it while she can, because the corrupted count will be the last she gets. After all, he knows that in the end, the one who'll win will be him. Sometime later, in the dungeon of the Bulkus Mountains, the protagonist is with his summons, thinking that his real name is Jaehyun, and currently, in the game, he's Hirkan. He's a warlord player who somehow reincarnated. His dream is to become the strongest in the game, to get revenge on the bastards who betrayed him. As he reflects on all this, he suddenly hears a tremendous noise around him, and before he realizes it, a herd of wild boars is charging straight at him, and he has to run to avoid being trampled. A few hours earlier, the protagonist arrived at the entrance to the Bulkus Mountains and saw that the field was blocked. While Littlebone is confused by the barrier, Hirkan explains that it's a locked field until someone meets a certain condition. Since he hasn't met it yet, entry is restricted, but he knows that the Bulkus Mountains are the main stage of Chapter 2's storyline, and that when the main quest of Chapter 1 is completed, entry is automatically granted. So after crossing the barrier, the system notifies him that he has entered the Bulkus Mountains and received the title of First to Set Foot in the Bulkus Mountains, increasing all his stats by 2 points and class-related attributes by 1 point. He gets excited and thinks, just as expected, no one else had discovered it yet. He calls his summons and declares that it's his time to shine, but he quickly comes face to face with several monsters. The monsters in question are all wild boars, level 60, fierce beasts that roam in packs. Hirkan, being only level 41, is shocked to encounter them right away. Back in the present, the boars are enraged and charging after the protagonist, who keeps running and wondering how he got so unlucky and how the hell he ran into those boars as soon as he entered. He also thinks some people have probably already noticed the blocked field is now open, so he can't afford to waste any more time there. He knows his chances are low, but still, it looks like he has to try. So he shouts for his summons to activate their helms and charge at the boars. However, the creatures are so strong that they easily defeat the protagonist's summons. As Hirkan retreats, thinking his summons were wiped out in a single hit, the system notifies that the skeleton warrior has been destroyed after taking too much damage. The protagonist then smiles and says that was just bait. He activates his sloth curse skill on the massive wild boars. He approaches and tells them they won't be able to move for a while. Then, drawing his sword, he charges in and says it's time to pay for destroying his skeletons, until he steps on a banana peel and face plants right in front of the massive beasts. Then, another banana peel falls onto his head. Hirkan grows furious, demanding to know what the hell is going on and where the banana peel came from. Up on a tree branch, a monkey is laughing. It's a level 50 armored monkey, a monster known for playing tricks on humans. Hirkan gets even angrier, quickly stands up, and tells the monkey to wait because he's about to get beaten up. But then the system notifies him that the effect of the sloth curse has worn off. He turns around in a panic, thinking this is really bad. Just then, a bright flash comes from his direction and completely shatters the wild boar's head. Hirkan is startled, trying to understand what just happened. Up in a tree, someone is firing a crossbow, releasing countless arrows that, in a blink, brutally wipe out several wild boars. Hirkan, amazed by how easily the monsters were taken down, wonders how it's possible with just one shot. Then the mysterious person approaches and asks if the protagonist is hurt. Hirkan turns and sees an old man, wondering if it could really be who he's thinking. Meanwhile, at Suryu Castle, two adventurers are surprised by what they see ahead. One of them notices a knight leaning against the wall and asks if that's the White Mamba's armor set. The other responds that it looks like it, and then asks if the person they're seeing is a rancor. The knight, visibly impatient, adjusts his glasses and asks if his companion has found the identity of the informant. A mage steps out from the shadows and says no, that none of the guilds know who sent the information. He adds that it makes sense after all. We're talking about someone who knew the identity of the corrupted count and was willing to give that information away for free. So how are they supposed to find someone like that? The knight also wants to know about the Ha-Ho mask if his friend has any updates. The mage replies that he's just posting regular hunting videos, and that it seems to be something about giant bears. The knight begins to get angry while the mage continues, saying there's no way a newbie who just started the main storyline could be behind all this. He then asks where the knight's next assistant job will be. The knight says it'll be with the Sweepers Guild. The mage, frustrated, comments that it looks like they're going to be really busy again. The knight assures him he'll handle the assistant job and asks his friend to focus on finding the person who leaked the information. He emphasizes that they don't know who this person is, but swears he'll make sure they pay for destroying the balance of the world. Later, in a humble cabin in the Bulkus Mountains, the old man who saved the protagonist from the boars asks if he's really a disciple of the mage Ahimbri. All excited, Hirkin replies that he is, and thinks to himself how lucky he was. He never thought he'd run into Ma Wung, the main NPC from Chapter 2's central storyline. The old man says that luckily he found the protagonist in time while out on patrol. Hirkin knows that Ma Wung is skilled enough to have once been the prince's sword instructor, but was expelled due to an unfortunate event. After that, he became the captain of the guards who protect the Bulkus Mountains. That's why Hirkan knows for sure he had to find this NPC in Chapter 2 and feels incredibly lucky. Ma Wung tells the protagonist that he should go back, which confuses him, so he asks the old man to clarify. Ma Wung explains that he doesn't know what brought Hirkan here, but there's nothing in that place except monsters. So again, he urges him to go back before something worse happens. Hirkan smiles and says the corrupted count is dead. He thinks to himself that there's no point in the old man playing hard to get, since he already knows how to enter Chapter 2. He then adds that even with the count's defeat, there are still corrupted monsters out there, and that he was tracking the source and ended up here. He then wants to know if the old man knows anything about it. The old man says he has something in mind, but no evidence yet, which is why he asks if the protagonist could help him gather some. With that, the system notifies that Hirkan has obtained the title of first to contact a Bulkus watchman, and also the title of initiator, granting him an additional 14 attribute points. Hirkan gets excited after learning he received 2 rare titles and tells the old man that he can indeed help. Ma Wung asks the protagonist to first calm down and then investigate the monsters near the area. Thus, the quest, the Bulkus Watchman's Request, is created, and Hirkan must defeat 50 monsters in the Bulkus Mountains, with a reward of 500 gold coins and increased trust from Ma Wung. Without wasting time, Hirkan heads out of the cabin, thinking this is great since he knew he needed to level up anyway. He then reflects that he'll leave the high-level monsters, like wild boars and warrior bears, for later and start with the easier ones. Until he remembers something. Recalling how the armored monkey mocked him, he decides he'll start with it and wonders how he's going to make it pay. Later, still in the Bulkus Mountains dungeon, a player slips on a banana peel, followed by another. This keeps happening for a while, and the armored monkey just laughs at the players. Then another player starts walking by, and the monkey immediately sets its sights on its next victim. It gets ready, but Hirkan suddenly appears behind it and says he finally found it. The monkey turns around awkwardly, and the protagonist, with a bizarre expression, says he's going to eliminate it. Without hesitation, he grabs his sword and charges at the creature. However, the armored monkey easily dodges all of the protagonist's attacks. Hirkan tries everything to land a hit, but the monkey always evades. Then the monkey increases its speed and quickly flees. The protagonist chases after it, furious. While chasing the creature, he thinks about how annoying the monkey is so fast, and the trees keep getting in the way, making it hard to attack. So he stops on a tree branch, prepares an attack, and throws his sword at the monkey. The creature notices the attack coming and gets really scared. The protagonist's sword hits, but it lands right beside the monkey, scaring it even more. The creature starts laughing at the protagonist, but Hirkin makes it clear that the sword attack was just a distraction. Right then, his golem appears and delivers a powerful punch, causing massive destruction. Hirkin watches from afar, and it doesn't take long for the system to inform him that he has earned the title of being the first to hunt down and eliminate an armored monkey. Hirkin is pleased, and thinks it's time to start hunting more of them. Meanwhile, several cameras are snapping photos, as Shev the Slayer and Syl the Queen of Thunder are there. They shout out congratulations to the Red Bull Guild's Red Bull, and to Syl from the Thunder Hunters for completing the first chapter's boss raid. Then, a reporter player approaches the Queen of Thunder and asks if she'd like to say something. She gives a slight smile and says she thinks they were really lucky this time, but they'll keep working hard to bring good results in the future. However, off camera, she looks displeased. Hahui, walking with the Queen of Thunder, says she's the best. Then he admits he thought they were done for when the last wave of monsters came, but then she appeared, jumped in alone, and defeated the corrupted Count. Syl says she was lucky and emphasizes that they couldn't have done it without the Red Bulls. Still, she knows that to achieve a full victory, they need the skills of the player known as Heiho Mask. Disappointed, she asks Hahui to call Hatch. Shocked, he yells, wanting to know why the Queen of Thunder would need that loser. Syl becomes serious and makes it clear that there's something they need to hunt. Meanwhile, something is breaking, and the system soon informs that the protagonist's equipment durability has dropped to 0 and was destroyed. Hirkin looks at his sword in frustration and thinks it's time to look for new gear. But he knows the problem is that he has no money, so he concludes that his only option is to try for gems, since he knows they have a very low drop rate from monsters and are used to craft items. For example, the Green Goblin gem grants 1 extra point of dexterity. The Werewolf gem grants 2 extra points in the attack attribute. They also have additional effects depending on the monster they drop from. He then thinks that gems dropped by armored monkeys are great for making equipment. With that, he summons his creatures and shouts that they're going to hunt every last armored monkey. 9 hours later, Hirkin is devastated, as he had no success in getting any gem drops. And, looking at the pile of countless armored monkeys, he wonders if a drop should have happened by now. Then, with a crazed expression, he tells his summons that he'll try just one more, because he thinks maybe this time it will drop. Suddenly, someone approaches, calling out to the protagonist. A warrior in sinister armor says that Hirkin must be Heiho Mask. The protagonist is intrigued, wondering who this person appearing out of nowhere could be. Looking more closely, he notices the man is decked out in a full and expensive fire lizard set and wields a hero orc sword, meaning he's at least level 70. So he starts thinking maybe the guy is one of those players. The man introduces himself as Quixote. Then, he starts making some strange movements, and as soon as he stops in a completely ridiculous pose, he officially challenges the protagonist to a duel. Hirkin is confused, wondering what the hell the guy in front of him is doing, while Quixote comments that he heard the protagonist is getting popular on WTube, so he points out that beating him would make him popular too. Hirkin thinks that he must be just another attention-starved loser. He turns away and says he's busy and tells him to get lost. Quixote yells, asking the protagonist to wait. Hirkin, irritated, wonders why the gem isn't dropping, and now there's a crazy idiot bothering him on top of it. Quixote shouts that he'll pay 5,000 gold if the protagonist fights him. Hirkin stops when he hears that, quickly turns around and runs up to the player, saying he'll gladly accept the duel and welcomes him, calling him a customer, and thinking that he loves customers. A few hours earlier, Quixote was thinking about himself, believing he was the hero of justice, and that, thanks to his talent, he, Quixote, was a hero who was always the center of attention, no matter what game he played. Well, at least that's what he thought, because in Warlord, no one really paid much attention to him, since he always heard people saying it was much more fun to watch Heiho Mask, and as soon as he looked around, he saw that no one was paying attention to him. and he only heard people asking each other if they had seen the new video from Heiho Mask. That made him furious. He punched the ground and, thinking about Heiho Mask, began yelling that he was being buried by him because they started the game at the same time. Kyoto knew his opponent's level was lower than his, and that he didn't even have good items, so he wondered why everyone loved him. Then, upon realizing something, he questioned where he was, since he had run off without thinking and ended up there. And as he looked ahead, he saw a player surrounded by little creatures. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was Heiho Mask. However, he knew that was supposed to be a blocked field, so why was he hunting there? Then he had an idea. What if he posted a video of himself defeating Heiho Mask? If it worked, could he steal all his fame? So back to the present, Kyoto removes all his gear except his helmet and tells the protagonist that he'll give him 5,000 gold if he can beat him in a duel. Hirkin can't believe what he's seeing and yells, wanting to know why the hell he's stripping if he said he wanted to fight. Kyoto replies that it's to make it a fair fight and emphasizes that, from what he heard, it seems the protagonist's armor just broke. Hirkan doesn't like hearing that. He didn't expect his opponent to know about it. Kyoto insists that what he wants is a fair one-on-one battle and that he doesn't want anyone saying he only won because of his gear, which is why he asked the protagonist to give it his all. Still in disbelief, Hirkin wants to know if his opponent really thinks he'll take him seriously dressed like that. But as Kyoto charges at him without hesitation, he shouts for them to cut the chatter and just fight already. Hirkin dodges the first strike and points out that Kyoto should listen when people talk, but the player doesn't care and keeps launching a flurry of attacks, forcing Hirkin to dodge all of them. Kyoto gets irritated and demands that the protagonist fight back instead of just defending. While still dodging, Hirkin tells Kyoto to make him do it, which enrages him even more, prompting him to activate his booster skill and throw a powerful punch. Hirkin worries if he'll have time to dodge, but ends up getting hit and is sent flying. Lying on the ground, Hirkin realizes his opponent just used the booster skill, a warrior class ability that speeds up movement for a moment. Watching Kyoto from a distance and seeing his aura, he reflects that, although he may look like an idiot, his level seems higher than his own, so he concludes that facing him head-on is a bad idea. Then he gets an idea. He gets up from the ground, and Kyoto comments that it looks like the protagonist is finally ready to face him. He tells him to go all out because he'll surpass his best. As he charges again, yelling that he's going to show everyone he's stronger than Heiho Mask, he activates his booster ability once more. But Hirkin throws dirt at Kyoto's eyes, and while he's distracted, the protagonist sweeps his legs out from under him, making him lose balance and tumble to the ground. Hirkin makes it clear to his opponent that if his strength stat is higher, he just needs to overcome it with his own skills. That said, he lands a powerful kick to Kyoto's face, followed by a strong uppercut, launching Kyoto hard into a tree. The player trembles with rage, calls Hirkin a coward, and demands to know how he considers what he just did a skill. The protagonist responds that no one cares about that when fighting for their life. Hirkin laughs and makes it clear to Kyoto that he lost because he'd rather stick to his pride than focus on winning. Then, he activates his skin grafting skill, Armored Monkey Hide, and the system immediately notifies that the protagonist has been strengthened with the Armored Monkey's attributes. Kyoto becomes very worried and thinks that if he's hit by that, he'll definitely die. With a sinister aura, Hirkin tells Kyoto that he's the one who started this fight, so he better be ready for it. As he charges toward the player, Kyoto starts screaming, asking the protagonist to wait. Then he starts crying and says he surrenders. However, the protagonist can't stop his attack, and a massive wave of destruction follows. Fortunately, and luckily for Kyoto, Hirkin manages to change the direction of his blow, hitting right beside his opponent's head. The tree and everything behind it are completely destroyed. Kyoto trembles in fear, thinking it was so terrifying that he almost forgot he was in a game. Hirkin laughs and tells Kyoto to hand over the 5,000 gold already. However, he adds that he's sure his opponent would prefer not to be forcibly logged out for 2 days, so he suggests they settle things peacefully from now on. Kyoto removes his helmet and shouts that Heiho Mask is an amazing guy. He also says the protagonist is so strong and impressive, which scares him, wondering what's gotten into this guy. The blonde emphasizes that he, Kyoto, admits defeat and hands over the 5,000 gold he promised, along with his sword. Hirkin looks at the sword in his hand and realizes it's the hero orc sword, marveling at it, saying he knows it grants plus 66 strength, plus 66 vitality, and also ignores 9% of defense, and figures it must be worth at least 15,000 gold at auction. However, he tries to stay calm and asks why the blonde is giving him such a rare item. Quixote smiles and asks the protagonist to consider it a token of his gratitude. He then explains that he had been blinded by popularity all this time and didn't work hard to actually get stronger, and that Hirkan made him realize that. With that, he strikes a ridiculous pose and asks the protagonist to please accept it, emphasizing that he's truly worthy of becoming his brother. Hirkan is dumbfounded by the scene before him and wonders if that's really the reason he gave him the sword. But he also knows that while Quixote may seem like an idiot, he might have a cool side. Still, he kicks the blonde and asks if that's what he thought he was going to say, then tells him to go to hell and fuck off. He then tells his summons to get him. Later, Quixote is left with a swollen face after getting thoroughly beaten. He tries to explain again, saying his full name is Don Quixote, and that he'll return when he becomes worthy of being the protagonist's brother. As Hirkan walks off with his summons, Quixote continues shouting that he'll be looking forward to the day they meet again. The protagonist smiles and comments that it looks like Quixote is having fun with the game. Then, changing the subject, he starts laughing like a madman while looking at his new sword, and says that now that he's got it, he won't need to hunt armored monkeys anymore. He reflects that now he should be ready to take on the next quest, but suddenly turns with a calm expression and asks his summons if maybe he should just hunt 100 more armored monkeys, because he feels like something really good will drop this time. All his summons hate the idea and start grabbing him, trying to stop him from going after that. After returning and handing in the requested items, NPC Ma Wung says it was 950 armored monkeys, 104 fang wolves, and 76 venomous lizards. He praises the protagonist, saying he did a great job, adds that the investigation is progressing well thanks to him, but wants to know what's with that expression on the protagonist's face. Hirkan gets embarrassed, apologizes, and says he was just thinking about how to spend the money he earned. Wung stands up and says that since the next quest will be especially dangerous, he points to the map and explains that near the mountain peak, a warrior bear has appeared. He adds that warrior bears are about 4 meters tall and are equipped with armor like human warriors. So he emphasizes that if the protagonist can find out where they're getting their weapons from, it would greatly help in discovering the identity of the corrupted one. Hirkan stands up from the chair and comments that, in other words, Wung wants him to defeat them and bring back one of their weapons. The NPC asks if the protagonist thinks he'll be okay going alone, since even guards have trouble dealing with them solo, and suggests he should look for someone else. But Hirkan makes it clear he'll be fine, and already knows how to handle warrior bears. Not long after, Hirkan arrives at a place near the mountain and thinks this must be the spot. He then calls his summons and, all excited, says it's time to spend a little. When he opens the auction window, the system informs him that he can now participate in auctions with other players. Hirkan has in mind that the best item he can buy at his current level is the skeletal snake set. He then buys the skeletal snake shoulder guard, followed by the boots, gloves, and helmet from the same set. The system informs him that his defense has increased by 70 points, mana by 34, and strength by 34 as well, and that his mana consumption will now be reduced by 10% when the full set is equipped. It also shows that he spent 37,996 gold. Hirkan tries to contain himself but can't, and starts spinning on the ground upside down, saying that, so this is what it feels like to have money, and that he'll buy all the skill books for his level with the gold he has left. Soon after, the system announces that he has bought the skill books for Corrosive Spirit, Blindness, Muscle Modification, False Heart, Bone Bomb, and Hardening, and that the total for all those books was 17,593 gold. Even more excited, Hirkan says he knows he's still a bit below the warrior bear's level, but with all that, he thinks he'll be fine. Then one of his summons taps him on the shoulder, and when he turns to see what it is, he finds all his summons staring at him with a strange expression as if asking whether he's not going to give them anything. Hirkin turns back and admits he forgot about them and will look for something nice for them. However, the system informs him that he currently has insufficient funds, which makes him worried, wondering if he's already broke again. So, feeling awkward, he turns to them and says, "Looks like his money ran out." Hirkin immediately gets scared when he sees that the attitude of his summons has turned creepy. While he tries to explain that it wasn't on purpose, some creatures appear behind him. Without any warning or order, his summons charge at the creatures, while the protagonist shouts that maybe he'll get more money when they eliminate them. Hirkin feels a bit relieved watching his summons finish off the boars and thinks, thankfully, some wild creatures showed up at the perfect time. A few moments later, the last wild boar is tied up with a very sad face, and Boney is licking his sword with a very sinister look. Hirkin tells them to stop wasting time and finish off the boar already, as he'll equip them on the way. Then, out of nowhere, a powerful attack hits the big boar. The protagonist immediately turns to see who did that, and soon some players appear, demanding to know who he thinks he is, hunting there without permission, since that area belongs to the Apollo Guild. Hirkin pauses, and looking at the players in front of him, concludes that they're just another bunch of losers. The guys introduce themselves. One says his name is Ajang, the other Wang Zhang, and finally, the last one Iljang, and they declare they are the great trio of the Apollo Guild. Hirkin laughs and says he gets it, but without any mercy or pity, he quickly launches several consecutive attacks on all three. He then makes it clear they're just a bunch of losers trying to annoy him. Turning away, he wonders why he's been attracting so many people lately, and considers that maybe he needs to see a shaman or something. As he leaves with his summons, saying he just wasted his time there, the players are left trembling on the ground. But Wang Zhang, using what little strength he has left, thinks that the protagonist actually dared to lay a hand on his guild and that they'll make him regret it, so he taps his watch and reports everything that happened to his superiors. Not long after, a man next to a giant tiger, upon hearing about the earlier incident, wants to know if the protagonist really attacked his subordinates even after hearing his name. The guild member confirms it and emphasizes that's what Wang Zhang reported. The guild leader then tosses a gold bar to the member and orders him to bring the protagonist in, no matter the cost. He then makes it clear that he'll make him pay for disrespecting his name. Meanwhile, Hirkin is impressed, seeing a beautiful view and realizing he's reached the area where warrior bears spawn. He turns and calls for his summons, only to see them striking ridiculous poses, and quickly demands to know what the hell they're doing. After smacking each one on the head, he yells for them to stop fooling around. He then declares that they're going to hunt a warrior bear, which is level 70 and has 3 phases, so they need to prepare for this battle. He emphasizes that defeating the bear will put them ahead of the top 30 guilds in terms of main quest progress. He stresses that he expects no mistakes from his summons. They immediately salute, signaling that they understand. Hirkin then hears a loud roar, takes a deep breath, turns, and says, "Speak of the devil!" The enormous warrior bear appears right in front of them. Hirkin activates his watch and quickly equips his battle gear. Confident, he declares that he's going to claim this main quest for himself. Meanwhile, a guy thinks that this must be the Bulka's Mountains and hopes that Heiho Mask is still around, since he came to the location right after watching the video about the armored monkey. He takes a deep breath, starts banging his head against a tree, and wonders why the hell he has to go to the ends of the earth, since he was supposed to be someone important and ended up being ordered to fetch a rookie. As he starts shouting, wondering how he'll even manage that because it feels like a crime, a wild boar king is about to attack him. He turns when he hears the noise, but without doing anything dramatic, simply conjures a magic circle and unleashes a powerful hellfire attack on the creature, burning it completely. This is Ballista Hatch of the Thunder Hunters Guild, also ranked 5th among all mages in Warlord, and he's just hoping Heiho Mask shows up soon. Back to the protagonist's battle, the massive bear lets out a loud roar, and Hirkin remembers that before his regression, when he challenged the bear along with his guild members, they failed 6 times before barely defeating it. But he knows that if he fails again this time, he'll lose his lead in the main quest to someone else. So he reflects that to land an effective hit on the warrior bear, he'll need to aim for gaps in its armor and remove it. As he keeps thinking that he can do this, now that he's prepared with his new skills, the massive bear charges at him in a fury. Hirkin smiles and tells his summons to act on his signal. He then charges at the beast, thinking that his new passive skill, leg strength modification, will be highly effective. However, his speed is so high that he ends up overshooting and flying right past the bear. Hirkin tries to make sense of what the hell just happened, while the bear and the summons just watch him soar through the air. But without wasting any time, the massive bear attacks the protagonist's summons, and the system reports that the warrior bear completely wiped out the skeletons, which makes Hirkin furious. The protagonist looks into his leg strength modification skill, which boosts leg power, allowing faster and stronger movement. He gets even more enraged and yells that there's a limit to fast and strong. He then spots a nearby rock, heads toward it, and once again uses his acceleration, charging full force at the warrior bear. But he's so fast that he crashes straight into the bear, which is left wondering what the hell this crazy human is trying to do. Meanwhile, Hirkin marvels at the creature's fur. It's really soft, but he's quickly struck and thrown hard into a rock. While lying on the ground, he thinks that his leg strength is too much and he can't control it. Still, he managed to rip off part of the warrior bear's armor, but he questions how useful that really is, because if his skills are acting like this, he wonders how he'll land an effective attack. Without wasting time, the giant bear charges at him again, and when it delivers a powerful blow, Hirkin is forced to dodge at the last second. He then starts channeling his power and activates Bone Bomb, which creates a bomb using mana, and he throws it right into the creature's face, causing a massive explosion. However, it only enrages the bear even more. Hirkin starts to panic, thinking this is way too hard and that ever since it came to this, he might have to give up on direct attacks. So he uses his mana to restore and summon his skeletal warriors again. He then states that he has no choice but to fight like a proper necromancer, but he quickly notices the strong distrust in his little summons faces, so he shouts that this time he'll do it properly. Next, he summons his golem, which immediately appears and attacks the massive warrior bear. The bear doesn't stand still. It strikes the golem with its powerful attack. Hirkin smiles, thinking he still has one last card up his sleeve. He then uses the harden skill on the golem, making it more durable. With that, he snaps his fingers and orders his summons to attack. They quickly charge at the bear, whose sword is being held back by the golem. The skeletal warriors manage to land their hits, but this only serves to make the creature even angrier. However, Hirkin makes it clear the bear shouldn't be mad yet. There's still one big attack left. He then yells for his skeletal mage to finish it off, but both he and the warrior bear get caught in the flames of the skeleton mage's attack. Hirkin can't believe he got hit too, so he turns furiously and shouts, calling his summon an idiot and saying it was supposed to wait until he got out of the way. At that moment, the warrior bear lets out a massive roar, and the system reports that the creature used its battle cry skill, allowing it to recover 50% of the damage taken, and it quickly charges at the protagonist, who's still distracted by his summon. Hirkin takes a deep breath, turns around laughing, and declares that he doesn't care about strategy. Brute force and numbers are always the best option. Then he throws multiple bone bombs at the bear, causing an overwhelming explosion visible from far away. The summons can't believe what their master is doing, but he doesn't care, and continues bombing the warrior bear non-stop. Time passes. On top of the fallen creature, the system reports that he defeated the warrior bear and that the protagonist's experience increased. He also received 104 gold. Thus, the NPC Wung's judgment quest was completed. Hirkin looks at his trembling hand and thinks that the warrior bear was the one his entire guild struggled against before his regression. He then clenches his fist tightly, thinking that now he managed to defeat it alone, and that means he wasn't wrong after all. So he walks over to his summons and tells them they did a great job, and that now he can return to the NPC guard and proceed with the next quest. And, striking a ridiculous pose, he shouts that the extermination of the warrior bear is complete. But when he sees his summons talking among themselves, saying that he did it without fighting properly, Hirkin goes absolutely nuts and yells at them to shut up. Meanwhile, at the tavern in the western base of Bulkus, while a few warriors are laughing, the mage Ballista is sitting alone in the corner. He takes a deep breath and, on the verge of losing his sanity, thinks about how he still hasn't found Ha-Ho Mask. He also reflects that he's been combing the mountains for days, and the guy is nowhere to be found. To make things worse, Ha-Ho Mask's video has gone viral, which means the Bulka's Mountains will probably be crowded soon, making his mission even harder. He starts banging his head on the table and concludes that if he returns without the protagonist, Lady Syl will kill him. He then questions whether it's not a bit absurd for his lady to ask him to search an entire mountain alone looking for one man. The mage gets frustrated and curses the Thunder Hunters Guild, not noticing his watch making noise. Then he realizes he's in a call with Syl. He quickly jumps from his seat, trembling, and tries to apologize, saying that's not what he meant. But she replies that he's working hard, which makes him a little uneasy. Syl says she thinks the task she gave him was unreasonable after all. He's searching an entire mountain on his own, and that she understands how hard it must be, even for him. The mage is stunned by her words. He starts laughing, saying he's fine, that it's no problem at all, and asks if he can get back to the mission. Syl then tells him that she sent Hahui to help. Out of nowhere, an explosion goes off in the tavern, blasting a hole in the wall. As Hatch turns around startled, Syl makes it clear that the two will work together to find Ha-Ho Mask. Someone walks through the hole and yells at the mage, calling him an idiot. It's none other than the Princess of Thunder, Hahui of the Thunder Hunters Guild, who's furious and tells Hatch that it's his fault she had to come all the way there. Hatch is stunned, thinking she's one of the people who hate him. He screams that he hates this rotten world. Later, someone from above comments that Bulka seems to be getting pretty crowded and that even a village has formed. It's the protagonist, who also mentions that most players have probably realized this is now the main search area. He then takes off at full speed, leaping from tree to tree, thinking he has to hurry and reach NPC Wung, until he sees three guys coming his way, and upon closer look, notices their clothes resemble those of the three guys he saw earlier. So he wonders if they're there to get revenge for their friends. He closes his eyes and tells them to attack already because he doesn't have time, but he doesn't realize they run right past him without paying any attention. He turns around, confused, trying to understand. They just shout for help. Hirkin is puzzled, saying he didn't do anything, but doesn't notice something approaching. In a blink, the three guys are brutally attacked, and Hirkin's face gets scratched in the process. He turns to see what's going on and sees two people. It's Hahui, the Princess of Thunder, and the Mage Hatch. Upon noticing the emblem on their clothes, Hirkin realizes they're members of the Thunder Hunters Guild, but he's quickly startled by a sword pointed straight at him. Hahui demands to know if he's the guy called Ha-Ho Mask from the videos. Hirkin recalls that Hahui is the second in command of the Thunder Hunters and also a fanatic who would crawl through hell if Syl ordered it. And the other one is the level 3 mage of the Thunder Hunters, nicknamed Ballista, a genius mage who never lets a target escape. He also remembers that, before his regression, they were the biggest threats, and he never imagined he'd run into them here. However, he reflects that, seeing as they're looking for Ha-Ho Mask, they're probably there for guild recruitment, but he'd love to kill them all, even though he knows that's impossible right now. So he climbs down from the tree and asks if they're really looking for Ha-Ho Mask. He plays dumb and acts like a fool, asking who that person even is. While putting on a ridiculous act, he laughs internally, thinking he'll just keep playing dumb since they won't be able to do anything without proof. But Hahui suddenly approaches him with a sinister look and yells that he's lying. The Thunder Princess's gaze grows even more terrifying as she explains that there's no way someone could cross the Bulkas Mountains without hearing about Ha-Ho Mask, especially since that idiot's video hit 20 million views. She emphasizes that the hood the protagonist is wearing reminds her very much of Ha-Ho Mask, which is why she really wants to know if he's the one they're after. Hirkin gets nervous, realizing she's very sharp. The mage steps in and tells them to stop, saying that's not the issue right now. He then points at the Thunder Princess's forehead and yells that the problem is her. He starts ranting that she destroyed the inn, killed people just because she thought they were suspicious, and now he wants to know how she plans to fix all this, since everyone knows their guild and they won't even be able to deny it. Hatch starts shouting even louder, demanding that she apologize quickly before the guild's reputation takes a hit because of her. Hahui also gets flustered and yells back, asking why the hell she should have to apologize. Hirkin watches, stunned, wondering if they've always been like this. Eventually, Hahui, visibly annoyed, mutters an apology. Hatch watches her walk off and asks what kind of dumb behavior that was. He then turns to the protagonist, apologizes for his partner, and wishes him a good game. But as Hirkin sighs in relief, thinking he narrowly avoided trouble, he fails to notice someone rushing at him. When he sees a fist flying straight at his face, he's terrified, and before he can react, he's punched by the Thunder Princess and slammed into a rock. Hatch loses it, grabs Hahui, and screams, demanding to know why the hell she hit someone again. Did he call her a mad dog, or has she actually gone crazy? She replies that she thought the protagonist would at least dodge her punch. Hirkin wants to know if they really just assaulted an innocent user who had his guard down, so he calls them out. Then, putting on glasses, he announces that he's formally filing a complaint against the Thunder Hunters Guild. He opens the forum window and explains that first, he'll post it on the official forums to make it public, and the title will be Thunder Hunters is a cruel guild that massacres newbies. The mage panics and quickly apologizes, saying they'll compensate him and begging him to just forget about it if possible. So Hatch hands the protagonist a handful of gold coins, and Hirkin comments that since the mage is offering 1,000 gold coins as a gesture of sincerity, he'll let it go. Hatch breathes a sigh of relief and thanks him. He then grabs Hahui's arm and while dragging her away, yells that he can't stand her. Hirkin knows what he just did is pathetic, but for now, it's the best option because he's fully aware that provoking them carelessly would be a disaster. That's why he knows he just needs to endure this a little longer. As they walk away, Hatch asks why the hell she causes problems every single time, and if she doesn't realize image management is vital for a major guild. Slightly confused, Hahui wonders if people don't instinctively dodge when attacked. Hatch asks if she's seriously trying to say it's his fault for not dodging her punch. She replies that it's not that, it's just that guy. He looked like he was just annoyed seeing the attack coming his way, almost as if he thought he had no choice but to take the hit. Hatch says he's begging her and asks if she can just be quiet. She tells him to shut up and calls him a loser. Meanwhile, the protagonist returns to NPC Wung's house and hands over a piece of the warrior bear's armor. Wung comments that this was expected and that something is definitely going on. He thanks the protagonist once again and emphasizes that if it weren't for him, there would have been many casualties. However, he wants to know if he's okay, since he sees him trembling. Hirkin replies that he's fine, but is thinking that the NPC needs to hurry up and move on, because if there's any delay, the top 30 guilds will catch up. With that, the NPC grabs a chest and places it on the table. As he opens it, he asks the protagonist to pick just one. Wung explains that while he was active in the Bulkus Mountains, he marked maps of monster dens. Hirkin remembers that means they're treasure maps, and gets excited, thinking that all kinds of rare items can be obtained from the dungeons marked on them. But just as Hirkin reaches for one, the NPC makes it clear he has a favor to ask. Hirkin gets furious, thinking he knew it, there's no way he'd give something like this for free. The NPC then explains that there have been reports of armed monsters appearing beyond the Bulkus Mountains too, and he wants the protagonist to go to those places and investigate, just like last time. Hirkin takes the map, says yes, and asks where the location is. Wung says it's the Perung Forest. The protagonist makes a face like he just sucked a lemon, and the NPC, noticing, asks if he has something to complain about. Hirkin says no. As he steps outside, he takes a deep breath and gets really annoyed, because he knows Perung Forest is a level 90 hunting zone, which means he'll need to level up separately on the way there. He then wonders if the perfect hunting ground right now is the Sura Canyon, since he knows there are level 75 demon worshippers there. But he gets excited and thinks that since he already defeated the warrior bear, a demon goat should be easy to hunt. However, as he walks a bit further, he gets really startled, and upon seeing Shev the Slayer ahead of him, wonders what the hell that guy is doing there. Shev, in turn, is surprised to see the protagonist. Meanwhile, Hatch is crying, calling Lady Syl through remote transmission. The mage says he can't work with such a barbaric person. Syl laughs and says it seems the two of them are struggling with the mission. Hatch tries to explain that it's not that he doesn't want to do it, but he heard that the Red Bulls Guild already took over the Sura Canyon, so he wants to know if they shouldn't start focusing on the main quest too. He then asks why they even have to beg a guy who doesn't want to join the Thunder Hunters Guild in the first place. Syl thinks for a moment. Then she orders them to stop tracking Heiho Mask and declares that the Thunder Hunters will now enter the main mission. Hatch starts crying even more from happiness and says that's just what he expected from Lady Syl. After the remote call ends, she leans back, smiles, and thinks that the strong are drawn to the strong. And for that reason, she wants to see how long Heiho Mask can keep running. Before the MC met Shev, the Slayer, he was already in the Purung field and encountered his first level 75 creature. However, he eliminated it without much difficulty. His summons were not idle either and kept attacking. As a result, the MC managed to advance 2 levels. He became excited and remarked that he had finally reached level 62 and that everything was going well. While talking to his summons about leveling up a bit more before heading straight to the Purung Forest, some players were watching him from afar. Soon, they were all amazed to discover that the MC was the Heiho Mask. It didn't take long before several of them surrounded Hirkan, hugging and kissing him. As he heard players say they loved seeing him there, he began to get furious. He quickly ran off and called his summons to get out of there. While running, he wondered why this was happening. What made it possible was the success of his video against the furious warrior bear, which became a real jackpot. However, he knew this wasn't entirely good, since people began following him all the time. Because of that, he could barely hunt, as many people were always surrounding him. So, he called his summons and said they would change plans. They would head to the center of Sura Canyon now, since the level range there was high and people wouldn't be able to follow him easily. Then, while running, he came across Shev, just like before. He immediately stopped running. Shev smiled and said it had been a while since he'd seen the MC. Once again, Hirkan made a face like he had just sucked on a sour lemon. Shev gave Hirkan a big slap on the back and asked if he was the guy from the starting town, saying he was embarrassed when he left without saying anything. But he also commented that the MC's leveling speed was impressive, since he wouldn't have imagined that someone who had been in the starting town just a few months ago would now be hunting in Sura Canyon, a bit tired from all the running. Hirkan asked about Shev, as he knew Sura Canyon wasn't the kind of hunting ground a ranker like him would normally visit. Shev laughed and asked if the MC hadn't heard. The day before, his guild, Red Bulls, had decided to claim Sura Canyon, and they needed a nearby base to proceed with the main quest. Hirkan thought that in the end, even Red Bulls was also working on the main quest. Shev got excited and pointed out that he came there wondering if he might get the chance to meet the Heiho Mask. While the MC and his summons stood in shock, Shev asked if he had seen the video of the Heiho Mask against the warrior bear, since he had heard a rumor that the Heiho Mask was around there and was eager to meet him. Then, getting even more excited, he asked if the MC wasn't curious about this super rookie as well. Shev shouted, calling the MC to go find the Heiho Mask together. Without thinking twice, Hirkan took off running again with his summons, shouting apologies to Shev and saying he didn't even know who this so-called Heiho Mask was. After running for a while, Hirkan stopped and, furious, wondered why on earth everyone was chasing him. He thought about how Syl from the Thunderous Hunters Guild and now Shev from the Red Bulls Guild, 2 entire guilds were after him, and so he really wanted to understand what kind of bad situation this was. Hirkan began to feel like he was going crazy and stressed that, at this rate, he would have to forget about the main quest, since he wouldn't even be able to level up, and that maybe he should find a new hunting ground, but he knew this was the only decent hunting ground around. Then, he remembered some maps he got from Mr. Wung. As soon as he grabbed one, he said he was sure there was a rare dungeon somewhere around there. It didn't take long before he saw that dungeon marked on the map. Upon reaching a waterfall, he thought that rare dungeons were usually hidden in hard-to-reach places, and that although it wouldn't be easy to get something great, you had to take big risks. So, taking a deep breath, he jumped into the lake with his summons. The system quickly informs him that breathing is restricted underwater and that the available time will only be 20 seconds. Hirkin thinks that if the map he got from Mr. Wung is correct, there must definitely be a secret dungeon around there. As he keeps swimming and his breathing time decreases, he also knows that the question is whether he will make it in time until he finds the place. With only a few seconds left before his time runs out, he thinks it's quite far and fears he won't make it. With just 1 second remaining, Hirkan believes it's just a little further. He manages to reach it and bursts out of the water. The system informs him that he has entered the dungeon and that the MC has obtained the title of the one who discovered the secret, as well as the title of Dungeon Explorer. Hirkan is impressed by the place around him. As soon as he emerges from the water, he comments that it was just as he thought. If people are the problem, just hunt where they aren't. As they walk through the dungeon, Hirkan wonders what kind of monsters will appear there, and since it's a secret dungeon, whether there must be some strong monsters. Then he hears a strange noise. A creature appears, its eyes glowing intensely. The MC is a bit startled, but upon looking closely at the creature in front of him, he is left stunned, unable to believe what it could be. The two stare at each other for a while, until Hirkan becomes furious and shouts, wanting to know if the creature is messing with him and whether, by any chance, it wants him to defeat it. However, he is surprised to see the creature emitting fire from its body. Hirkan wonders if this dungeon is the kind of place where elemental-type monsters appear, knowing they are among the rarest monster types in Warlord. That's because the items they drop are materials for attribute gear and are incredibly popular. Thus, he gets quite excited and comments that, in other words, this means he can make a fortune just by hunting them. The little creature, in turn, is shocked by the expression on the MC's face. Without a second thought, Hirkan orders his summons to eliminate all elemental-type monsters. The little creature, terrified, lets out a loud sound. Immediately after, a tremor begins to shake the area. Hirkan grows worried, wondering what it could be. Then, a massive level 70 fire salamander appears to protect its little creature. The MC can't believe that this monster has shown up here. The salamander wastes no time and begins channeling its flames, quickly firing them toward the MC, forcing him to run to avoid being hit. Hirkan observes the salamander's fiery attack and is surprised, as he didn't expect such an opening move. He gets up and thinks he has no choice, knowing things will get troublesome if this keeps up. So, he wonders if he should try using his new power. He then activates the Helm of Madness ability on Little Bone. Next, he uses bone armor. Finally, he equips the Black Orc Skull, an item he spent a fortune on to strengthen the skeleton. Thus, he completes the summoning of the Skeleton Knight, which terrifies both the huge salamander and the little creature as it approaches. The Skeleton Knight points its sword and in the blink of an eye, completely slices the fire salamander apart. Hirkan is thrilled and thinks that the Skeleton Knight is ready for battle. Thus, it does not take long for a horde of wild salamanders to appear. Hirkan knows he will have to fight them. They begin preparing their flaming attacks, and the MC only smiles, thinking that it will be the perfect test. Then he shouts for the Skeleton Knight to attack immediately. Without much difficulty, his summon easily slices all the salamanders. With their elimination, the system announces that the MC has defeated some salamanders and gained experience points. However, he keeps watching the Skeleton Knight showing off to the other summons, but he does not care and shouts saying that hunting on auto is really very good, since he has in mind that he has improved a skeleton and it can hunt alone automatically. Besides, the salamander essence is worth more than he expected, and it will be more than enough to offset the cost of the upgrade. Therefore, he comments that he just needs to keep going until he upgrades all the skeletons. Then he shouts to his summons that they will continue until they kill the boss, so they can go to the Parung Forest. However, an hour later, the MC is furious, thinking that he already knew something like this would happen, since the system is warning him that he has discovered the instant dungeon of the throne room. Hirkan, intrigued by the instant dungeon, comments that there is no way to know what is inside and that it is not like he can return once he enters it. Then he thinks that he will not be able to play for 2 days if he enters the dungeon and fails, since he has in mind that this is more than enough time for the Thunderous Hunters and for the Red Bulls to get ahead of him in the main quest. However, he also knows that it is not like he has another place to go around there, and that apparently he will not have a choice. Therefore, he decides to enter, and after passing through the entrance, he makes it clear to his summons that he can only depend on luck. As soon as he walks a little inside the instant dungeon, the system warns him that he has already reached the throne room. And while they continue walking through the place, he notices that there are many statues of knights and thinks that it seems like it was meant to be an abandoned temple. And observing the statues more closely, he realizes that they all have blade marks and therefore thinks that something strange is happening, until he is very surprised to notice something in front of him as he sees a huge creature sitting on a throne. As soon as he gets closer to the creature, it awakens and begins to release its intense power. Hirkan becomes worried, as that was not his intention. Then he shouts, asking his summons to enter defense mode as quickly as possible. However, it is too late, and the creature attacks them all at once. The system warns that the skeleton warriors were destroyed after taking too much damage. Hirkan jumps back and becomes worried about the situation he finds himself in, as he did not expect the creature in front of him to be there. The creature in question is a level 80 Spirit Knight. Hirkan has in mind that it is a monster equipped with the highest quality battle AI. He also thinks that he encountered one in his past life, and that he was more or less at the same level he is at now, and the entire Haho Mask Guild was there as well. But even so, they were all completely annihilated, and at the time, he knew he had no choice but to give up. However, he knows he cannot let this happen again. Therefore, he summons his skeleton warriors again, and they immediately go together against the Spirit Knight, who in turn prepares his enormous sword and delivers a powerful attack on some summons, but others, as well as the MC, jump over the attack. Hirkan tries to take advantage of the gap, and along with his skeleton knight, delivers a joint attack, but the Spirit Knight easily manages to block the double attack, until one of the MC's summons tries to take advantage of the fact that the Spirit Knight is busy blocking the attack and goes to his back, landing a full thrust on the creature. However, the summon is left not understanding anything, as it seems that his attack had no effect at all. Hirkan shouts, calling the skeleton warrior an idiot, and orders him to immediately get away from the Spirit Knight, but it is already too late and the summon is brutally attacked. With that, the system announces that a skeleton warrior has been completely destroyed. Hirkan and the skeleton knight take distance, and the MC comments that a stab in the heart is not a critical attack on the Spirit Knight. And observing the creature closely, he questions himself about what to do, since he knows that normal skeletons or the golem will not be useful there, until he begins to remember a moment in his past life of his old friend wanting to know why he attacked a monster 4 times bigger than him head-on. Hirkan does not know what to answer, but replies that he only thought that he would not have dinner if he did not catch the monster, and his friend could not believe the reason the MC used to attack the huge monster. After remembering this, Hirkan charges at the Spirit Knight, questioning since when he was the type to think while playing the game. And as soon as he strikes his attack, he thinks that if he cannot deal critical attacks, he just needs to accumulate damage. After dodging an attack, he realizes that it is working and that he will only need to continue. However, he notices that the Spirit Knight is getting faster and ends up being hit, spitting blood. Then, he stands still for a brief moment, and soon after, while holding the Spirit Knight's sword, he laughs and says it was just acting. Thus, the Skeleton Knight appears behind the Spirit Knight and with his attack cuts off the arm of the knight that was holding the sword. The Skeleton Knight jumps close to his master, and while Hirkan observes the Spirit Knight, he makes it clear to his summon that they will not have dinner if they do not defeat the opponent. Meanwhile, in the village of Sura Canyon, Shev and Yel are walking through the village, and he comments that apparently the place is doing better than expected. Yel replies that it is obvious, since the Red Bulls Guild is in charge of the area, and that they secured a good supply route to ensure nothing is missing. Until suddenly, Shev starts laughing, and all excited comments that then he thinks maybe the Haho Mask could appear there. Hearing this makes Yel furious, and unable to believe what the idiot of her friend is saying. Thus, she emphasizes that he has been going crazy about this Haho Mask, and that she just does not understand it, since all this person did was hunt some low-level monsters. Shev makes it clear that the monsters may even be low-level for them, but for the Haho Mask, the monsters are high-level, since in the game they are in, where the person can feel pain, there are only two types of people who dare to challenge monsters stronger than themselves. That said, he becomes serious and says that they are either crazy or they are born warriors. And thinking about the Haho mask, he stresses that he is both types. Back to the fight between the MC and the Spirit Knight. The place where the creature had its arm cut begins to have a strange reaction, and it does not take long for a spiritual blade to be created in its place. Hirkan laughs and questions if the creature losing an arm means nothing, then calls it annoying. He then takes a deep breath and exhales, trying to stay calm. Thus, he charges at the Spirit Knight along with his summon. The creature prepares its attack and soon delivers a powerful slash, completely shattering the ground and forcing the MC and his summon to jump back. Hirkan jumps onto a rock and comments that apparently his opponent is really trying to bury him alive, but he does not care. And together with his summon, he keeps jumping from rock to rock, and they go against the creature. The MC delivers a powerful slash from one side and the Skeleton Knight from the other. Then both start running around the Spirit Knight, striking several consecutive blows. Hirkan gets excited when he realizes that it is working, and that they only need to accumulate a little more damage the way they are doing, and thus they will be able to defeat the Spirit Knight. However, the creature begins to emit a strange power and then releases a wave of fire around itself, forcing the MC and his summon to retreat immediately. Hirkan is surprised, questioning if the Spirit Knight has become even stronger, who in turn leaps and strikes at the MC, who is frightened by the tremendous strength of the creature. Hirkan, while trying to withstand the attack, thinks that his opponent's attacks are completely different from before. Then he begins to get irritated with all of this and strikes the Spirit Knight. Next, he shouts, calling his summon to deliver the next blow together. However, he barely finishes saying this and is severely struck by a counterattack from the Spirit Knight, being thrown far away. While lying down, Hirkan thinks that he focused too much on controlling his summons and was careless with his defense. At that moment, the Spirit Knight advances to deliver his powerful attack, but something moves quickly. It is the MC's Skeleton Knight who steps in front of the attack to protect him. While Hirkan is surprised to see that his summon saved him, the system announces that the Skeleton Knight has been completely destroyed. Before vanishing, the summon looks back and gives an all-good sign to his master, and as soon as the Skeleton Knight disappears, Hirkan begins to tremble with rage and leaps toward the Spirit Knight using his Bone Bomb skill. The creature begins to be bombarded all over its body, but still manages to block the MC's assault. Hirkan tries to resist and thinks that just a little more is missing. Thus, more bone bombs surround the Spirit Knight, and a huge explosion happens. Hirkan thinks that he knows it is still not enough, as he needs to do this a few more times. However, the Spirit Knight bursts out of the smoke of the explosion and stands right in front of the MC, who is very frightened because he did not expect this. But he gives a smile and wants to know if the creature knew that Spirit-type monsters do not take much magic damage. But what he really wants to know is if his opponent thought he did not know that when he was using the Bone Bomb. Then, he says that he mixed some of the skeleton fragments into the previous bombs. Thus, he snaps his fingers and activates his ultimate summon, Skeleton Fragment skill, causing several summons to emerge, grabbing the Spirit Knight. With that, Hirkan takes the opportunity and charges forward, saying that it is the end of the creature and, at incredible speed, delivers multiple attacks. And so, the system informs that he has defeated a Spirit Knight and obtained 455,663 gold, as well as receiving the title of Chivalrous Spirit, the Spirit Knight's armor fragment, and finally, several experience points. In this way, he manages to level up once again. Hirkan begins to remember something and thinks that in the past, the members of his guild said that there was no way they could defeat a Spirit Knight and that the MC had led them to their deaths. However, seeing his summons all gathered again, he also sees the Skeleton Knight making a gesture that everything is fine. Then he thinks that now it is very different from that damn time. Thus, he tells his summons that they did a great job, but as soon as he sees them putting on a ridiculous act, he turns back and questions why he is not able to leave the instant dungeon. And, while the summons surround him, he wonders if perhaps another boss could exist, but does not notice something emerging right behind him. And as soon as he hears a noise, he turns startled and sees a door opening, and questions if it could be a randomly appearing reward room. Then he runs excitedly, thanking several gods at once. As he approaches, he begins to wonder what rewards he might receive, if it could be gold, a weapon, or even a hidden skill book, but ends up devastated upon picking up an old book and noticing that it is a research record book of an ancient power. But he knows that this is related to the main quest, and that he has read it so many times in his past life that he has even memorized it. And while he starts shouting, wanting to know why he is receiving such a trash item in a reward room, something begins to shine intensely behind him, and as soon as he notices, he turns and is very surprised by what it is. After leaving the instant dungeon, he goes straight to the Parung Forest and thinks that he must have leveled up enough and that now it is time to return to the main quest. Then he calls his summons, which at the moment are all equipped with incredible new armor. Hirkan, seeing his summons acting like idiots, thinks that they are always so excited, but he knows he cannot blame them, since he would never have imagined that what was in the reward room was a stolen skill that allows him to equip his own equipment on the summons. And because of that, he knows it means that now he can improve his summons regardless of their level. But it is obvious that it will cost a fortune to buy all the equipment. And while he shouts, making it clear to his summons that they better make it worth it, some people watch him from afar, and soon one of them starts clapping and saying that it is quite impressive and calls the MC Haho mask. And as soon as they come out of the forest, they comment that it is just as the rumors say. A hairy-chested guy starts saying that if the MC is wondering who they are, the other one with glasses adds that they live for romance, and the skinny one with a tuft finishes saying that they die for romance. Then, the three together say that they are the Outlaw Romantics, the R2 family. Hirkan cannot believe it, thinking that there are only weirdos in this game. Then he turns and walks away with his summons. But the R2 family group continues following the MC, and the hairy-chested guy comments that the Haho mask is walking too fast, but he thinks that is to be expected from someone as skilled as him. Hirkan begins to get furious, and the guys keep saying that they can barely reach the Haho mask's pace and ask him to go slower. The MC completely loses his temper and shouts, telling them to fuck off and get lost. The hairy-chested guy, a little embarrassed, comments that the MC still has not given them an answer. So they ask Hirkan to join them, and the MC shouts, wanting to know if they really thought he would join. The hairy-chested guy asks the Haho mask to allow them to officially introduce themselves. Thus, he says that they are from the R2 family and are training to reach level 100 in the Parung Forest, but that the monsters there are too strong for them, and that unfortunately, they are not strong enough to hunt the monsters in the area, and that is why they are going around looking for more members for the group. However, for some reason, no one wanted to join. Hirkan thinks that he knows very well the reason, until one of them grabs the MC's hand and insists again for him to join them. Hirkan is quite startled by the guy's sudden approach and tells him to go to hell. Sometime later, the R2 family group is all on the ground with several bruises and injuries on their bodies, and Hirkan makes it clear that he does not care about their romance crap since he does not intend to work with anyone, so he wants to know if they understand. One of them comments that he understands and that he will not insist anymore. Hirkan makes it very clear that if they follow him again, he will eliminate them once and for all. He says that and leaves with his summons. The hairy-chested guy takes a deep breath and comments that they were rejected again and that the Haho mask was the last hope. The guy with the mustache and glasses wants to know if they should just give up on the Parung Forest until the one with the tuft sees something on his watch and asks his captain if he remembers the musical family from last time. He wants to know if the tufted guy means the group that hung them on a tree for thinking they were creepy. His partner replies yes, and warns that they are asking for help. Meanwhile, the MC is facing a huge ogre with his summons, and quickly asks them to prepare because they will all attack at once. Thus, Hirkan leaps, and together with his summons, they completely retaliate against the monster. With that, the system announces that he has defeated a black ogre and gained experience points. Hirkan deactivates his battle armor and, looking at the defeated creature, comments that with it, they have defeated 55 black ogres. Then he thinks that since he has already faced the Spirit Knight, most monsters will be much easier from now on. since the monster's movements will be very predictable. Thus, he clicks on his watch and thinks that it is already good enough, as he is leveling up very quickly. He checks the mission given by the gamekeeper Ma Wung, in which he needs to find traces of armored monsters in the Parung Forest and report, and he will be rewarded by Mr. Wung himself. Then, Hirkan cannot believe it, and questions how it is that he cannot even find a trace of armored monsters there in the forest, since he has not even begun to progress in the main quest. Next, he thinks that he cannot waste so much time, as he is sure that the 30 top guilds have also started the progression of the main quest, and that he knows it is only a matter of time until they catch up with him. Then he starts considering that maybe he should have asked the guys from the R2 family for some information, but just thinking about how they were, he knows he made the right choice, since he would rather die than work together with those guys. Until, out of nowhere, an explosion happens right in the middle of the forest. Then he turns startled and questions who the hell is blowing up the place and what kind of monster is causing so much trouble, until something comes to his mind and he gets excited, calling his summons. Meanwhile, one of the guys from the R2 family group is defending himself from an attack and, very frightened, questions who these monsters could be. Then he begins observing them and realizes that they are armored, and that is why he cannot attack them properly. And besides that, they have formed a battle formation, and it is not like he can simply attack directly. But the strangest thing is that he knows these guys were not supposed to be there, and he thinks that what is behind them all is their boss. Then he thinks that it is a monster intelligent enough to command a monstrous army, and that he thinks it is not something the R2 family can handle alone, until the skinny tufted guy arrives and uses his firewall skill, separating his captain from the black ogres. The mustached guy arrives too and asks his captain if he is alright. Next, the mustached guy informs that the musical family is practically exterminated, and that he also thinks they will not be able to hold on for much longer. At this moment, the tufted guy starts shouting in fear, wanting to know if they should just flee while they still can, as he thinks they will end up dying if they continue there. The captain thinks that his friend is right, since he knows that the chances of defeating them are tiny, until he remembers something, in which he was always asking for help, and people only told them to stay away. And it was always like that. Every time he asked for help, he never got anything in return. So in the end, it was always just the three of them. Thus, he takes a deep breath and orders his partners to use all the remaining mana to secure an escape route for the musical family. They do not understand this sudden request, but the captain turns and makes it clear that they know well what it is like to have people abandoning them all the time, especially when they need help. So he stresses that they must not abandon these people knowing that. Both the mustached guy and the skinny tufted guy are moved by their captain's determination. Next, the captain charges at the monsters, saying that he will hold them off, and that they will help the rest. Then, he starts delivering several attacks and finishes with a powerful charge strike to the black ogre's belly. He begins to get excited, thinking that it is working and that he just needs to keep up the pace. However, it does not take long before he receives a counterattack and is thrown hard to the ground. While lying down, he begins to feel great pain, and as soon as he looks up, he sees the huge black ogre preparing its kick and thinks that he will not be able to move. Thus, the creature delivers its kick, but something shining comes in their direction, telling the captain to stop trying to look like a nice guy. It is the MC who manages to arrive in time and block the black ogre's attack. The captain cannot believe the person who just saved him. Hirkan makes it clear that he only said what he just said so that he would not misunderstand. Then, he turns and emphasizes that he is not there to help him, as he is only there to make sure the captain's group does not steal his monsters. The captain does not understand anything, and Hirkan calls his summons. Then he orders them to attack the monsters immediately, and thus an incredible battle begins. The hairy-chested guy cannot believe the agility of the MC's summons and questions if they can really move the way they are moving. And observing Hirkan from behind, he knows that this is beyond what a normal necromancer should be capable of. Then he questions who the Ha-Ho mask really is. It does not take long for the summons to defeat several black ogres. Thus, the system announces that the MC has defeated several armored ogres and gained experience points. Hirkan breathes in relief and comments that now that he has finished with the small cockroaches, he points his sword at the ogre boss and calls him. Then he wants to know if he is sad for seeing his subordinates eliminated, but makes it clear that he should not worry, as soon he will be with them. Hearing this drives the boss mad with rage, but before that, the MC looks at the captain of the R2 family and asks his summons to take him out of his way, as he does not want any trash getting in his way in the battle against the boss, until the boss stomps on the ground with everything and makes the whole place shake. Then he stands before the MC and lets out a powerful roar. This is the level 80 Helmet Ogre. While receiving medical treatment from the mustached guy, the captain comments that he thinks it is difficult even for the Ha-Ho mask to fight the boss alone, but here's someone saying that they think it is an exaggeration even for the Ha-Ho mask. Then the captain turns and sees that it is a member of the musical family guild. The guy comments that the boss's eyes are marbled black and red, which means that it is a corrupted monster related to the progression of the main quest, and that normally corrupted monsters are 3 times stronger than normal monsters. Meanwhile, Hirkan tries to block the huge creature's strike, but has to jump back immediately to avoid being hit by the boss's powerful sword attack. The MC thinks that he is very resilient, and also that he seems better than his summons, until the guy from the musical family group shouts warning the MC that he must not get too close to the boss, who in turn begins to release his terrible corrupted aura and charges full force at the MC. The guy from the musical guild is worried, commenting that he thinks not even the Ha-Ho mask will withstand this. However, Hirkan takes his sword and while channeling power into it, laughs and wants to know why the boss does not try to block his attack. Thus, he delivers his powerful strike that opens a huge hole in the middle of the Helmet Ogre, who soon falls hard to the ground, completely defeated. Both the R2 group and the guy from the musical guild are stunned, unable to believe what they have just seen. With that, the system announces to the MC that he has defeated a Helmet Ogre and that he obtained gold, experience points, and leveled up. Hirkan deactivates his battle armor and comments that it was much easier than he imagined. Then the system announces that he has obtained a fragment of the ogre's helmet and that now the MC meets the requirements for the mission's completion. Hirkan looks at the mission and comments that now he just needs to return to Mr. Wung's house and continue with the main quest progression, but he knows that before that, he needs to figure out how to divide the drops. Then he thinks that it was 20 black ogres and 1 helmet ogre, and that he is sure it will be worth a fortune, since it is a rare monster. Watching them approach, he knows that normally the player who attacks the monster first can choose how to divide the drops, but ends up furious and questioning if he did not end up doing everything alone after all. Thus, he begins to remember some moments ago when the R2 group was cornered and he was going to wait for them to be eliminated, but ended up hearing their leader saying that he would buy time for other people to escape. Then, he ended up being surprised by this, and his body ended up moving on its own afterwards. The R2 group goes to the MC, and the captain thanks him, saying that they survived because of his help. Hirkan takes a deep breath and thinks that at least they are grateful. However, the captain becomes serious and makes it clear that he does not think they can let the MC leave so easily. Hirkan thinks that he should have guessed that nothing is more important than money. The R2 group captain grabs the MC and comments that he will take a picture, but the guy from the musical family group says that he cannot let him do that, since he was the first to arrive there. Hirkan wants to know what the hell they think they are doing. The captain replies that they are trying to take pictures with him as proof that they were there during the attack, but Hirkan wants to know if they will not want to split the drops. This leaves the captain a little thoughtful, and then he asks the guy from the musical group if they will need any drop. He was about to answer yes, but the captain slaps his shoulder hard and with a sinister aura comments that he is sure he will not mind leaving the drops behind when they were all saved by the Ha-Ho mask. Embarrassed, he replies no, and that the MC can take everything. Thus, the R2 group captain gives Hirkan a thumbs up and says that he can take it all. Hirkan does not understand anything and thinks that he would ask himself what the hell romance means to these guys. With that, some time passes, and in the middle of the Perung forest, the MC and his summons keep running back to Mr. Wung's house. Hirkan keeps thinking about their request for him to join the guild and that the captain had said that he was sure they would not go far, but that with his skills they would always be there to help him whenever he needed. Thus, Hirkin concludes that although they seemed like idiots, he thinks he is sure that the game would be fun with them, but he also knows that if he did that, he would never become the best version of himself. Then he smiles and reflects that he should be against the top 30 guilds. After thinking about this, he calls his summons to speed up the pace and all excited shouts that they will soon finish the mission and move on to the next. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a huge warrior bear is being defeated, and on top of its body is Syl, the leader of the Thunderous Hunters Guild. The members, seeing her wielding the sword, start shouting that she is amazing, until Hatch and Hahui appear running and calling her. Hahui comments that her master was amazing as always, and that they were such elegant moves. Syl wants to know what the problem is. Hatch says that he has 2 new pieces of information to report, and that the first is that 2 of the top 30 guilds have started a war, and that the guilds involved are the Triple Wing Guild and the Big Smile Guild, in which it all started when Burke, an officer of Big Smile, started a fight with a member of the Triple Wing Guild when they met during an attack, and that since then, the 2 guilds have been investing an enormous amount of resources in the war, but that the Big Smile Guild especially has been the most affected. Syl comments that a war during such an important period in the progression of the main quest is something very foolish, and that she sincerely hopes one of them falls after this. Then she wants to know the second piece of information. Hatch feels a little awkward to say it, but informs that the Haho mask seems to have defeated the Helmet Ogre, and that it seems he is always ahead of the Thunderous Hunters Guild when it comes to main quest progression. Syl is stunned hearing this, but soon gives a smile, which leaves the Mage Hatch unable to believe that he saw his lady laughing, as he thought she would be angry. Syl only comments that she thinks they need to speed things up too. Thus, she makes it clear that they are to immediately receive the next mission from the monster hunter Wung, since the Thunderous Hunters Guild must take on the second chapter of the main quest progression. After a while, in Bangsu Castle, the NPC Ahimbri is very happy to see the MC, who in turn is very disappointed, questioning why he had to come back there. Ahimbri comments that he heard from the hunter Wung that the MC completed his missions well, and that the hunter had asked him to give something to the MC. Then he takes an item from his clothes and says that it is the Ring of the Secret Order, which increases all attributes by 77 points, increases HP and mana recovery by 20%, and finally attributes related to the job by 22 points. Hirkin, a little worried, thinks that everything is going well so far, since before, in Mr. Wung's cabin, he was all excited saying that he would join the Secret Order without problems. However, the Monster Hunter replied no, and stressed that the MC really should think about it, because as a member of the Secret Order, he must be prepared to put his life at risk. Hirkin, all excited, commented that he was not afraid to put his life at risk to fight evil, but inside he thought that if he joined the Secret Order, he would receive the ring that would give several attribute boosts. With that, the MC was trying to hold himself back from screaming with happiness. The hunter Wung commented that he understood, and that if that was what the MC wanted, he would not stop him. Then he commented that the MC should go meet Professor Ahimbri again, which left Hirkan in disbelief that he would have to see him again. Then he wanted to know why he should see him. Wung explained that Ahimbri was also a member of the Secret Order, and that he would give the emblem of the Order. Hirkan was quite frightened, because he knew that bastard Ahimbri would not give anything for free, and he was not wrong in the end, since the NPC, making a bizarre face, asks the MC to say please for him to give the ring. However, furious, Hirkan slams his hand on the ground, which catches the NPC's attention. Thus, the MC wants to know if the professor is going to keep doing this every time. Then he goes upside down and, trembling all over, starts begging the professor to please give him the ring. Ahimbri just keeps laughing at the MC's face. After getting the ring, Hirkan knows that the reward is too good to refuse. The NPC then comments that now that the MC is part of the Secret Order, he will give him a mission. Then he summons something in his hand and makes it clear that now what the MC needs is a mission that will make him stronger, and that is why he will go to the war zone next. Hirkan looks at the mission in front of him and cannot believe it, since it is a place where there are several bizarre creatures, and the place is in complete chaos, being a true scenario of a chaotic war zone. Thus, after arriving at his destination, Hirkin is impressed since he is standing before the war zone because he knows that in this place there is an endless wave of monsters coming from beyond the castle walls, and that the creatures keep appearing for a certain time, which makes the raid more dangerous than normal ones. But on the other hand, the person is rewarded according to the amount they manage to kill, so it is possible to make a lot of money from it. Then he checks his Warzone mission, in which he needs to defeat the monsters coming from beyond the castle walls, and that the reward ranking will be defined based on the number of monsters eliminated. Thus, he thinks that he had been waiting to go there before he reincarnated but couldn't because the guild members didn't want to. While walking through the area again, he thinks that he will first make some preparations. Someone is watching him from afar. The person thinks they found him, and observing the MC closely, believes they found the Ha-Ho mask. Meanwhile, in another place, some guys are being attacked, and a huge furious tiger lets out a roar that leaves another man terrified. Then, he bows and screams, begging the man in front of him to spare his life. That man is Apollo, master of the Apollo Guild, who calls everyone fools and comments that they couldn't even handle a rookie and still came back empty-handed. The fat man furiously rises from his throne and demands a more precise explanation. The man says that the Thunder Hunters interfered out of nowhere, and then they couldn't do anything since those people are supposedly trying to recruit the MC for their guild. Apollo becomes even angrier upon hearing that. Then, he opens a system window and emphasizes that he thinks the Ha-Ho mask is acting arrogantly, believing that the top 30 guilds are supporting him, and that in this case, he thinks he will use a certain thing against him. In another place, Heavybean, an officer of the Big Smile Guild, one of the top 30, receives a message from Apollo. He takes a deep breath and wonders what the fat man wants now, then answers the call and asks what he desires. Apollo says he has a favor to ask and requests that he teach the player Ha-Ho mask a lesson. Heavybean wants to know if it is that rookie who has been rising recently and why. The fat man grits his teeth and says that the Ha-Ho mask dared to touch his guards and did not apologize. Then he yells that, in other words, he made a fool out of him. Heavybean is surprised by that, and, furious inside, thinks that means it is nothing serious, but apologizes to Apollo and emphasizes that he thinks he cannot do that because a guild like Big Smile should not get involved in such matters. The fat man becomes serious and makes it clear that there is no other choice since, from now on, he will stop sponsoring the Big Smile Guild. Then he wants to know if it was not thanks to his sponsorship that the guild entered the top 30. Heavybean begins to get angry, while Apollo continues saying that if he cannot fulfill a simple favor, then it makes no sense to continue sponsoring him. The guild officer slams the table and calls out Apollo. With a completely different expression, he says that now that he thinks about it, the Ha-Ho mask is just a piece of trash, and that he will teach him a lesson. Then he makes it clear that he will contact him as soon as the matter is settled. After ending the call, he goes crazy and starts screaming that rejecting this request would cost the guild a lot. But on the other hand, he knows that attacking the Ha-Ho mask would ruin the guild's reputation. Then he wonders why the hell Apollo is trying to make his life harder than it already is, until someone approaches, wanting to know if he needs help. That is Cho Wurung, a reserve affiliate of the Big Smile Guild, who wants to know if she just needs to eliminate the MC. Heavybean thinks that if he leaves this matter to her, who is not an official member of the guild, he might avoid tarnishing the guild's reputation. Then he wants to know if she thinks she can handle the Ha-Ho mask. Cho Wurung asks Heavybean to leave the matter to her and emphasizes that she owes her life to him. With a sinister expression, she emphasizes that to reward him, she will definitely eliminate the Ha-Ho mask. Back in the war zone, a soldier beats the drum and shouts for all participants to gather at the castle gate. Quickly, several contestants approach. Bagley, captain of the Turb Castle Wall Administration, shouts explaining that they are opening the gate and makes it clear that he thinks everyone should be prepared. Hirkan thinks that he knows Bagley is a main NPC. The administration captain emphasizes that outside the walls, it is a lawless zone full of monsters, and that the castle gate will open again after 144 hours, and that the reward will be based on the number of monsters killed. However, he makes it very clear that the gate will not open until then, and that everyone should keep that in mind. In addition, they will be giving a special mission, the Blue Giant one, in which they need to defeat the Blue Giant, a mutant that appears in the war zone, and the reward will be a unique skill book. Hirkan is quite impressed to hear that and wonders if the reward will really be a unique skill book, since he knows that such a thing grants a unique rank skill and that he only saw that a few times during his past life. So he really wants to know how they are giving that as a reward. Thus, he looks back and, seeing the expression of the contestants upon hearing about such a reward, also wonders if it is not too much. The participants begin to comment among themselves that they need the unique skill book. Then, they stare at the MC since they know he is the strongest among them and that this means they will have to join forces to eliminate him. Hirkan thinks that he doesn't believe it is a matter of being able to defeat the Blue Giant or not. Then, while he prepares, Bagel shouts asking everyone to get ready and open the gate. As soon as the gate opens, the MC rushes forward at high speed ahead of everyone and thinks that he just needs to be the first. The contestants can't believe the incredible speed of the Ha-Ho mask and start shouting that they need to chase after him as fast as possible, until Cho Wurung, in the middle of everyone, comments that she has an idea and wants to know why they don't form a team among themselves. One of the contestants goes to Cho Wurung, who is just a rookie, and wants to know if she thinks she can say anything about what they should do. Then he puts his finger on her forehead and tells her to get out of there right away. With a simple move, she brutally attacks the guy, and as soon as he falls completely injured to the ground, Cho Wurung wants to know why everyone is so nervous. While the other participants are afraid of her, she comments that she thinks it must be because of the unique skill book, but emphasizes that she doesn't care about it since she just wants to kill the Ha-Ho mask. Then she turns and states that if everyone listens to her, she will give them the book since, after all, they won't be able to get it with the level they have. And that's why she thinks it's a good deal for everyone. They are scared, thinking about what they will do, but in the end, they end up agreeing to join her. From the top of a mountain, the MC observes the scene and, furious, wonders if they really teamed up to try to eliminate him. Then he thinks that he will already be busy hunting monsters, and now will have to worry about them too. However, he smiles and thinks that there is no other choice. Meanwhile, Cho Wurung thinks she was lucky to gather so many people and doubts that the MC can win against so many people, but wonders what she should do after eliminating him. Cho Wurung thinks that when she manages to do that, Heavy Bean will recognize her, and she will be able to join the Big Smile Guild as an official member, and then she will have her subordinates to praise her. Then, she starts imagining herself being flattered and served, and that, in the end, she can have as many pieces of furniture as she wants, until she gets scared upon hearing someone calling her and warning that the monsters are approaching quickly. She gets ready and shouts for everyone to form up and deal with one at a time. One of the guys shouts that he thinks something seems strange since there are more monsters than usual. Cho Wurung has in mind that she knows they won't be able to maintain the formation this way, until she notices the MC sitting on top of the golem. He, in turn, wants to know how she dares to be in his return. Then he starts banging on a golden gong and shouting for everyone to fuck off. She can't believe what she's seeing, because clearly the MC is attracting the monsters. At that moment, the participants start being attacked by the creatures, and a soldier, while trying to hold back the monsters' advance, shouts warning Miss Cho that they won't be able to endure for long because there are too many monsters, and that's why he wants her to give the order for everyone to retreat. Cho kills a creature and thinks that she knows the plan was ruined because she wanted to ambush the MC while he was hunting, but in the end, the ones who got ambushed were them, until she has an idea and orders everyone to hold out as long as they can, because once the lure fades, the monsters will calm down. Then she makes it clear that she will take care of the MC personally. Thus, she rushes out at high speed, jumping from creature to creature, thinking that while the small fish serve as bait for the monsters, she will handle the MC alone. Meanwhile, Hirkan is playing his lure along with his summons until he notices something and sees someone approaching quickly. Cho, as soon as she arrives where the MC is, calls him out and challenges him to a one-on-one duel. He smiles and wants to know if she really thinks he will accept. Then he wants to know if she is the leader of the damned little group ahead. Then he stands up, draws his sword, and wants to know if she knows him, because no matter how much he thinks about it, he can't remember her face. And it's quite strange for someone he's never met to want so badly to eliminate him. Cho thinks she knows very well that she can't expose her connection to the Big Smile Guild, so she says she just wants to eliminate a competitor who seeks the unique skill book. Hirkan wants to know if that's really true, but soon launches an attack and, while she blocks, makes it clear that she's lying. Thus, he says it's written all over her face that she doesn't care about the skill book. Cho readies her daggers and tries to strike the MC, who in turn blocks her assault and thinks her movements aren't bad. But he quickly crouches and unleashes his Bone Bomb skill. An explosion occurs, but she manages to dodge by jumping back. Hirkan is impressed to see that she managed to evade his attack and emphasizes that there's no way someone so skilled could be unknown, so he wants to know what group she's from. Cho wants to know which one the MC thinks she's from. Then she activates her clock and says that if he's curious, why doesn't he try to find out? Thus, she activates her battle armor and releases an intense power throughout her body. Hirkan concludes that she's really serious because she even activated the armor. Observing her more closely, he reflects that if he eliminates her, he won't know which guild she's from, but he knows she's not an opponent to play around with. Then he understands he's in quite an annoying situation, but still prepares himself and tells her to give it her all. While Cho says she will start with everything right from the beginning, the MC's summons watch her while eating popcorn. She notices the summons and wants to know what the hell is going on. Hirkan tells her not to feel bothered by his summons because he ordered them not to interfere. Cho is intrigued and wants to know why. Hirkan wants to know if she didn't challenge him to a one-on-one duel, so why would he summon creatures for a duel? She becomes even more intrigued by the answer and thinks she had imagined he would just be a superficial guy based on his previous actions, but also seems to have an innocent side. Then she knows that because of that, his death will be inevitable. Thus, she charges at him with everything she has, but is very surprised to see her attack being blocked. Hirkan laughs and wants to know what she's doing because nothing has changed from before. However, she moves behind the MC in the blink of an eye and strikes him. Hirkan becomes concerned and questions whether her speed really increased in an instant. She stares at him with a sinister look and makes it clear that she's not done yet, then unleashes several consecutive attacks in a matter of seconds. Hirkan is attacked from all sides and soon falls to his knees on the ground. Cho comments that he's being really cute since he's even making the pose of a chair on the floor. However, she doesn't care and charges at him again, shouting for him to die for going against Heavy Bean. The MC keeps his head down, but someone trips Cho. It's one of the MC's summons. She is startled, trying to understand what the hell just happened. Hirkan smiles and, while preparing his attack, comments that she's from the Big Smile Guild then. She's frightened seeing the attack coming her way and thinks she won't be able to defend in time. Thus, she's hit, and after a while, the MC ties her to a tree. Then he goes up to her and wants to know why the Big Smile Guild is hunting him. Cho laughs and wants to know if he really expects her to answer his question. The MC wants to know if she isn't Cho Wurung, Heavy Bean's subordinate from the Big Smile Guild. She gets embarrassed and replies that she's not from there. The MC tells her not to lie because he already knows everything. She's shocked and wants to know how he found out. Hirkan thinks he knows that before his regression, she was one of Heavy Bean's most famous subordinates, but that he had never fought her before, and that's why it took him a while to realize it. Thus, he replies that he basically has his sources. However, he wants to know why Big Smile is after him since he knows he didn't get involved with them. Cho takes a deep breath and says she doesn't know, but soon screams asking the MC to eliminate her once and for all. Hirkan says he would never do that and makes it clear that it would be a waste to let someone like her die. But he thinks that besides that, he knows she'll resurrect after 2 days anyway, and that it's better to leave her tied there rotting until he sees something on his watch and questions if the blue giant really appeared. Thus, he turns around and, while leaving, makes it clear that if she tries any funny business again, he'll eliminate her once and for all. Cho lowers her head and thinks that the MC saw through her plan and was one step ahead the whole time. But even so, he said it would be a waste to eliminate her, so she wonders what kind of idiot he is. Then Cho starts trembling all over and, with a completely new feeling she's never experienced before, wants to know how Mask Haho dared to flirt with her. After some time, Heavy Bean is receiving a call from Cho Wurung, and she apologizes. Then she says she failed to eliminate Mask Haho. Heavy Bean says she did well and asks her to rest. Cho replies that she understands and apologizes again. After the call ends, Heavy Bean goes crazy with rage and shouts that even she, whom he trusted, failed. However, he knows he needs to think positively because Apollo still doesn't know and might try again. Then Apollo calls him and wants to know if Mask Haho has already been eliminated because he heard news that one of the top 30 guilds, Big Smile, was defeated by him. The chubby guy also points out that if this is made public, he wants to know what Heavy Bean thinks will happen. He's embarrassed, feels his soul leaving his own mouth, and thinks that everything happening is because of that damn Mask Haho. And while thinking about him, he keeps cursing him. Meanwhile, he wants to know why he's suddenly feeling an itch in his ear. Meanwhile, the MC arrives where the blue giant is, and, all excited, summons his invocations to deal with the creature as quickly as possible. However, it takes longer than the MC expected, and he is completely exhausted. On the ground, he comments to his invocations that he barely managed to defeat the level 85 blue giant. After unequipping his battle armor, he wants to know why the blue giant has the HP of a level 100 monster, since he didn't expect it to take 30 minutes to defeat it, even going all out. Hirkan thinks about some people and comments that he should thank those idiots who ended up killing themselves, as he believes that if it weren't for that, they would have stolen his monsters. But he soon remembers Cho, gets furious, and concludes that there's no way he needs to thank them. Then he recalls the conversation he had with her and thinks about the Big Smile Guild hunting him, wondering why, since he's never encountered them in this life. He also remembers that before the regression, due to his guild's sudden rise, the top 30 guilds felt threatened and tried to eliminate them by working together, and he knew that among them were Sill's Thunder Hunters. So he questions whether this could also be her doing, as he suspects something is wrong. Thus, he tries to think of something but soon shouts that he's no good at that. Then he calls his invocations to make things clearer, because if anyone gets in his way, he will eliminate them. Next, he sees that there are 138 hours left until the event ends, and, all excited, comments that now they will start making money. 138 hours later, the castle gate opens and the participants return angry, saying that it was really difficult this time. One of them emphasizes that they shouldn't have messed with the Haho mask. His friend comments that it was all because he wanted to listen to that Cho Wurung. However, he gets nervous and yells, wanting to know how that was his fault. At that moment, the MC appears covered in cash and makes it clear to them that they don't need to fight since the day is beautiful. But upon noticing one of their faces, he quickly wants to know what's wrong. Then he starts mocking them, saying they're idiots who came back empty-handed. They don't like being mocked at all. But while the MC thinks it's just karma, Cho is once again watching from the shadows. She gets nervous and, observing the MC closely, swears that next time it will be different. But in her eyes, she's seeing the MC differently, wanting him for herself. Then she turns away all embarrassed and thinks she needs to eliminate him instead of fantasizing about him. At that moment, Beagle shouts that he will announce the mission's top contributor. Thus, he yells the MC's name and asks him to go to his office. Hirkan gets excited, thinking that he's finally been recognized. It doesn't take long for him to reach the office of the administrative captain, who comments that the MC was truly incredible since he defeated the most monsters and even the blue giant, so he thanks him for his efforts. However, he says that lately, more strange monsters have been appearing, blue-skinned monsters with ice energy, and some they had never seen before, like the blue giant that the MC defeated, and he firmly believes they are coming from the Ice Mountain. Then he emphasizes that if they had the opportunity, he would like to send an expedition to that mountain, but Bagley notices that the MC isn't paying any attention and quickly wants to know if he's listening. Hirkan replies yes, but thinks that he knows very well about the map of the Frozen Mountain Kingdom. As soon as Bagley mentions the mission reward and wants to send the MC, he gets all excited, and the administrative captain comments that he's quite predictable. However, he says that there's a letter from his master requesting that the MC go to the Urgel Mountains to begin the secret organization mission, and that he will need to speak with the blacksmith wolf to receive the next mission. The reward itself is unknown. Hirkin keeps in mind that the Urgel Mountain is full of high-level monsters, and it's no wonder he was sent there. But he gets furious and considers that maybe they just want to mess with him. Bagley takes the unique skill book and gives it to the MC, saying it's his reward for winning. While Hirkan keeps kissing his reward non-stop, Bagel comments that he's giving him such a reward and hopes that the MC will take good care of it. Hirkan, all excited, wonders which skill he will get but knows that any unique skill is great. Then, he places his hand on the book and the system notifies that he used the unnamed skill book. It then informs him that he obtained clay creation. Hirkin gets confused, trying to understand what kind of skill that is. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Thunder Queen wants to know who it was. Hatch asks her to calm down, but she is extremely furious and unleashes her attack, completely destroying everything in front of her. The mage can't believe the extent of her destructive power, and while he's terrified, dying of fear of his lady, she remains furious, thinking about some idiots who appeared out of nowhere and stole her monster from the main mission her guild was doing in the raid. Syl looks back with a terrifying expression and asks the mage who those bastards were who interfered with her plans. Hatch says they aren't part of the top 30 guilds, and, judging by how they escaped their investigation, he thinks they must be quite high-leveled. Syl clenches her teeth angrily and orders the mage to find out what they looked like and place a bounty on them, as well as ensure that no one is around when the monster respawns again. Then she grips her sword tightly and with a murderous instinct makes it clear that she doesn't know who they are, but she's sure that if they dare to appear again, she swears she will eliminate them with all her strength. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone is playing chess and wants to know if it wasn't too cruel to steal the monster from the Thunder Hunters, since the mission was quite dangerous and almost went wrong. The other person emphasizes that there was no other choice, as the Thunder Hunters' speed was faster than they thought. The warrior laughs and wants to know if the next target will be the Hydra Guild. The mage asks him to calm down, as she thinks that if that happens and their identities are exposed, it will be very bad, until someone appears saying that they agree with what she said. Then he emphasizes that the purpose of everyone gathered there is to balance the game through darkness, and therefore asks them not to forget the purpose of the guild. This is Singlet from the Hands Guild. The warrior Richard, affiliated with the Hands Guild, says that he understands well, as does Mikkel. Weaver also fully agrees. However, someone raises her hand, calls Singlet, and asks about the Haho mask. Then she makes it clear that it was because of his failure that the MC is completing the main mission so quickly. This is Momo, a member of the Hands Guild. Singlet doesn't like hearing that, but emphasizes that the guild's most urgent goal is to stop the top 30 guilds and that he will take responsibility for the Haho mask later. Mikkel tells them to stop with the useless talk and says they should head straight to the next mission. Thus, they prepare and state that it's all for the master. Meanwhile, the MC is analyzing his new skill, clay creation, with which he can transform clay into monsters using monster drops. And as proficiency increases, the creation stats will become more similar to the target monsters, with the materials being consumed when used. Hirkin knows that basically, he can transform a golem into another monster, so he imagines that means he can create creatures that can fly or be used in battle. All excited, he thinks this skill is wonderful. Thus, he decides it's time to test it and grabs a tooth from the blue giant he defeated in the war zone. Pointing at the golem, he uses his clay creation skill. His summon quickly starts reacting, and Hirkan begins to get excited, thinking that an incredible monster will emerge, until the golem transforms into a very small version of the blue giant. Hirkan gets quite confused, trying to understand what the hell just happened. With that, the system notifies that the MC's skill rank is low, so it will be 50% less effective. Hirkan can't believe it and yells, cursing the game. After some time, he arrives at Urgel Village and still very furious, thinks it's his fault for getting his hopes up since he knows pets are rare even in his past life and there was no way to get one so easily. But he thinks he'll level up the skill rank slowly and that, for now, he should focus on the main mission. As soon as he checks it in the system, he thinks about the blacksmith Wolf, as he knows him very well, since Wolf is part of the Secret Order and the most famous blacksmith NPC. Many epic items with incredible stats are born from his hands, and no one can meet him outside of the main mission, which is why Hirkan has never met him before, thinking that maybe this time he can get some good weapons. After walking a lot, he finally arrives at the place where Wolf is supposedly located and, without wasting time, opens the door and asks for permission to enter. However, he becomes confused when he sees everything is so quiet and no one is there. Then, someone moves quickly, and the MC notices it and immediately turns around but ends up taking a massive punch to the face, being thrown hard against the wall. The system repeatedly warns that the MC has lost HP. Hirkan tries to understand what's going on and questions who the hell is attacking in an NPC area. An old man shouts, wanting to know if that's all the MC has. Then he slams his huge hammer onto the ground and makes it clear that newcomers these days are all weak since they were stronger back in his time. This is the blacksmith NPC Wolf. Hirkan thinks about what to say and ends up asking if the old man is really the blacksmith Wolf. He replies yes, and the MC wants to know why he was attacked. Wolf answers that it was just a test for new members of the order, as they are not a secret order for nothing. Hirkan goes crazy with anger and questions if the old man is mocking him, since who would attack someone out of nowhere just for a test? However, he soon sees a system notification informing that he obtained the title, the first to speak with Wolf, and that his work-related stats increased by 25 points, as well as the title, the first to survive the blacksmith, increasing his HP by 25%. Hirkan is impressed and wonders if he really got 2 titles from this, as they are very good. Wolf wants to know if the boy is angry about it, since he knows that newcomers these days have no patience. Then the blacksmith sees the MC making a heart shape with his hands and saying that he loves him. Next, Hirkan grabs the blacksmith's leg and begs the old man to use him as he pleases. Wolf wants to know what the hell is wrong with him and calls him crazy. The MC keeps trying to flatter the old man, and Wolf starts getting scared by the MC's behavior until he throws a bag in his face and tells him to get lost. Then, he kicks Hirkan out and orders him to go to the Bahim forest to deliver the bag. Hirkan stumbles down the stairs and falls face first onto the ground. The MC begins to get up and excited, thinks he'll endure being cursed at and attacked, since he knows that NPC gives out titles easily, and he'll do whatever it takes to make it happen again. At that moment, a system notification arrives informing that a new mission has been registered, being the request of NPC Wolf, in which the MC must deliver the bag to those who reside in the Bahim forest, and the reward will be being recognized by the blacksmith. Hirkan gets excited, knowing that those who live in the Bahim forest are elves. However, he thinks there's a problem, since he knows elves are generally hostile toward humans, live hidden in the forest, and are even harder to find because they move around frequently. Then he thinks that, in his past life, people made maps to find them, but he doubts that a bit, since, in the first place, he doesn't understand why they're so obsessed with elves. Therefore, he figures he'll have no other option. Thus, he goes to the city square, where there are several players, and starts banging his golden gong, shouting that he's buying information about the Bahim forest and offering up to 100,000 gold depending on the information. People start whispering to each other, wondering if that's the Haho mask and why he's there. Hirkan knows it's a bit embarrassing, but for now, it's the best he can do, since if he posted saying he was buying information, he'd risk the top 30 guilds recognizing him. So, he prefers to endure some embarrassment rather than spend the whole day in the mountains. Then, someone approaches, and everyone, including the MC, becomes startled as they see a man carrying a huge, completely defeated creature. This man says to the MC that he must be the so-called Haho mask. Hirkan is shocked, as he knows that the man in front of him is Pitbull Singh. As soon as the surrounding players realize who's there, they start asking if it's really one of the top 100 ranked players and why he's there. They quickly begin speculating that maybe Singh came because he plans to fight the Haho mask, who in turn knows he fought Singh in his past life and back then managed to defeat him, though he also knew that Singh was a very skilled fighter. However, he thinks he can't guarantee victory this time. One of the players asks if the Haho mask isn't strong enough to defeat Pitbull Singh. Another comments that Singh got the nickname Pitbull because of the cruel way he defeats his enemies, and that his level is much higher than the Haho masks. They keep saying that the MC doesn't stand a chance against him, and that they believe Pitbull Singh could defeat the Heiho Mask with one hand. Hirkan goes crazy with rage hearing the other players' comments, and immediately yells at them to shut up or he'll eliminate them first. Then he's surprised when someone mentions hearing that he's buying information about the Behemoth Forest. Singh approaches the MC with a sinister aura and says he'll tell him everything about the forest. Hirkan wonders if the big guy really knows about the Behemoth Forest, or if it could be a trap, so he decides to ask about his price. Singh starts talking about the price, and both Hirkan and the other players wait anxiously to hear what the big guy will say. However, the furious Pitbull says that the price is that he'd like to confess his love, which leaves the MC completely confused, not understanding anything. The players around them become embarrassed and wonder if the infamous Pitbull Singh is really confessing to the Heiho Mask. After leaving the city and heading into the forest, the MC takes a deep breath and wants to know what the hell happened back there. Singh raises his hand and asks the MC to first calm down and control his breathing. Hirkan goes wild and shouts, wanting to know if he thinks he can calm down after such humiliation. Then he says that Singh confessed in the middle of the square, and now the whole city is in chaos, and that's why they had to run into the forest to escape the crowd. Singh tries to explain, but the MC interrupts him and makes it clear that he doesn't like men, and therefore has to reject his confession. As soon as he says that, silence fills the area, and Pitbull gets irritated, wanting to know what the MC is implying since he never confessed. Hirkan is confused, not understanding anything. Singh says that a few months ago, as usual, he was hunting around there until something caught his attention, and he saw that it was just a rabbit. Then someone approached the rabbit, saying it shouldn't be wandering alone. He was immediately impressed, and says that's when he met her, realizing she was the most beautiful being in the world they live in. But as soon as he tried to do something, she suddenly ran away as if terrified and never appeared again. So he waited for months in the same place, hoping she would return someday. Hirkan imagines the scene and can't believe it. Singh continues, saying that he gathered all kinds of information about elves from the local NPCs. The MC immediately wants to know if he wasn't being a stalker. However, Singh explains that even after visiting every place, the locals only said they had seen an elf once before, but he never found anything. Until, when he was thinking of giving up, he heard the Heiho Mask looking for information about elves and decided to ask for help. Hirkan concludes that's why he acted that way back then, but he gets nervous and wonders why he didn't just say that instead of starting with a love confession. Even so, he feels he's gotten involved with someone exhausting, but needs to finish the mission quickly since only he has a lead about the elves. Thus, he asks the big guy to take him to where the elves usually appear. Singh gets excited and says he'll take him. As soon as they arrive in front of a huge waterfall, Singh explains that based on what he heard from the residents, the place where elves most often appear is there, at Bekong Waterfall, and the other location where they sometimes show up is beneath the great oak tree. Hirkan thinks about what Pitbull said about the residents and quickly wants to know if monsters also appear there. Singh replies yes, especially large monsters. The MC smiles and thinks that then it's just as he imagined. Then he says they'll do as always, hunt some monsters. It doesn't take long for a massive snake to appear. It's a level 90 bark serpent. Singh says he'll handle it quickly, but Hirkan tells him to wait and says he'll take care of it alone. Singh asks if the MC is sure about that since the creature's level is quite high and it won't be easy. Hirkan asks who he thinks he's talking to and then dashes forward at high speed, shouting that he's the Heiho Mask. The serpent, upon noticing the MC approaching, lunges to attack. Hirkan smiles, but the creature is very fast and ends up headbutting him, throwing him hard backward. Singh sees the MC on the ground and can't believe what he's seeing. Then he wants to know if the Heiho Mask wasn't supposed to be amazing. Hirkan takes a deep breath and immediately starts screaming in pain, saying his nose hurts. Both Singh and the huge serpent can't believe what they're witnessing. While Pitbull wonders what the hell the Heiho Mask is doing, the serpent charges at him again. Then he yells for him to dodge. Hirkan panics, thinking he's about to be eliminated. At that moment, an arrow is fired, hitting the serpent squarely, followed by more attacks striking the creature. Singh is very surprised. Hirkan laughs and comments that NPCs, known as residents, unlike players, don't fight monsters, since he knows that when they encounter monsters, they run for their lives. So he suspected that when the residents there are hunted and cornered by monsters, the elves end up appearing. Sing wants to know if the Ha-Ho mask predicted that from the start. Hirkin laughs and replies that it's something like that, and that he thought there was a chance. And apparently, it looks like the elves finally appeared. Then he goes up to her, introduces himself, and says he's there under Lord Wolf's orders. But while he continues explaining that he has a very important mission, an arrow is aimed at his face. One of the elves comments that, in other words, he deceived them. The other becomes furious and shouts that she told them not to trust humans. She then adds that humans are liars, disgusting and greedy creatures. Hirkin feels all those insults are directed at him. Soon after, one of the elves says there's no way Lord Wolf would entrust a task to a lying scoundrel like the MC, who begins to get nervous, wondering what to do and if he should try convincing them by force. Then Sing kneels down, which makes the MC curious to know what he's doing. Sing apologizes for deceiving them, but makes it clear that he needed to meet one of them since they had met before right there in the forest. She is surprised, and Sing continues, saying that back then, he fell in love with her at first sight. Then he extends his hand and gently asks the elf to give him a chance to get to know her. Hirkan can't believe what he's seeing since he knows the elves already hate humans, and now he's revealing that he's a stalker. However, the elf replies that it's fine, leaving the MC even more confused. They start talking and laughing, saying that Selene ended up charming a human. Thus, they begin taking Sing to their village, leaving the MC standing there speechless, still shocked, and not understanding what the hell the game is doing. However, in the end, the Ha-Ho mask completed the mission of finding the elves. Thus, Hirkan and Sing go after the elves. However, the MC is furious, wanting to know if this was supposed to be a dating simulation and why the hell everything is unfolding this way. Sing, a little embarrassed, calls Hirkan and comments that he feels like he could die of happiness. The MC gets even angrier and tells Pitbull to go to hell since they were almost killed by one of them. Then, he wants to know if he is going to keep walking around with the elf he fell in love with just because his confession was accepted. Next, he makes it clear to Sing that the prettier they are, the crazier people get, as he knows someone even more beautiful and completely nuts. Sing points out that he doesn't like elves just because they are beautiful and emphasizes that elves are symbols of fantasy. Hirkin is intrigued by this and soon thinks that Pitbull is actually a pervert, but Sing quickly explains that it's not the way the MC is thinking. Then he tells him that when he was younger, in all the games, novels, and comics he read and played, elves, especially dark elves, were essential icons of fantasy, and that adventuring through magical worlds alongside them had always been his dream. Hirkin becomes even more confused and questions what the hell he's talking about and what that has to do with confessing. However, he is surprised to hear Sing asking if he doesn't feel the same. Then Pitbull wants to know if the MC isn't in this game to fulfill his dreams. Hirkan takes a deep breath and says that he doesn't have stupid dreams like that. Then he laughs and says that his dream is to become the strongest in the game and destroy any idiot who looks at him the wrong way. Sing listens to the MC say that it's just about imagining their faces because he'll be thrilled when that day comes. So Pitbull asks the MC if that doesn't make him the same as those who looked at him the wrong way. That question leaves Hirkan completely surprised since he hadn't thought of it that way. However, he smiles and, showing his middle fingers to Pitbull, wants to know what's wrong with that since he knows that the strong always devour the weak, and that's how the world works. Sing comments that if it's natural for the weak to be devoured, then he wants to know if what happened to the MC wasn't natural. Hirkan starts getting angry, and while Pitbull was about to say something else, he punches him. A huge explosion happens, drawing the attention of even the elves. Hirkan grabs Sing by the collar and asks what the hell he knows. Then he emphasizes that dreams and happiness, that kind of thing, are for people who already have something. Next, he wants to know if Sing knows what it's like to fight to survive day after day, and if he also knows what it's like to lose the little he had in an instant. Hirkan grips Sing's clothes tighter, and as he starts equipping his battle armor, becomes even angrier, and says that he knows Sing is trying to give him a sermon, but makes it clear that he doesn't want to hear it anymore. Sing is very surprised by the MC's words, until the elves shout that humans are always picking fights for no reason. However, one of them turns and says that they have arrived in Behem, their village. Hirkin steps forward and asks them to show the way. One of them says that the village elder is in the largest tree, and while the MC walks ahead alone, one of the elves wants to know if Sing really got into a fight with his companion. Sing just stays quiet. As soon as they reach the largest tree in the village, the elf calls for the elder and says that she brought a human who said he was there at Lord Wolf's request. The MC takes a deep breath and thinks that Sing started the fight and ended up losing his composure. So he thinks it's better to let it go since he knows it won't lead anywhere and that he needs to focus on the main mission. The village elder appears and says that since it's a message from Lord Wolf, it must be from the secret order. This is the elder elf of the Behem tribe. The NPC Dadre Hirkan takes a package and says that's exactly what the elder said. And as soon as he delivers it to the elder, the system informs that Hirkan has delivered Wolf's package to the Behem tribe and that the Wolf's message mission has been completed. Dra begins to untie the package, and the MC is soon very surprised by what he sees, since he realizes it is an epic item that removes all negative effects and status penalties, being the Bracelet of Purification. Then he becomes nervous upon realizing what he was delivering and understands why Wolf didn't let him see what was inside the package, until he remembers something and reflects that the next mission is to purify the corrupted elf and find out who was behind the main quest. Thus, he becomes excited because he knows the reward for completing the mission will be the Bracelet of Purification. However, the Elven Elder turns and asks the MC to leave. Hirkin shouts for him to wait and asks if there isn't still something he's supposed to do, like using the item to save someone. Dra replies that there isn't and that there's nothing else for the MC to do because he knows that currently he is too weak. Hirkin goes crazy with anger, questioning whether there really is some level restriction. Then he thinks it's like before, where his level is too low for mission progression. Next, he clenches his fist tightly and makes it clear to the Elder that he will return once he completes his training. That said, he goes to an area with monsters, and while eliminating them, he thinks that nothing has been going right lately, and after defeating several creatures, he thinks about the Thunder Queen, and that, at the moment, the main quest progression belongs to the Thunder Hunters. And as more creatures rush toward him, he reflects that they recently defeated the ogre and must be in the Urgal Mountains and will not need to go to the battle zones. Then, very angry with how things turned out, he brutally slaughters the creatures and thinks he's quite satisfied with himself because he knows he should have reached level 100 long ago, even if he had to stop sleeping. As he keeps slaughtering the creatures mercilessly, he wonders if he can still make it in time. One of his summons just watches its master acting strangely. Hirkin thinks about what Sing said earlier, then gets even angrier and shouts, wanting to know why he has to listen to such crap. However, he accidentally drops his sword, and several monstrous creatures rush toward him. Hirkan just looks to the side and thinks he's really tired. The creatures keep advancing, and the MC just stands still, doing nothing. Meanwhile, in another place, the elf is showing a strange rabbit, and after Sing tells her what happened, she says that so that's what happened between him and the MC. Sing emphasizes that he knows he overreacted and meddled, but he takes a deep breath, and the elf smiles and asks why he doesn't just apologize honestly, as she thinks it might not be as hard as he believes. Sing is surprised by her attitude, and she asks if that's not what friends do. Back at the MC's battle, the creatures are very close to attacking him until Pitbull appears and lands a tremendous punch on the beast, leaving even Hirkan surprised. Sing turns and says he's there to apologize, and that, apparently, he arrived just in time. Hirkan remains very surprised and confused. After the creature falls hard to the ground, Pitbull turns and says he has something to ask. Hirkan wants to know what he wants showing up out of nowhere, full of himself. Then, while summoning his summons, he makes it clear that if he's there to pick a fight, he should get lost. The skeletons rush towards Sing, who just stands there silently. However, he apologizes, and the MC is quite surprised, immediately raising his arm to stop his summons from attacking him. With the swords pointed at his neck, Sing emphasizes that he said that out of concern. Hirkan listens to what he has to say, and Sing further explains that when the MC mentioned things he knew nothing about, it was nothing more than a lecture. which is why he's apologizing. Hirkan doesn't like that much, turns around, and says that if Sing feels so guilty, he should help him hunt or something like that. Sing wants to know if the MC accepted his apology. Hirkan turns around and, mocking Pitbull, says he's going to drain him to the bone and that he better not dare regret it later. Sing is surprised but smiles and asks if apologizing has a price. Hirkan goes mad with rage, curses him, and says he accepted his apology, and now he's spouting more nonsense. However, at that moment, several creatures come at them, but both clench their fists tightly and simultaneously eliminate the creatures with ease. The system quickly notifies them that the monsters have been defeated and that they gained a lot of experience points and leveled up. After a while, the MC sees another system notification saying he leveled up and, completely exhausted on the ground, he thinks that he finally reached level 100. Then he sees that he currently has 34 titles. His strength is almost 10,000, his endurance 445 points, intelligence 658, and mana 755 points. Sing, also very tired after defeating several monsters, comments that it was all insane. Hirkan says he knows that very well since they spent 3 days without sleeping for more than 3 hours. Then Sing says he is going to log out of the game. The MC replies that it's fine, but thinks that now that he has reached the level he wanted, he can take the quest without any problem, though it would have taken an eternity without Pitbull's help. Then he gets nervous, stands up, calls Sing, and with great difficulty, thanks him. Sing takes a deep breath, calls out to the Haho mask, and before logging out, tells the MC not to be shy since they are both men and that it's quite embarrassing. That said, he leaves the game, and the MC can't believe what he just heard, and furious shouts calling Sing an asshole and saying he will teach him a lesson next time. After returning to Baheim Village and speaking with the Elder, he says that the MC now seems capable and that he believes he can trust him to find a certain child, but emphasizes that when he is full of corruption, he shouldn't expect reason from them, and that's why he will give him the bracelet. However, the Elder sees the MC with a sinister and distracted look and immediately wants to know if he's listening. Then the MC receives a system notification informing him that he obtained the Bracelet of Purification and that the quest, Corruption of the Elf, has begun. While Hirkan is amazed by his reward, the indignant Elder comments that apparently the bracelet's effect seems truly solid. However, he makes it clear that he's counting on the MC for such a mission. Hirkan replies that yes, he can rest assured, but thinks that he will finish the quest soon and keep the bracelet. Then asks the Elder where he should go. Dra replies that he has no idea, which leaves the MC in disbelief. The Elder emphasizes that if he knew the place, he would have already taken Hirkan there. Then he turns and asks the MC to handle it himself. Hirkan starts shouting, asking the Elder to wait and at least give him a clue, but he just leaves without saying another word. Hirkan can't believe he will have to do a quest without any information. As soon as he goes outside, he heads to a cliff and shouts, wanting to know how he's supposed to find a corrupted elf that spawned randomly in such a huge area. Then he sits and thinks that he thought the level problem had been solved, but more problems keep appearing one after another, and apparently, he'll have no choice but to exchange information again. So he keeps thinking about what to do, but soon remembers the last time, and concludes that public trades are quite difficult, since he knows that if he reveals the main parts of the corrupted elf quest, everyone will go crazy over it. That's why he knows he can't make it easy, as he has his own methods. Besides, he knows it's not confirmed yet, but that in reality, the corrupted elf's role is to raise a monster army, meaning that many monsters will appear near a corrupted elf. With that in mind, he plans that if he goes after buying information about newly spawned monsters, some idiots will bring him reports. Then, he'll gather all of them and use that to deduce where the corrupted elf from his quest is. But while he shouts, boasting that he's the greatest genius of all time, someone slowly approaches, wanting to know if he's looking for information about monsters. Hirkan immediately turns around, thinking the first idiot has arrived, and says yes. However, he's left very surprised since the person he's seeing is Shev the Slayer. Moments earlier at the Red Bull's advance base, Yell was calling for Shev, and he wanted to know what she wanted. Yell asked if he remembered the anonymous tip about the location of the elf's corruption. Shev said he did, and she told him that a new message had just arrived from the same sender, which surprised him a lot. The message said that a certain person was buying information about where monsters were spawning. Thus, Yell emphasized that this person was offering money for information about recently spawned monsters and wanted to know why out of nowhere. Shev said it could only be a smokescreen where someone who knew an important piece of information about the corrupted elf was trying to throw people off, and that it wouldn't be something useless at this point. Yell said that made perfect sense. Shev pointed out that someone saying they're hunting monsters is just an excuse because they're after something else. Yell got excited and, while grabbing Shev, asked what he thought about monopolizing the information. He smiled and said he'd be back soon, but that he'd be with the goose that laid the golden eggs, saying that while thinking about the MC. Back in the present, Hirkin remained very surprised because he had been thinking of finding some random garbage guild where they'd throw the information at his chest and then take off. But seeing the overwhelming presence of Shev, the Slayer, right in front of him, he wondered why the hell it had to be such a big, overpowered fish. Then he stood up, thinking that for now, the plan was canceled, and he would act silently without leaving any trace of suspicion. But he soon felt crushing pressure since the leader of the Red Bulls Guild was right in front of him, wanting to know if he was thinking about running away. Hirkin quickly summoned his summons, which immediately surrounded Shev. He laughed and remarked that the MC made a smart move, because if he had ordered the summons to attack, he believed the MC would already be dead. Hirkin became worried, thinking it was quite humiliating. Since he knew Shev was right, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Shev got serious and asked the Hey-Ho Mask to respond, but emphasized that he had a physical ability well above a novice's and an information-gathering capacity that surpassed intermediate guilds, so he wanted to know who the Ha-Ho Mask really was. Hirkin was very surprised, but tried to take a deep breath and say something, but Shev didn't understand and asked him to be clearer. Hirkin began shouting that everyone. Then he started acting crazy, fell to the ground, and screamed that he was just a stupid novice, and that, on top of that, a bad guy from the Red Bulls Guild was threatening him. Hirkin paused briefly, making a crying face, but soon went back to flailing and shouting that he was only trying to find information about monsters. Shev just remained silent without saying a word, and the MC wondered if his plan to play the fool had worked, and if Shev had fallen for it. Shev took a deep breath and then said that apparently there had been a misunderstanding since he didn't think the MC was the same person from the report. Hirkin stood up, thinking it worked, and said that it was just a misunderstanding and that next time he'd make sure it wouldn't happen again. However, he was completely shocked when he heard Shev mentioning a 5 billion bonus. Thus, while the MC started fantasizing about that amount, Shev made it clear that he heard correctly and that they would give those 5 billion, along with salary, benefits, and incentives. But the leader of the Red Bulls turned and said that if the MC wasn't the person he was looking for, there was nothing he could do. Hirkin ran after him and said that it had always been his dream to join his guild, but he stopped for a moment to think, drooling with the urge to accept the offer, and then shouted for Shev to stop thinking he could buy people with money. Shev commented that the MC's actions didn't match his words. Hirkin said that with that amount of money, he could buy a lot of meat to eat. However, Shev wants to know what the Ha-Ho Mask thinks about them offering him the same contract to join the Red Bulls Guild. Hirkin is surprised and replies that it's very sudden and that he would never accept. Shev quickly unleashes his incredible power and, placing his sword on the MC's neck, wants to know if even then he would still say no, making it clear that if he doesn't join, he'll consider him a rival and eliminate him right there. Hirkin swallows hard but still answers no, which leaves Shev very surprised. Then, while the MC releases his power and equips his battle armor, he makes it clear that he will not depend on anyone's strength because he will become stronger on his own, even if it means dying there. Shev remains silent, and the MC, while signaling to his summons, also makes it clear to Shev that he better be ready because once he becomes stronger, they will be the first ones he crushes. However, Hirkin becomes completely confused when he sees Shev sitting near the cliff, commenting that the view is quite beautiful from up there. Thus, he wants to know what the hell he's doing. Shev says something about the Red Lake, which confuses Hirkin even more, Shev tells him that his guild confirmed it's true that there has been an explosive increase in monsters spawning nearby. Hirkin wants to know why he's telling him that since they're supposed to be rivals. Shev laughs and wants to know if the MC really thinks he considers him a rival. Hirkin is surprised, and the blonde guy turns around laughing and tells him not to get so full of himself because the Red Bulls are the strongest and bow to no one. That said, he stands up and emphasizes that they were only giving the MC this information because they admire his solo playing spirit, nothing more. Then he says he's leaving. Hirkin stays silent for a moment and then shouts, "Salt Mountain!" Shev turns around surprised, and the MC says that if they're staying away from the elves' territories, then yes, the Red Bulls must be progressing through the dwarves' tower of the main quest, which means they're at Salt Mountain. But he gets angry and shouts, wanting to know what's up with the blonde guy, if he's getting nervous now, and who he thinks he is to call others brats, since he's been playing this game longer than all those idiots. Shev is very surprised by the Ha-Ho Mask's revelation, but suddenly he bursts out laughing, and the MC wants to know what the hell he's laughing at. The blonde guy replies that the reason is the MC himself, who is a complete idiot all the time. Hearing that makes Hirkan even angrier, and he immediately shouts, wanting to know who the blonde guy thinks he's calling an idiot. Then he turns and leaves with his summons. Shev immediately contacts Yell through the system and informs her that his recruitment failed. He also says that the goose seemed like it was about to kill itself before joining the guild and might have died if he had pushed further. However, he smiles and, thinking about the MC, tells Yell that he's very curious to see how far the Ha-Ho Mask will go playing solo. She hears all that and immediately gets furious, then starts cursing the blonde guy with several names and scolding him. He drops to his knees on the ground, completely embarrassed, and tries to argue, but knew that once he got back, he'd be hearing it non-stop. After that, Hirkan is with his summons at the place called Red Lake that Shev had mentioned, and while the skeletons play with the water, Hirkan thinks that his summons don't even know what their master is going through and keep acting that way. Then he turns and shouts for them to behave because he thinks there's nothing interesting about a Red Lake, until he remembers before when he was with his guild friends, and they were also playing with the lake and calling him. Back then, the MC said that this was the intermediate monster area near level 120, and that everyone should eliminate as many as they could and level up. But his friends didn't care and splashed water on the MC's face, calling him a boring addict. So he got very angry and ran after them, and after remembering that, he knows this is quite a familiar place. Thus, he calls his summons and orders them to immediately get into formation, until he turns around after hearing a noise and sees some people rushing toward him. But as they get closer, the MC realizes that it's a warrior, 2 mages, and a priest, and immediately wonders if it could be an ambush. However, he doesn't care and calls his summons to be ready. Then he tells them that when he gives the signal, they are to attack immediately. He starts counting, and as the people approach, he shouts, ordering his summons to attack. But he becomes completely confused when he sees that the people have bowed before him. Then he wonders what the hell is going on. The priest, with tears in his eyes, begs the Ha-Ho Mask to help them because they're in serious trouble. After they explain the situation to the MC, Hirkan wants to know if they really need his help to hunt the corrupted Grey Rooster. The warrior replies yes, but the MC wants to know why they don't do it themselves. The warrior explains that they're only part of the 2nd division of the Golden Brothers Guild, and that their guild is a prominent group, but barely reaches the level of the top 30 guilds in the game. And since they're only from the 2nd division, they're just a bunch of nobodies. Hirkan tells them to summarize it in less than 3 sentences. So the warrior says that if they fail the hunt, they'll be expelled from the guild and want the MC to help them. Hirkan says he refuses, and that's the end of it. All of them immediately start crying and begging the Ha-Ho Mask to help them, or they'll really be screwed. Then they grab the MC and say they'll pay him. Hirkan gets curious and asks how much they're willing to pay. The warrior says around 20,000. The MC turns around and says that's too little. However, the warrior jumps and grabs the Ha-Ho Mask's leg, shouting that it's all they have and that he can take the rewards if he defeats the monster. Fed up with hearing them beg, the MC thinks that he still needs to deal with corrupted monsters anyway. Thus, He says he'll accept the 20,000 and all the rewards and asks if they agree. They get excited and thank the Haho mask repeatedly. Hirkan just tells them to make the payment quickly and walks off. Suspiciously, they thank the MC again. But sometime earlier, the warrior and his friends were handcuffed and begging for more time to pay their debt. The place where they were being held was a slave farm owned by Lord Apollo, where anyone who couldn't pay their debts to him ended up as a slave. After thinking a bit, the fat man said he would give them one more chance. Everyone got excited, but that quickly faded because Apollo was asking them to eliminate the Haho mask. The warrior wanted to know how they could kill such a skilled player. Apollo said he would lend them high-quality equipment and didn't care if they killed the MC fairly or lured him into a trap. Then he made it clear that if they couldn't do it, they would rot there for eternity. Back in the present, they all know there's nowhere to run, and watching the MC's back, they know that when the Haho mask is distracted by the monster, they'll attack him when his guard is down. Thus, they ready their weapons. But suddenly, a massive claw stomps the ground, terrifying them since the level 120 corrupted gray rooster has just appeared right in front of them. Hirkan says that the creature is really noisy, then turns and emphasizes that he'll strip the creature's armor and that they're to handle the rest. Then Hirkan places his hand on the ground, activates muscle modification, and rushes toward the creature at high speed. They're surprised by the Haho mask's speed, and watching him fight alone, wonder if the MC will duel the creature by himself. While the rooster attacks with its sharp feathers, Hirkan dodges and thinks that the creature has long-range attacks. Then he jumps at the corrupted rooster and shouts that the creature is slower than he remembered. That said, he delivers a powerful slash to one of the wings, then to the abdomen, and finishes with the leg. The corrupted rooster charges at the MC, but he had already anticipated the movement and, with his incredible speed and the muscle modification ability active, delivers several consecutive slashes at once and shouts that the creature is really slow. Because of that, the MC completely broke the armor of the corrupted gray rooster. The warrior widens his eyes, very surprised to see that the Haho mask managed to do it so easily. Hirkan shouts, warning that the creature's body armor is gone and only the helmet remains. Then he prepares, but the warrior shouts the signal and the mages fire a large fireball. Hirkan turns around startled and a huge explosion happens. The warrior shouts for the mages to attack again, and at the same moment, they fire another fireball and another and another. In the middle of the dust, they wonder if they managed to do it. Then they get excited and celebrate, shouting that they finally won't be slaves anymore. However, the warrior becomes completely terrified upon hearing someone say that it was just as he thought. Hirkan, amid the dust, says he knew something was wrong from the start because they were all supposed to be poor but had high-quality equipment and made a necromancer fight on the front line. Then, he makes it clear that it's a good thing he was prepared. That said, the system notifies that the ability skin change has been activated, granting an additional 388 points to armor, followed by the ability False Heart being activated, increasing HP by 120 points, and finally the ability Boiling Blood, which increases recovery rate. Hirkan, while getting ready, emphasizes that he doesn't care if they are the Golden Brothers or the Beagle Boys. Then, as soon as he finishes equipping himself and summoning his summons, he says that he hopes they're all ready because they're already completely dead. The warrior, very scared, yells for the mages in his group to use magic immediately, but the cockatrice appears behind the MC and his summons, and he wants to know if the warrior's group is sure they want to continue, and they become very scared when they see that even the cockatrice is on the MC's side, who in turn wants to know if they realize they are screwed, until the system informs the MC that a corrupted elf is nearby, which leaves him very surprised, and the elf appears to be furious and soon runs off, and the system warns that he is fleeing, and that the MC will have 3 minutes to capture him, and Hirkan wonders if the elf was after the cockatrice, and why at that exact moment, then calls the warrior's group a bunch of trash, and, while going after the corrupted elf, asks them to at least distract the cockatrice until he returns. Then, he looks back with blood in his eyes and emphasizes that if they run away, he will make sure they die slowly. And so, after going after the corrupted elf, the system informs that less than 2 minutes and 32 seconds remain before the time is up, and Hirkan thinks this is his chance, because if he catches the elf, he will save a lot of mission time. So he becomes excited and concludes it is only a matter of time before he reaches him, and that he will reach first place easily. And with less than 1 minute left, Hirkan pushes forward and charges at the corrupted elf with everything he has. And when trying to land a punch, the MC thinks something is wrong, because even activating everything he can and forcing his body, it seems he still cannot reach the corrupted elf. So he prepares his skill and throws the skeleton bomb at the corrupted elf, who becomes scared when he sees the attack coming his way, and an explosion happens. But the MC cannot believe the corrupted elf managed to dodge his skill, so he runs after him again, thinking the game is just screwing him since this is much harder than he imagined. And with only 10 seconds left, Hirkan becomes surprised, thinking the time passed too fast. And as time runs out, he keeps questioning what he can do. Then he prepares his skeleton bomb skill once more and thinks he cannot afford to fail the main mission. And from far away, he launches his skill at the corrupted elf, who once again dodges, but becomes surprised when he hears the MC saying he does not think it is time for the creature to be giggling. And so the MC appears where his skill was, and with only 3 seconds left before time runs out, he uses the explosion of his skill to propel himself and charges at the elf, saying the reason he threw the skeleton bomb was solely to gain momentum. And with that, he manages to place his hand on the elf and thinks that he managed to succeed in the end. But the corrupted elf bites his own tongue, and Hirkan becomes very confused seeing that. And without thinking twice, he grabs the elf and slams him into the ground with full force. Furious, the MC wants to know how the corrupted elf had the nerve to bite his own tongue, while the elf only laughs in Hirkan's face. And the MC, while summoning the tiara from his inventory, yells for the elf to wake up immediately. Then he places the tiara on the corrupted elf and yells that he needs to wake up so the main mission can be completed. And at that moment, the tiara activates its power, and the system informs that purification on the corrupted elf has been activated. Then, as the MC hopes it worked, the elf takes out a map and hands it to him, and Hirkan becomes surprised at what it is, and the elf ends up dying right after. But he lasted long enough for the MC to complete the corrupted elf mission, and Hirkan takes a deep breath and thinks the elf was destined to take his own life, until he remembers what he picked up and concludes that if things were going to end the way they did, he wants to know what was the point of the timed chase. Then he crushes the paper he picked up and, furious, yells cursing the game. And meanwhile, where the warriors group is, they are still fighting the cockatrice, and the warrior asks for the MC's summons to help them. And right after, the warrior realizes his sword will not hold, until Hirkan appears summoning his golem, which falls on top of the cockatrice, crushing it, and the warrior's group becomes happy when they see it is the Heiho mask. And with tears in his eyes, the warrior says they were waiting for him, and that he knew he would forgive them. But after a while, they all get beaten up by the MC, who then wants to know if the Apollo Guild really ordered his death. And the warrior answers yes, and that they had no choice because of their debts. And Hirkan becomes angry upon hearing this, and wonders if the Apollo Guild really reached the point of hiring people to kill him. And since the items the warrior's group is using are unique and rare items, he knows that even though the Apollo Guild is rich, it must not have been easy to get them. And remembering Cho Wurung, he thinks this is getting really annoying, since apparently all these guilds joined forces to go after him. Then he reflects that if that is really the case, he has no choice but to do something about it. So he tells the warriors group to stand up and, with a bizarre expression, orders them to give him everything they have, then makes it clear that from that moment on, he wants 1 million from each of them per week. And they are completely shocked hearing this, thinking the MC is 10 times worse than Apollo. And meanwhile, at the Big Smile Guild's headquarters, someone is listening to music. The person completely relaxed, listening to elegant classical music, thinking that being able to relax like this is the only joy in his life, until someone bursts through the door yelling for his lord and saying there is urgent news. And the man answers that it is his relaxation time and says it can wait. But upon hearing that the Red Bulls just declared war on them, Heavy Bean immediately becomes terrified and yells, wanting to know how that is possible. Then wants to know why. and the guild member says they claimed it is revenge for the attack on the Ha-Ho mask, which makes Heavybean wonder if the Ha-Ho mask has any connection with the Red Bulls Guild. But he tells his assistant to say there must be some misunderstanding and that they would like to talk if possible. But another guild member arrives yelling that something urgent needs to be said, and very scared that he says that the unique items his lord lent to the Apollo Guild days ago appeared for sale. And Heavybean cannot believe it and yells wanting to know what the hell is going on. And the guild member says the items are listed above market price and fears it will be very hard to get them back. And Heavybean wants to know immediately why the hell the items are being sold and who is selling them. And Heavybean becomes completely nervous upon hearing that it is the Ha-Ho mask himself. So he grits his teeth even harder and, thinking about the Ha-Ho mask, starts cursing him in various ways. And after that, a few hours later in the Beheim forest of the Elven village, the MC is very frustrated because when he took the diadem back to the NPC Dira, he asked the MC to leave the purification diadem because he did not trust him. So while returning, he calls the NPC stingy since they would be seeing each other a lot from now on, and he could have simply given the diadem. But Hirkan still knew he at least managed to get the next mission, the Elven Remembrance mission, in which he needs to discover the secret of the place marked in the corrupted elf's memory, and the reward will be someone's memory. So the MC thinks the memory must be the letter the elf gave him moments before dying. Then he sees it is a place watched over by waters, where there are blue clouds covering the sky, and a village hidden among them. But he becomes angry and yells calling the elves idiots because they write everything in the form of riddles. But then he takes a deep breath and thinks there is no way around it, because even though he does not want to, he knows he needs to ask a favor from the guy who understands the Elven language very well. So he goes to where Sing is, who becomes surprised when he sees the Ha-Ho mask after some time. And surrounded by several elf women, he wants to know what brings the MC to his paradise. And Hirkan becomes furious with what he sees and yells telling Sing to die. After that, one of the elf women asks Sing to eat a delicious apple, but her friend becomes jealous and says she knew Aisha was Sing's favorite, and he holds her chin and says it is not quite like that, then approaches her warmly and emphasizes that they are all important, which makes all the elf women there completely in love with him, while the MC goes to Sing, grabs his hair, and asks what the hell is wrong with him, and if he is messing around with the elf women, and Sing answers no and says that to stay in the elven village as long as possible, he needed the residents to admire him, then emphasizes that he simply did his best, and Hirkan wants to know if what he is saying is all part of a mission, until the elf women become nervous and, pointing arrows at the MC, tell him to stay away, and want to know how he dares to touch Sing with dirty hands. And the Pitbull asks them to calm down because they need to avoid violence. And one of them says the MC tried to hurt him, but Sing asks them to be quiet and asks if they really think the MC would be capable of that, which makes them even more in love with him. And Hirkan, with his eyes bleeding at what he is seeing, thinks he is risking his life in a mission, while Sing's mission is flirting with the elves. So he thinks all of this is very unfair. And while Sing apologizes and says that looking at a man for so long frustrates him, Hirkan punches Sing in the stomach and tells him to shut the hell up and translate a riddle. So after seeing what the MC brought, Sing says he thinks the paper is talking about the Blue Mist Forest, and Hirkan wants to know how he understood it so quickly, and if Sing really studied the Elven language or something like that, and the Pitbull says everything is written on the paper, then explains that if it is a place watched over by eagles, it must be something very high, and if there are blue clouds, it can only be referring to the blue mist of the forest. Then he takes a deep breath, calls for the Ha-Ho mask, and in a teasing tone wants to know why he does not take some time to read a few books like he did. And after a while, Hirkan starts remembering this and becomes furious, then punches a tree, and while continuing to strike it repeatedly, yells wanting to know what the hell Sing has become, and that he also thought elves hated humans, until one of his summons approaches him and pokes him, and when the MC turns around, he sees his summons trying to comfort him, implying that it is okay to be single, which makes him even more irritated, wanting to know if his summons really think he is angry because of jealousy, because he also read many books when he was a kid, and he can make his own harem if he wants. And at that moment, a huge creature approaches, a level 110 Smogrian with many terrible sharp teeth, which charges with everything at the MC, biting the ground powerfully. And then the creature looks up and notices something as Hirkan is counterattacking with everything together with his summons and wanting to know why everyone insists on treating him like an idiot. And after defeating the Smogrian, Hirkan levels up, and while he cleans himself from the creature's blood, he wants to know if he is in the right place because so far he has only seen Smogrians. Then he remembers Singh telling him to be careful because one of the 30 largest guilds, the Sweepers, controls the area where the MC was heading. And after remembering this, Hirkan thinks he prepared well to be there, but in the end has not seen a single sign of a human. So he becomes angry and yells, wanting to know if Singh lied just to act like a badass, until a creature begins emerging from the mist between the trees, wanting to know who the MC is and to whom he belongs. And Hirkan watches the creature coming out of the forest with a sinister aura and thinks it must be who Singh mentioned earlier, then answers that he is not associated with anyone, and the creature with an iron mask on its face says the MC must be an intruder, and after saying that, it releases its terrible power, and Hirkan immediately notices that the field around him has changed completely, and as the creature walks, it makes clear that intruders must be eliminated, and this is a corrupted comrade Avon of unknown level. Hirkan becomes excited upon learning that the creature is connected to the main mission, but does not notice he is being attacked, yet he quickly draws his sword and blocks Avon's charge, and the MC realizes his opponent is full of energy, then jumps back and launches an attack and tells his summons to take the opportunity, but they all receive a powerful blow and are completely destroyed, and Hirkan does not stand still and rushes forward wanting to know how his opponent dares destroy his summons. Then, with his incredible speed, he delivers several consecutive strikes to Avon, then looks back and calls him a weak piece of crap, but becomes very surprised when he sees Avon healing rapidly and the system warning that physical attacks do not work. And Hirkan becomes worried, wanting to know what kind of monster cannot be harmed by physical attacks. So he yells for the skeleton mage to attack, but Avon quickly turns and charges at the skeleton mage, and with a single strike destroys another of the MC's summons. And Hirkan smiles, knowing physical attacks do not work on his opponent, and that he also dodges all magic, and he wants to know how he will defeat him. And while observing Avon, he knows he has never faced anything like this before, not even in his past life. Then he grips his sword tightly and thinks this is no different from suicide, but since he is in such a situation, he knows he must go all out. So he summons his golem and activates the skeleton fragment from the Helm of Madness on his summons, which immediately charge at Avon, and while all the MC's summons are about to strike, he also activates the Curse of Sloth from the Spirit of Corrosion, and thus, Avon is attacked with everything, but he remains calm, and in the blink of an eye counterattacks all the skeletons at once, and Hirkan becomes worried upon seeing his skeleton soldiers destroyed again with one blow, and at that moment, Avon pushes forward and delivers a powerful charge against the MC, who tries to block with his sword, then becomes nervous and attempts a counterattack, but his opponent dodges, and Hirkan concludes his skeletons are still not strong enough. And knowing this, he rushes at Avon, shouting that he will handle it himself. And while fighting intensely, he analyzes his opponent and thinks he only needs to land one hit. But Avon lifts his leg and lands a powerful kick on the MC, throwing him far away. And Hirkan tries to brace himself on the ground, and furious, charges at his opponent again. But this time, he yells for his golem, which grabs Avon, and Hirkan takes the chance and prepares his attack. But before he can finish it, he is counterattacked with everything by his opponent, and Hirkan spits a lot of blood, but ends up smiling and, while holding Avon's sword that is stuck in his stomach, says he won because due to his curse skill, his opponent's movements were temporarily restricted. So Hirkan summons his skeleton mages and orders them to attack with everything. Then Hirkan points his finger at Avon and yells, "Boom!" and a huge explosion takes over the area, and after the dust settles, Hirkan is sitting on the ground saying he cannot take it anymore, and with that, the system informs that he completed the Corrupted Elf's Remembrance mission, and that he received the title of Corruption Destroyer, and Hirkan, still frustrated at knowing the creature he defeated, could not receive any physical damage, really wants to know what the game's problem is in creating something like that, and then, while drinking a healing potion, he thinks that thankfully he managed to get away in the end, until someone begins walking slowly and leaves the MC completely shocked because he sees Avon walking toward him, and the MC quickly equips his sword and slightly scared wonders how the creature is still alive, and Avon raises his sword high and plunges it straight into his own head, then falls to his knees on the ground, and the MC, confused by what he just saw, wonders if the creature really stabbed itself. While the iron mask and a lot of blood fall to the ground, Avon asks Hirkan to eliminate him before the power of corruption returns and dominates him again, then says he used to be a member of the secret order like the MC, but during a mission was captured by the founder of corruption, and after being severely tortured, he was indoctrinated, and he also says he became a monster and killed countless humans, then begins screaming that he only wanted to protect everyone, and that is why he wants the MC to eliminate a man without honor, until he realizes Hirkan is already right in front of him, and the MC calls Ivan and says he has never fought someone as strong as him, and thinks he was probably very strong when he was still human, but emphasizes that what he means is that the ones responsible for the corruption are the real culprits, then wants to know if he only needs to kill them, and also thinks that if he uses purification, he might cure him, and Avon becomes surprised hearing this, and soon says the MC is a good person, then grabs Hirkan's sword and drives it into himself while leaving the MC very shocked by what just happened, and before disappearing, Avon asks Hirkan to take care of the rest and soon vanishes, and Hirkan looks at the sword Avon left behind, and the system informs him that he completed the inheritance mission. Then the MC wants to know if that really was a mission, then calls the game crap again, and meanwhile, somewhere else Syl, upon learning that the Haho mask is with the Red Bulls, wants to know why, and while walking with her blood-soaked sword, she wonders if she cannot simply give the Haho mask everything he wants, and Hahui becomes worried about her lady, and Hatch becomes intrigued because he thought Syl was only trying to recruit talented players, but while observing her from behind, he concludes that is not the case since he thinks her obsession is with the Haho mask. Then he calls her and suggests they return quickly, but is interrupted because Singlet has just arrived and wants to talk to Syl, and Hatch and Hahui quickly prepare for confrontation because they did not see Singlet arrive, and by observing him carefully, they notice his presence is undetectable, and the Thunder Queen wants to know why she should talk to a stranger, and he kneels and quietly asks the Thunder Queen if she does not want to eliminate the Haho mask. And Syl smiles and becomes very excited by Singlet's question, and after that, a few hours later, the MC takes Avon's sword to the hunter Ma Wung, who as soon as he touches the sword, starts trembling, then says he was a good friend and thinks that is why he stopped giving news. And Hirkan only watches the NPC lament, but he soon thanks the MC and says that thanks to him, he can stop worrying, then asks Hirkan to keep the sword. And while looking up information in his system about the sword, the MC thinks it is strange to use someone else's memory, but upon seeing Avon's sword and that it is a unique type that grants plus 77 strength, plus 66 vitality, plus 55 intelligence, and plus 44 magic power, in addition to ignoring 15% of the defense of all monsters, the MC becomes completely shocked, saying the sword is insanely good, so he takes it, and emphasizes that if it is from veteran Avon, he will gladly accept it, then celebrates like a madman saying it is like winning the lottery, and when leaving the hunter's cabin, he thanks veteran Avon because he knows with this sword he will not need to buy another for a while. Then, still drooling over the sword, he wonders what he will buy with his savings, until several people in front of him begin calling for him and immediately rush toward the MC while shouting that the Haho mask needs to be eliminated. And while dodging attacks, Hirkan wants to know who the hell they all are and how they know he is the Haho mask, until the MC hears Romani wanting to know through the watch if he is alive. Then she says he is extremely screwed because there is a bounty on his head on the dark web totaling 100 million gold, and Hirkan cannot believe the amount and wonders what the hell is going on. Moments earlier, where the Thunder Queen was with Singlet, she wanted to know why he had offered help to eliminate the Haho mask, and Singlet answered that it was because the Heiho mask is a variable, then said he would compare what he meant to chess, in which the Heiho mask is an uncontrollable pawn, an illegal piece breaking the rules, then emphasized that a being like that must be eliminated quickly since many guilds have already agreed, but it will be easier with the help of the Thunder Hunters. And Syl smiles and says she thinks the same. But while Singlet was about to ask if he could consider it an agreement, she lunges at him and strikes him, throwing Singlet violently to the ground. Then Syl stomps hard on the player's chest, making him spit a lot of blood. And the Thunder Queen wants to know if Singlet's guild were not the ones who stole the boss last time, then emphasizes that this is a problem. And with her sword over Singlet's stomach, she makes clear that she does not negotiate with those who steal what is hers. And Singlet says that apparently the negotiation failed, then equips his sword and attacks the Thunder Queen and quickly retreats. And Hahui becomes furious and yells that she will go after the insolent man, but Syl tells her to let it go and emphasizes that it is useless to chase a rat, then asks to contact all the guilds, and both Hatch and Hahui become surprised by the leader's request. But she, thinking about the Heiho mask, smiles and says she has too many rivals. Then, while the two remain puzzled by her request, Syl tells them to inform all guilds that the Heiho mask is hers, and that anyone who dares touch him will be completely eliminated. And meanwhile, Singlet is running at full speed without stopping. He contacts someone, apologizes, and says negotiations were a failure and that he will accept any punishment, but wants to know if he should eliminate the Heiho mask personally, and the person he is talking to says no and tells Singlet not to get involved personally because they must remain his trump card, especially because he has already made his move and only needs to wait. Then he turns smiling and looking at a large screen showing several events involving the Heiho mask. He emphasizes that time is on their side, then tightly squeezes a chess piece, and while watching the MC flee from the players chasing him, he wants to know how the pawn will react, then simply watches the outcome unfold. And back where the MC is, he is running and thinking this is very irritating. And looking back, he knows that even if he knocks one down, more appear immediately, and Romani says it is almost like chasing a lottery ticket, then wants to know who the hell the MC pissed off this time. And he answers that he simply did nothing, but when thinking of some people, he thinks maybe he did one thing or another, until he considers that maybe it could be Syl from the Thunder Guild, since she is a billionaire and 100 million is pocket change. But he knows that with her shitty temper, he thinks she would come to eliminate him personally. And while the MC keeps only running, Romani wants to know what his plan will be because she fears that at this rate they will not progress in the game, then emphasizes that the MC's commissions are her livelihood so far, and that if he dares quit the game, she will haunt him to death. And Hirkin wants to know who said anything about quitting, then opens the auction window and quickly buys the Wyvern Skull, then turns and yells that he will find out who set up all this crap. And after saying that he summons his golem, which stands before the players who were chasing him, and the players begin shouting, telling everyone not to panic, because golems are slow, and they only need to stay calm and focus on taking down the Heiho mask. And Hirkan asks his system to invest all attribute points into clay manipulation, and with that, the system informs that clay manipulation has risen to rank A. Then Hirkan uses the Wyvern Skull, and the system informs that clay manipulation with the Wyvern Skull is being cast, and that the golem is changing shape. The MC takes a deep breath and thinks about premium Korean beef, lobster, high-end sushi, and all his future expenses, since he knows all of that is gone after buying the Wyvern Skull. But the golem's transformation finishes, and it becomes a massive wyvern standing right in front of the players. And Hirkan starts laughing and wanting to know which idiot will be the first to be eliminated, and everyone remember who Romani is, because if some do not remember, she is the MC's exclusive video editor and also handles the Heiho Mask's VTube management, email management, sponsor management, and recently has been doing far more than just a manager, since she was going crazy wondering why she had to do everything alone since she is just an editor. But at the same time, whenever she saw a high-potential Heiho Mask video, she immediately became passionate and excited to work on it. And after that, the MC is flying on his wyvern very irritated while the players below keep shouting at him, asking him to come down immediately to be eliminated. And Hirkan looks down and thinks they are nothing but small fry, yet they keep attacking him in a group, and because of that, he cannot progress in the game. Then, he takes a deep breath and reflects that he must eventually reach the root of the problem, but wonders if what he is thinking is the only way. So he asks to send a message addressed to the Thunder Queen Syl of the Thunder Hunters Guild, requesting a private audience, and after some hours and already at night, the MC lands on his wyvern, where someone is waiting for him, and the person, upon seeing the hey-ho mask, says he finally appeared. It is the queen and leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild, who immediately says she asked him to meet her earlier, but he did not even reply. And Hirkan becomes nervous, thinking he is facing Che Seolian, the person who tormented him the day before he regressed, and also the one who made the members of his group betray him. So he clenches his fist tightly and thinks he really wants to kill her. But he calms himself and asks if she was the one who put the bounty on him, and Syl becomes serious and answers no, but wants to know if he went there just to ask that. And Hirkan smiles and says he cannot imagine anyone else who would do what was done besides her, then wants to know if she really hates the fact that he left her guild and took everything for himself. And Syl becomes surprised by the question, but the MC begins yelling, wanting to know if she likes screwing people over. And while Hirkan trembles with anger, she remains calm until she smiles and asks the MC if his answer really matters. Then becomes serious and makes clear he is not going to believe her, no matter what she says. And at that moment, Hirkan remembers her saying the same words before he regressed. So he becomes surprised, thinking he is sure he heard her say that before. And Syl takes a deep breath and says that not long ago, an unknown ranker went to see her and told her the MC was causing confusion and suggested the top 30 guilds should exclude the Heiho mask. And Hirkan becomes completely shocked hearing that and wonders if such a thing could really happen, then remembers the last time, before he regressed, when the Queen of the Thunder Hunters Guild was saying she would exclude him from the game. So the MC concludes that something really happened before regressing, and just as he is about to say something, he is interrupted, and Syl says she refused that unknown ranker's proposal and asks if the Haho mask really thought she would do something like that, because seeing how they interfered in the main mission he was doing, she thinks the MC is not the only target, and Hirkan becomes intrigued by this and reflects that an unknown ranker with enough guts to meddle with the Thunder Hunters must surely be the guys he saw before, and Syl wants to know if the Haho mask at least believes that part, since he was acting like he would not believe anything she said, and the MC answers that only half because that is enough, then turns to leave, but keeps thinking that at least it does not seem like Syl is the mastermind behind the incident. But he hears her calling him and asking him to join the Thunder Hunters Guild, and Hirkan quickly turns and yells that she is already getting on his nerves, because when someone refuses something, she should learn not to insist. And Syl interrupts the Haho mask, saying that apparently he does not like her, then emphasizes that she does not know why, but has always felt that many people hate her for no reason. And Hirkan becomes surprised by her words. And Syl also emphasizes that she is saying this for the Haho mask's own good, then wants to know if he really thinks he will endure alone when he has a 100 million gold target on his head, then emphasizes that he must trust her so she can officially protect him, and also promises she will not force him to do anything. And Hirkan thinks about it, but soon turns and says he would rather die than join her guild. And Syl says it is not the time for him to be annoying, but Hirkan yells that he does not want to join any guild and makes clear he will become the strongest with his own ability, because he promised that to himself. And she becomes very surprised by his promise, but says it is very childish, then wants to know if he is really saying he will become the strongest alone, and Hirkan becomes nervous and yells, wanting to know what is so wrong about that. And Syl smiles and asks him to do his best, because she will be one of his strongest competitors. And the MC climbs on the wyvern, takes a deep breath, and thinks the Thunder Queen is truly insane since she is declaring war with only a smile. Then he flies away, and Syl keeps smiling and waving goodbye to the Haho mask, who in turn keeps looking back, thinking he needs to stop thinking about this because chasing her was normal even before regressing. But he still thinks something must have happened before his regression, but he intends to find out when he finishes off the person behind the bounty until Romani contacts the MC again, wanting to know what the hell he did this time. Then says there is now a wanted poster of him, and whoever eliminates him will get a huge reward. And while the MC cannot believe it, Romani keeps yelling that this will make everyone busy hunting him, then wants to know if he found a sponsor or something like that. And Hirkin takes a deep breath and replies that it is not a sponsor but something else, then thinks he still has to deal with this crazy woman. And the next day in Missandra's castle, someone is taking a direct blow, and a guy, while kicking the boy, asks him to hand over the request already since he will not be able to complete it anyway. And the boy trembles with fear and says he will just steal from him again. But as soon as he finishes saying that, he takes a kick right to the chest, and the warrior, while preparing his punch, says he thinks the kid needs more beating to start thinking again, until someone grabs the man's arm and he wants to know what the hell is going on. And the MC looks at the boy and wants to know if he is the guy called Git from the missions. And very scared, the blonde boy introduces himself and says his name is indeed Git, but he knows nothing about that mission guy. And Hirkan says he understands and thinks that means it has not happened yet, then calls the boy to come with him, which makes the other guys nervous. And the warrior immediately charges at the MC, wanting to know who the hell he thinks he is to meddle in other people's business out of nowhere. And with no difficulty, Hirkan takes all of them down in a single hit, and after they all fall to the ground, Git becomes very surprised to see that the MC knocked down all 3 guys at once, and Hirkan wants to know if the boy is curious to know who he is, then says he is just a good person who passed by at the right moment. Then, Hirkan shakes the dust off his clothes and then hears a choked voice. It is Git, who quickly thanks the MC for saving him, but starts trembling with anger and saying that he had already given up on everything. As he starts crying, he emphasizes that if it were not for the MC, he thinks those guys would have robbed him. Then, crying even more, he thanks the MC again. Hirkan wants to know if the mission they almost stole from him moments earlier was the exploration of the ruins dungeon, because once it is completed, the blocking field will be undone. Git gets a little embarrassed and wants to know how the MC knows that. Hirkan smiles, and taking advantage of the chance of having saved the boy, asks him to hand over the mission. Git keeps thinking that once again, he will have to go through this, and that, in the end, the MC is just another bastard. After that, Hirkan receives a system notice informing him that he has entered the Misandra Ruins dungeon and that he now has 1 more member. However, if a party member dies or leaves the dungeon, the mission will be invalidated. The MC, knowing this, becomes furious. While carrying Git in his arms, the boy keeps saying that he thought he would finally complete a mission, and that, in the end, he ended up finding out that this is how they are stolen. Hirkan gets even more nervous and shouts for the boy to shut up. Then, while Git keeps crying, the MC wants to know how long he is going to keep whining, and points out that if he hates having his things stolen, he needs to be braver and less fearful. Git tries to explain himself. However, the MC ends up hearing that it is useless, which makes his ear almost burst from hearing such nonsense. So he goes crazy with anger and asks if the boy is kidding. He replies that he always tried and it never worked. Hirkan is surprised to hear that. Git continues saying that he knows he is pathetic, then starts crying even more and wants to know what he will do when even resisting does not work, because he is very weak. Then he says that when he goes exploring, he only gets in the way and is insulted, and that even when he goes out alone into the field, he ends up being killed, until he eventually gave up and kept wandering around doing the village NPC's silly missions. After some time, the system informed him that it had found the hidden conditions of a mission. Git points out that this is how he got the mission they are doing at the moment, a mission that dissipates the blocking field. Because of that, he was very happy, and, for the first time, it seemed that the game was telling him that he could be worth something. The MC hears the boy ask if he really thinks the mission would be stolen from him. Git continues saying that he is the kind of guy who gets beaten by anyone and cannot defeat anyone. Hirkan starts getting irritated again, hearing the boy whining. Then, he drops him to the ground, and as he walks away, tells the boy to keep living the way he is, crying about everything, because he will clean up the dungeon's mess. However, he suddenly stops and makes it clear that just because the boy has lived like a weakling up to now, does not mean he has to continue like that forever. Having said that, he walks away, and Git is confused by the MC's words. Then he starts thinking that until moments earlier, the MC looked like he would kill him if he did not hand over the mission, and, out of nowhere, he changed, giving advice, until he realizes that he really left. Then he starts questioning whether he will need to log out of the game, but decides not to because he does not know what shit the MC might do afterward. So he decides to get up, thinking that he will stay at the dungeon entrance doing nothing, but he does not notice a large insect right in front of him. As soon as the creature makes a noise, Git cannot believe what he is seeing right before his eyes. Hirkan, from afar, manages to hear the boy's screams, who quickly arrives hugging the MC. Hirkan tries to push the boy away, while several creatures quickly approach them. A huge scorpion appears and ends up grabbing the boy, who starts screaming, saying that the creatures are going to eat him. The MC eliminates one of the monsters and frees Git, who in turn runs away screaming that he does not want to die. The boy is very desperate, begging to be saved. 1 hour later, after the MC defeats the creatures that were there, both of them are exhausted. Hirkan grabs Git and shouts, wanting to know if he did it on purpose and if he was trying to mess with him. The boy apologizes and says that monsters are too scary. Hirkan lets him go and says he does not care at all. Then he leaves, telling the boy to stay right there and pointing out that if he gets in the way when he is fighting the boss, he will eliminate him. Git thinks that the room ahead is already the boss room and that he ran so much he did not even notice. But he asks the MC if he will be fine alone, since he knows that the room ahead is the lair of the giant spider and that it is famous for being very difficult, besides the fact that the smaller spiders that respawn explode as soon as they touch someone, and that the boss, the giant spider, has a shell hard as metal. Hirkan comments that he does not care, and asks if he manages to defeat it, the boy will want to enter. He replies that he will not, apologizes, and wishes him good luck. The MC turns around and tells the boy to stop being dramatic, and while equipping his sword, makes it clear that as long as he does not waste time with the smaller spiders, he thinks he can solo the boss spider easily. Having said that, he runs off at full speed. He quickly arrives in front of the boss spider. The boy is very surprised to see that the MC managed to reach the boss without even touching a single web. At that moment, the boss spider prepares to attack, and Hirkan remains focused. Then, while sliding under the creature, he delivers a slash, cutting off some of its legs. The spider starts screaming very loudly, and the MC gives a slight smile and, pointing his sword, comments that one is already gone. Then he charges again. Git gets excited and thinks that the giant spider is being dominated, and that if the MC continues the way he is doing, it might really be possible to defeat it. However, when he looks down, he realizes that he ended up stepping on one of the webs, and while he worries about having done that, he does not notice one of the smaller spiders climbing up his body, which soon after explodes. While the boy lies on the ground crying out that it hurts, several other smaller spiders approach. The boy's system keeps reporting multiple times that he has taken damage, and he feels a lot of pain. But just as he decides to run away, he realizes that it is already too late and that he is completely surrounded by several smaller spiders. Then he becomes desperate, since he knows that it will be his end, and several chain explosions begin to happen. After the dust settles, Hirkan is badly injured in front of the boy, saying that he is really completely useless. Git gets up surprised and wants to know why the MC protected him. While more spiders start crawling all over the MC's body, he tells the boy to shut the fuck up and run to the entrance, because after all this is over, if the mission fails because of him, he will really kill him. Having said that, the smaller spiders start to self-destruct, which leaves Git unable to believe what he is seeing right before his eyes. However, he decides to do what the MC asked and runs to the dungeon entrance. While running, he keeps questioning why he is so pathetic, because all he does is cause trouble for others, and, even so, he only manages to run away, until he trips over a stone and falls face first to the ground. As he tries to get up, he starts crying and questioning why, even in the situation he is in, he can only run, but he knows that he has no choice, since there is nothing he can do. Then, he starts remembering some events in which people wanted to know why he did not quit the game, and in one of those memories, there was a guy telling him to acknowledge his place and live according to it. After remembering that, Git crouches down and keeps apologizing over and over again, but soon remembers the MC saying that he should keep living the way he was, crying about everything, and that just because he had lived like a weakling did not mean he had to continue like that forever. Git keeps thinking about what he heard. Meanwhile, the MC is trapped in a cocoon made by the spiders, and as soon as a smaller spider walks over the cocoon, Hirkan eliminates it, and then cuts the cocoon with his sword and jumps out from inside. He comments that if the boy had died, the mission would have ended immediately, and that is why he had no choice, but concludes that this no longer matters, and that he will summon his skeletons, until he is surprised to hear someone shouting. It is Git, who starts yelling while waving a torch to draw the attention of the smaller spiders. He is trembling with fear, but even so, he keeps doing it. Hirkan wants to know what the boy is doing. He shouts, saying that he will draw the smaller spiders and that the MC should focus on killing the boss. Hirkan comments that he does not need his help and tells him to get the hell out or he will end up getting killed. But Git shouts, saying that he will not die, and while holding the torch, says that he is good at running away. Then he points out that if the MC eliminates the boss, they will be even. Hirkan takes a deep breath, turns around and says that the boy really has a lot of courage and calls him a bastard, but wants to know how many times he saved him for him to think that this makes up for everything. Although in the end, he thinks this is very good, since it is better than seeing him crying and lamenting. Having said that, he charges at the boss. Git shouts, telling the MC to leave it to him, but while watching the MC fight the boss, he thinks that honestly, he feels his whole body trembling, because monsters are still scary and he is still weak, until a smaller spider explodes very close to his face. But Git tries to endure it, and while thinking that it is the first time the trembling he is feeling does not seem bad, he starts setting fire to the smaller spiders surrounding him. After some time, Git drops to his knees on the ground, very tired, and realizes that they have finally cleared the dungeon, since the system is notifying that they have completed the Misandra Ruins dungeon. Git is happy, thinking that he managed it, and that it is even a bit embarrassing to call this clearing, since he did not kill the boss in the end. But even so, he thinks that maybe he has grown a little. However, someone appears right behind him, with a malicious look. Hirkan hears the boys scream. The guy who just arrived puts a dagger to Git's neck and comments that he did not think it would be possible for the MC and the boy to clear the dungeon. Then, together with several lackeys, he laughs and comments that apparently they even have some skill. Hirkan wants to know what the hell the guy thinks he is doing. He replies that if they have good stuff, he wants to know if they should not share. Having said that, he shouts, demanding that the MC hand over the title that dissipates the blocking field. Hirkan wants to know if he is refusing to do that. The guy licks his own lips and shouts, saying that if they do not do what he is asking, both of them will be killed. Git shouts, asking Hirkan not to hand it over, because both of them worked so hard to complete the mission. But as soon as he finishes saying that, he ends up taking a punch right in the middle of the face, and, while falling to the ground, is called pathetic trash. The guy goes up to the boy, grabs him, and wants to know if he still does not understand the situation, because he thinks they should lower their heads and obey. At that moment, Git spits right in the guy's face, and then, laughing, comments that compared to those spiders from before, all of them have fairy hands. The guy goes crazy with rage after being insulted and raises the dagger to kill the boy. But Hirkan shouts, saying that he will hand over the title, which makes the guy immediately stop trying to attack the boy. Git cannot believe what he heard and asks the MC to wait, but Hirkan points out that he will hand over the title when they defeat them. The guy laughs and wants to know if the MC has gone crazy, but while he was commenting that they would not be able to do anything alone, a bloodbath was happening right behind him, and when he turns around, he is completely shocked, since he is seeing all of his companions completely eliminated by several armed skeletons. Git wants to know where the creatures came from, until he hears the guy shouting for Hey-Ho Mask, and while Hirkan walks toward him, the guy continues saying that there are no more doubts, since the MC is the Hey-Ho Mask, the only solo player who uses skeleton summons, the one they say has guild-level combat power by himself. However, the guy wonders why he would be there. Hirkin goes up to him and replies that it is none of his business and tells the guy to hand over everything he has. Seeing himself with no way out, the guy starts shouting loudly because he ended up getting himself into a mess. After that, Hirkan obtains the guy's ownerless war watch, and while they leave the dungeon, he comments that those guys who appear out of nowhere always like to act tough. Git keeps watching the MC and thinking that he had imagined he was just a slightly stronger player, but that in the end, he is a named player. Hirkan turns around when he hears the boy call him, and Git thanks him for saving him once again, and for helping him clear the dungeon as well. Then he emphasizes that if it were not for the MC, he thinks he would never have been able to complete the mission, neither physically nor mentally. Then, after saying that, he becomes a little embarrassed and emphasizes that that was all he wanted to say and that he will be leaving. Hirkin asks the boy to keep something, which leaves him confused, but the MC says that he will be giving him the title. Git wants to know why, since he knows he does not deserve it, but the MC says that he needs it, at least so he does not get beaten so much out there, and that he wants to know if the boy will continue playing. Git is surprised by the question, wipes his tears, and runs after the MC, saying that he will do his best. After some time, as soon as he returns to the city, Hirkin stretches and thinks that the clothes he is wearing now are much better, since he even thought about being more discreet, but in the end, it made no difference. Even so, he keeps in mind that at least he got something out of this. A player famous for collecting rare quests, Questman Git, who will certainly be useful later on. However, when he remembers that he is very whiny, he doubts whether he will really become the Questman. Still, he knows that at least the blocking field was dispelled. Then he looks toward his destination and concludes that it is time to enter his true objective, since it is the starting point of the second chapter of the main quest, the famous Cursed Territory. Meanwhile, in the Cursed Territory, in Ricky City, in the city square, a young adventurer is looking at the surrounding map and comments that he has finally arrived. A little impressed, he also comments that the blocking field fell a short time ago and there are already many people there, until someone crashes hard into his back. A girl asks him to stop looking around because there are already competitors everywhere. Then she asks the boy to look ahead. Then she says that the second squad of Ares, a top 30 guild, is there, as well as the elite members of Triple Wing, another top 30 guild, and those with the greatest chances of clearing the main quest Hydra. The blonde girl also emphasizes that everyone already knows that this is where the next main quest begins, and that is why everyone rushed there. The boy wants to know if a nameless guild like theirs can hold out. At that moment, someone starts walking slowly and asks them to get out of the way, and everyone notices that it is Haho Mask. As he walks alone, people start wondering if it can really be him, because they heard that it was he who brought down the blocking field. Hirkin thinks that apparently there are already a lot of people there, and that they must have heard that he took down the blocking field and rushed there like vultures. At that moment, the MC hears someone saying that the game administrator must definitely be helping him. Then the same guy wants to know if everyone there really thinks that someone can be that good alone, because he thinks the MC must have powerful backing. Hirkin likes hearing that and hopes they keep talking since he knows that unfortunately, he got there only with his own abilities. However, he is completely stunned when he hears others saying that he is Syl's pet, the Thunder Queen of the Thunder Hunters. The comments from others start hitting the MC directly, and one of those comments is that the Thunder Queen had said she would kill anyone who messed with Haho Mask, and another comments that he thought the MC was hanging out with the Slayer Chief, since Red Bull warned everyone not to get in his way. Because of that, everyone wants to know why these guilds are fighting over Haho Mask, until another adventurer comments that what Haho Mask did was something ridiculous, since he made 2 high-level guild leaders go crazy in such a way. Hirkin loses his temper and charges at the guy who just said that and tells him to shut the fuck up. Then, as he starts throwing several punches at him, he wants to know who is whose pet and tells him to repeat that to his face. Consumed by fury, the MC winds up to throw another punch and asks who is spreading those damn rumors. But he is interrupted by a man with a cane. This is Cerebro, the NPC of the Secret Order, who asks the MC not to disrupt the important mission. The people around are surprised to see that it really is an NPC of the Secret Order and conclude that this truly is the next main quest. Hirkin releases the guy and, still irritated, thinks that the mission is about to begin. Cerebro comments that now that the commotion is over, it will begin. Thus, he explains that the cursed territory, where they are all gathered, is the place where a corrupted existence carried out experiments, and that because of this, the surrounding monsters and several areas of the territory were cursed, which is precisely why they need to break this curse. Hirkin thinks that it is exactly like before his regression, when, to study this curse, everyone had to capture the goat-headed chimera, and he knows it is a treacherous monster, but not impossible to deal with, and that fortunately, he knows where it appears and how it fights. Cerebro begins to say what they need to capture, and Hirkan grows apprehensive, waiting for the NPC to say chimera. However, Cerebro says that what they need to capture is the evil eye. This leaves Hirkan completely surprised, since he was expecting the NPC to say it was the chimera. While the MC freezes, one of the adventurers comments that the evil eye is level 150 and even has an area curse passive skill. A girl asks how they are going to defeat that. At that moment, the NPC asks for everyone's attention and informs them that it is not necessary for everyone there to bring one back. Thus, he makes it clear that only 4 teams need to bring one, since only these 4 will have the chance to bring back a captured chimera. The competitors cannot believe this, and one of them raises his hand and asks about those who are not on one of these 4 teams. Cerebro replies that those who are not on any of these teams simply will no longer be part of their plans from then on. At that moment, one of the competitors gets nervous and shouts, wanting to know how they are supposed to complete the main quest. Cerebro makes it clear that only those who want to participate will do so and wishes everyone good luck. Some competitors look at each other briefly, turn around, and run off to do the main quest. The place turns into chaos, some telling others to get out of the way because they will go first, until a guy bumps into the MC and is immediately startled since he is seeing his terrible, unfriendly expression. Hirkin, in turn, is still intrigued by what happened and questions why the future changed and where it went wrong. Then, he clenches his fist very tightly and thinks that everything he knows will be useless, until, to snap out of it, he slaps his own face. Thus, he takes a deep breath and thinks that this already happened, but that first, he needs to think about what to do at the moment, since he knows that there are 2 possibilities. The first is that the future changed because of his regression, and the second is that the information he had from the past was wrong. Then he questions which one is correct. Meanwhile, a knight is walking toward the cursed territory, and upon stopping, informs another person that he has just arrived at the cursed territory and intends to start the main quest immediately. This person in question is Singlet, who also informs that he will eliminate Haho Mask that day. Back to the main quest. The monsters are being attacked and the competitors are very excited to achieve their objectives. Until one of the competitors from the Nameless Guild starts jumping from side to side to avoid being hit and shouts, asking if the magic team is taking much longer. The girl, while channeling the magic, replies that it will only take a little more. As the chimera is about to unleash its attack, the competitor becomes frightened because he is going to be hit. However, before being attacked, the magic team manages to charge the attack and fires the charged lightning skill at the chimera, and thus they manage to defeat the creature. Their team receives the system notice informing them that they have successfully eliminated the goat-headed chimera. The blonde comments that everyone did a good job and that they should return to formation and prepare for the next one. However, the boy grabs her and starts shouting, wanting to know if they cannot leave already because he is scared shitless of the chimeras there. Then he comments that just thinking about the main quest gives him chills, and because of that, he wants to know how they will compete with the other guilds. The girl covers his mouth and comments that if he is going to keep complaining, he should at least look to the side and see what is happening, since Heiho Mask is facing several goat-headed chimeras together all by himself. Hirkin leaps and with his incredible speed and power, manages to deliver several attacks on one of the chimeras. Then he moves to the next one and cuts the creature's throat. When he returns to the ground, in the blink of an eye, he has managed to defeat all of those that were there. The boy, seeing this from afar, is very surprised Thinking that Heiho Mask managed to defeat the 3 chimeras alone, the blonde grabs her friend and comments that there are people doing the mission alone and tells him to stop crying. And as they leave, the boy looks back and thinks that he is even a little jealous of Heiho Mask, since he wanted to play calmly like him. The system notifies everyone that the remaining time of the goat-headed chimera hunt is 19 minutes. While attacking, Hirkin thinks that he needs to go faster, and with each creature he eliminates, he thinks that he still needs to be faster. Then he decides to greatly increase his speed and power, completely shattering the chimeras, until he stops for a second and, while breathing heavily, questions why everything is so different from the information he knows and who these guys are that are chasing him. Then he starts getting irritated because he has no accurate data, and while observing his hand trembling all over, he questions whether it is really possible to complete the main quest. At that moment, one of his summons brings him a healing potion. Hirkin comments that he does not need it, and, as he charges at another chimera, thinks that he needs to stop thinking about what is going through his head at the moment, since other guilds have at least 5 people. The chimera turns upon noticing the presence of the MC and immediately starts launching several attacks against him. Hirkin narrowly dodges one of the attacks, but ends up having one of his legs hit. Even so, he prepares his skill, sends his summons at the chimera, and also charges forward, thinking that he needs to be faster. It does not take long before the system informs that the time is up. Cerebro looks at the watch and is impressed, and while the MC moves at high speed to the location, the NPC comments to the person beside him that defeating so many chimeras in such a short time and practically alone is a great feat, but says that he needs to report this to the association and asks what the name of the person there is. The person remains quiet for a brief moment until Cerebro looks to the side and sees someone coming at high speed. The NPC is intrigued, since apparently the second place is arriving by a minimal difference. It is the MC, completely exhausted, who soon starts questioning whether he really finished in second place. But since he is tired, he can barely see ahead, so he wants to know who arrived first, whether it could have been the Ares Guild, Hydra, or some other strong guild. But when he thinks about the boys from before, he believes they would not have taken first place to begin with, until he is startled to hear a greeting from the person, since he recognizes that voice. Then he starts remembering the voice he heard earlier in the city alley, and that on that day, the person wanted to know if he really was Heiho Mask. He also remembers Syl saying that some time ago, a player of unknown identity went to her. Thus, the guy who took first place walks slowly, and, as soon as he gets close to the MC, calls him Heiho Mask. The person in question is Singlet, who comments that even back then he already suspected that it was the MC. However, he barely finishes saying that when he already has to defend himself from a surprise attack by the MC. Hirkin wants to know who Singlet is, and then shouts, wanting to know who he thinks he is to keep interrupting him. Singlet becomes serious, asks Heiho Mask to speak properly, and emphasizes that it is not he who is interrupting. Having said that, he lands a powerful kick right in the middle of the MC's stomach, and makes it clear that it is Hirkan who is interrupting. Hirkan is thrown violently against a tree, and due to the impact suffered, starts coughing a lot of blood. But he soon becomes frightened when he sees the tip of his opponent's sword in front of his face. Singlet takes off his glasses and, completely shrouded in a sinister aura, calls the MC Hirkan and Heiho Mask and requests a one-on-one duel with him, emphasizing that if he wins the duel, the MC will have to give up the main quest. Hirkan does not like the situation he is in at all. Then the MC grits his teeth, jumps to the side, and comments that Singlet has finally appeared. He laughs, and when he looks back, realizes that there are many people watching them. Then he calls Heiho Mask to go somewhere else. Singlet observes the MC closely and thinks that because of this brat, how much humiliation he had to swallow. Thus, he starts remembering some previous events, including his superior saying that she heard he had failed. After thinking about that, he grips his sword firmly and reflects that he needs to finish him once and for all and wash away all the humiliation he went through. At that moment, the MC is taking off his clothes, and Singlet immediately wants to know what the hell he is doing. Hirkan asks if Singlet is blind and says that he is preparing to fight. Singlet goes crazy with rage and shouts, wanting to know if Heiho Mask is going to fight naked. Hirkan wants to know if he does not know the armed pointer style. Then he explains that the armed pointer style only allows the use of a watch, and that is why it is called that, being a barbaric form that gives up defense and focuses only on attack. Singlet comments that he has never heard of such a pornographic technique. However, the MC shouts, drawing his attention, and tells him not to dare insult a sacred technique with such arrogant words. Then he emphasizes that this style does not depend on equipment or attributes, since only pure talent is used. Thus, he reinforces that he is accepting death if he loses. Having said that, he wants to know if Singlet asked for a duel without determination, or if he is insecure about fighting without equipment. Singlet goes crazy with rage upon hearing this, since he considers it a great barbarity. Then he removes all of his equipment and emphasizes that he is very confident. Hirkin comments that then it will be for real, and both stare at each other for a brief moment, but Singlet soon asks to begin. Then both move, cross their swords, and stare at each other. Hirkin realizes that his opponent is quite strong. Singlet exerts more force and breaks Haho Mask's defense, but the MC does not give up and tries to counterattack. However, Singlet appears behind Haho Mask's back and, laughing, says that he is very slow. Then he delivers a powerful attack that causes a huge explosion. Then Singlet walks over to where the MC is lying, and upon seeing him on the ground, comments that it seems he only barks and does not bite, but wants to know where all that previous determination went. Hirkin does not like this very much, and thinks that this guy is not strong only in level or attributes, since he realized that his combat sense is absurd, and that all of his movements were read, and that the last time he felt this pressure was with Shev, the Slayer, and with Syl, the Thunder Queen. Then he thinks that he will not be able to defeat Singlet the way he is now. Then he grabs his sword, and while trying to attack Singlet, tells him to shut up. Singlet ends up with several cuts all over his body, and Hirkan thinks that it is working and advances again. But with a simple hand movement, Singlet slams the MC's head hard into the ground. After that, he comments that the fight is being quite boring, and asks if Haho Mask thought he could face him with that. Hirkin coughs a lot of blood because of the impact, and Singlet points his huge sword at the MC and makes it clear that it is over for him. But Hirkin grabs his opponent's foot, and while holding a bone bomb in his hand, laughs and says that it is not over yet. A huge explosion happens. Singlet waits for the dust to settle and thinks it was a desperate trick. Then he knows it is quite obvious that Haho Mask will take advantage of this chance to try to attack him from another place. However, he keeps looking around and wonders from where the MC will attack him, until he suspects something and charges forward, but ends up seeing an armed skeleton of the MC, which puts on a little act and soon disappears. Singlet is confused by what he just saw and wonders what the hell just happened, until a call through his watch starts and the person wants to know what he is doing. Singlet says that he is fighting Haho Mask. The person says that the MC tricked him and asks him to look at Haho Mask's channel. Thus, Singlet opens Haho Mask's channel and sees a completely mocked video of himself, where the MC is asking where his determination is and saying that he is acting all tough while wearing only a pair of underwear. Moreover, he did not even notice the MC's summons taking his equipment and running away. And to make it worse, Singlet realizes that Haho Mask is doing a live broadcast titled "Educating the Man in His Underwear," and many people are watching and commenting. Singlet cannot believe what he is seeing and wonders since when Haho Mask started doing this. In the live, the MC laughs and says that he has been doing this from the beginning, then wants to know if Singlet thinks he is crazy enough to face him head on. Singlet becomes even more nervous and comments that both of them had agreed on the armed pointer fighting style. Hirkin laughs, makes a face, and says that he invented that style on the spot. Then he ends the live and waves goodbye. Singlet stays quiet for a brief moment, but soon starts shouting, extremely furious, saying that he will kill Haho Mask no matter what. A few hours later, while watching the live stream of the Underwear Man scream, Romani is laughing a lot, and, on a call with the MC, comments that the guy from the stream is an idiot, because who would fall for such a cheap trick? She adds that when he suddenly told her to enter the live stream, she became curious about the reason, but that she almost had a heart attack from laughing so much. Hirkin laughs, and says he did not think it would work, but he had in mind that a duel offered by someone with a much higher level and skill could be dangerous. He thinks he was lucky that Singlet fell for that random lie when he said he had nothing to lose, because otherwise, he believes he would certainly be lying on the ground. Romani asks what he will do and whether he will go to the next main mission. The MC replies that yes, but before that, he still needs to sell the equipment he obtained. The editor asks if it is the equipment that his skeleton stole, and whether it will be possible to sell it, because she does not think anyone will buy it since they are afraid of the wrath of the underwear guy. Hirkin comments that he only needs to sell it to someone who is not afraid, such as Shev, the killer of the Red Bulls. Meanwhile, in another place, a beast is being defeated, and the system announces that the Salt Mountain raid mission has been completed. The members of the Red Bulls Guild celebrate the victory with their leader. He removes his helmet and comments that everyone did a great job. Yell says that they will finally be able to leave the exhausting Salt Mountain. Then she comments that the trades with Ha-Ho Mask have been completed. Shev thanks her and emphasizes that he needs equipment and that because of that, it could not have been better. However, Yell asks if he really needed that equipment because she thinks that maybe it would put him into an unnecessary problem. Shev laughs and says that everything is fine, since it is fun when there is a bit of excitement, until someone appears behind him about to deliver an attack, and as soon as the attack is delivered, an explosion happens in the area. Yell shouts worriedly, but Shev managed to block the attack in time and, laughing, comments that he thinks this is putting into practice the idea of being careful what you wish for. And as he pushes the person who attacked him back, he asks what the Thunder Queen is doing there and whether she is declaring war and how he should deal with it. Sil simply asks Shev to hand something over and, while walking forward, asks if the equipment that Ha-Ho Mask took from the failed Four Eyes was sold to him, since she knows that equipment so expensive, with such a clear source, could only be sold to him or to her. And since she was not contacted, she thinks Ha-Ho Mask must have spoken with him, and as soon as she approaches face to face with Shev, she asks if she is not right. Shev thinks that in fact she is very intelligent and then replies that yes, but asks what that has to do with her. Sil asks him to refuse and stay out of the way, because the Thunder Hunters are the ones who will handle this deal. Shev apologizes, but makes it clear that it was Ha-Ho Mask who approached him first, and that it is not his fault that he did not choose her guild. Hearing this makes the leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild furious. Shev laughs and asks if he hit where it hurts, but emphasizes that if this irritates her so much, then she should go talk to Ha-Ho Mask about it herself instead of complaining. Sil says that she cannot. Shev becomes confused, not understanding the reason. Sil is a little reluctant to say it, but explains that Ha-Ho Mask does not like her, and that because of that, it would not work, since he did not like it when she helped with the bounty. Shev reflects on this for a brief moment, but soon bursts into laughter. Sil becomes even more furious, telling him not to laugh, or she will eliminate him. Shev grabs her hand, and as soon as he removes it from his armor, thanks her for letting him see something so difficult. But even so, he cannot give the equipment to her because he also needs it. Sil does not like that, but Shev comments that he thinks he can help her in another way, so he asks if she accepts. Later, someone is receiving a gift from Shev, the skeleton armor set. The MC is amazed by the gift, and Shev explains that it is a present sent by an anonymous sponsor. Hirkin asks what he means by an anonymous sponsor, and who would give customized equipment for free. Shev says it is a secret, but asks what his ideal type is. The MC becomes intrigued by the question and immediately asks why that suddenly matters. Shev says that his sponsor is curious. Hearing that, Hirkin comments that he thinks he has never really thought about that before. Shev waits for the answer, but comments that maybe it will work better than expected, which leaves the MC confused, asking what he is talking about. Shev replies that it is nothing and that he will contact him again later. As soon as the communication ends, Hirkin feels annoyed for not understanding what just happened. Then he stands up and thinks that it does not matter, since he sold all the equipment and now knows that he needs to focus on the main mission. The next day, Cerebro comments that finally 4 teams have gathered there. They are the Nuppy family, Ha-Ho Mask, the Hydra Main Mission Task Force, and the First Corps of the Triple Wing. With that, The NPC says he will explain the next mission. Cerebro asks them to eliminate the evil eye, a mutant of the voodoo chimera, and that whoever manages to eliminate it will receive an item capable of destroying curses, a charm that protects against curses. And with that item, they will be able to go anywhere within the territory, which leaves everyone very surprised when they hear this. Hirkin wonders if he will be able to investigate the places where the clues to the main mission might be, since he knows that this is almost like a free pass item, and that because of that, he needs to obtain it at any cost, even before the others. Then he reflects that he knows someone could capture the evil eye, but getting it first is a different story, since he remembers that such a creature even defeated those guys trained to be raid specialists, and that, in other words, it is almost impossible. Cerebro comments that he has already said everything. After saying that, he shouts for everyone to begin. No one wastes time and they run to complete the mission. Hirkin thinks that since things are like this, he wonders if he will only have that method. Meanwhile, the blonde girl from the Nuppy family is worried, commenting that they only managed to capture the voodoo chimera thanks to that certain person, so she wonders if only the two of them will be able to capture the evil eye. The boy becomes discouraged and tells her that he thinks it would be better for them to give up. Then someone taps him on the shoulder, calling him. It is the MC saying that it is too early for them to give up, since they only need to lend him a little of their time. Later, the squad leader of the Hydra Guild is asking everyone in the battalion to remember well what he is about to say, because they cannot be stupid like they were in the main mission of Chapter 1 and let those guys steal it from them. So he makes it clear that no matter what happens, they will complete this mission first. And while he asks everyone to leave the habitat of the evil eye, and that if they spot competitors, they should show no mercy, the MC is lurking, observing them. But the boy, a member of the Nuppy family, becomes frightened and starts shouting. Then he runs away, asking for help and saying that he cannot do this. The squad leader of the Hydra Guild hears the boy crying and comments that the boy seems to be the lucky rookie of the Nuppy Guild, but he wonders if he is being chased by monsters. But he quickly changes his mind, and as he moves his hand to draw his sword, he knows that it does not matter, since he has in mind that competitors must be eliminated. However, the MC appears right beside him, saying that kids these days have no guts. The Hydra member does not understand anything, and while he is being beaten by the MC, the blonde girl helps the boy get up. He calls out to her and, crying a lot, asks how they ended up with a human like that. Thinking about the eliminations of the guild members, she answers that it was because of a fraudulent contract. A few hours earlier, she is asking if the MC was proposing an alliance. Hirkan replies that yes, and that he knows they also want to complete the main mission. After saying that, he makes it clear that they do not have the strength to defeat the evil eye on their own, and that, because of that, he can defeat the creature, but emphasizes that the other competitors will be a pain. Therefore, he explains that if they help him get rid of the other competitors, he will defeat the evil eye for them. Nuppy asks how they can trust him. Hirkan asks what they are going to do, or if they happen to have a better option. They think about it for a brief moment until the blonde girl agrees and comments that, as the MC had said, they will have no other choice. But she becomes serious and makes it clear that he had better not betray them. Hirkan points out that she should say that to herself. Nuppy asks how he wants them to help eliminate the competitors, since they will not be a great force. Hirkan picks up a piece of branch and says that they do not need to worry about that. Then he charges forward, saying that they will only be bait. Everyone becomes frightened without understanding anything. Back to the present, the system informs the MC that he has entered the field of the cursed altar, and it does not take long for the evil eye to appear. Hirkan thinks that he finally found the creature's habitat, but even so, he thinks he found it faster than he expected. And while looking at the members of the Nuppy Guild lying on the ground exhausted, he asks if they do not agree. Then he asks why the atmosphere is so gloomy. Nuppy shouts that it is because of him. Then she explains that he suddenly rushed forward and defeated a lot of people and made them serve as bait with their lives on the line. After that, he made everyone run away while throwing bombs from atop a golem. So she asks what that has to do with eliminating competitors. Hirkan becomes thoughtful and comments that he thinks it has nothing to do with it, but asks if it was not fun, since as a bonus, they even defeated all the other guilds. Nuppy is held back by her friends so that she does not rush at the MC. The The boy asks her to calm down because he thinks everything is already over since there are no more competitors. As they climb onto the hand of the MC's golem, the boy continues saying that if they wait for Heiho Mask to defeat the evil eye, they will be fine. However, the golem throws them all toward the center of the cursed altar field. They hit the ground hard and cry out in pain. Nuppy loses her patience and shouts, asking what the hell Heiho Mask thinks he is doing, since they already did what they promised, and now it is his turn to keep his promise. Hirkin pretends not to understand, which makes the blonde girl even more furious, shouting that she swears she will eliminate him. At that moment, the evil eye appears behind them, about to deliver an attack. Nuppy becomes very frightened, but the MC simply laughs and tells them to go to the left. So everyone moves in the direction the MC asked and manages to dodge the creature's attack. But they become confused. The boy, not understanding what the hell just happened, asks what that was because his body moved on its own. One of the members comments that his body also moved on its own, and that for a moment it felt just like their previous training. Nuppy becomes worried, reflecting that it cannot be what she is thinking. However, she calls everyone and says that they will defeat the monster ahead. After saying that, while charging forward, she asks everyone to simply follow her. But she is very intrigued by something since she knows this is very strange. Then she remembers when Heiho Mask attacked her with a piece of branch and later commented that at her level she should at least be able to dodge something like that, and also asked why she kept getting beaten. At that moment, she had become furious, saying that he had not even explained anything. Heiho Mask had said that she was getting beaten because she panicked and kept running around like a coward. So once again, he attacked and asked her to carefully watch the attack until the end and then dodge. Back to the fight against the evil eye, they dodge another attack from the creature. And as soon as they jump upward, Nuppy fills with fury and shouts for everyone to attack at once. And as they fall onto the evil eye, they deliver several simultaneous attacks. The creature cannot withstand it and soon collapses heavily onto the ground. The boy becomes surprised and asks if they really managed to defeat an evil eye. Heiho Mask walks over to them and says that he had already said they would succeed if they at least tried. Nuppy becomes intrigued and asks if he had planned this from the beginning. Hirkin emphasizes that just by reaching that place, it already means they are skilled, but that he did not even think it would actually work. The blonde girl begins to want to cry, but thanks him and points out that they did not know and complained the whole time. However, she walks up to the MC, grabs his clothes, and furious, asks if he thought she would say that, and who the hell would say that to him, since it was he who had said he would defeat the evil eye. Hirkin laughs and comments that he never broke his promise. Nuppy does not understand, and, even more nervous, makes it clear that they already defeated the evil eye. However, at that moment, the system announces that the smell of sacrificial blood has begun to spread. Soon, the cursed altar field becomes surrounded by a dark aura. After that, several roots begin to emerge from the ground. Nuppy and the others become frightened, asking what is happening. The roots wrap around a pillar that reaches the top of a statue of a bizarre creature. Hirkin places his hand on the blonde girl's shoulder and, stepping forward, makes it clear that he said he had not broken his promise, since what is about to appear is his true opponent. Then, finally, the true evil eye of unknown level appears. Nuppy, terribly frightened, asks what they defeated earlier. The evil eye opens its book and, releasing its dark power, the system warns about the outbreak of the demonic curse, the outbreak of the sloth curse, the outbreak of spirit corrosion curse, and finally the outbreak of fear. Nuppy and the others begin to panic because of the effects of the curse outbreaks. The blonde girl tries to resist and thinks they need to run away immediately, but while the evil eye launches its attack, she realizes her body cannot move. Hirkin steps in front of them, completely repelling all the tentacles that were heading toward them. Then, while observing the outbreak alerts, he makes it clear to the boss that his curse ability is so weak that it does not even work on him. The evil eye becomes confused when he sees that his ability is not affecting the MC, who in turn smiles and calls the boss to come at him. After saying that, he begins his transformation, and as soon as he enters battle mode, he comments that since the evil eye will not come at him, he will go instead. The creature launches its tentacles to attack the MC, but he dodges the first, cuts the second, and advances toward the evil eye. The creature recites a chant in an ancient language, but the MC tells him to shut up and asks if the creature really thinks a simple attack will stop him. However, he soon feels his body becoming strange, and when he looks down, he sees one of his legs trapped by a magic circle. Then he thinks it can only be petrification magic, but he wonders if the creature placed a magic circle in advance along his path. While Hirkin is trapped, the evil eye recites another ability, but this time prepares a colossal black energy. The MC becomes excited, but asks if the creature will leave him trapped there and send a huge attack toward him. Therefore, he channels his power into his sword, and while preparing to throw it, says he needs to respond at the same level. After saying that, he throws the sword imbued with great power. Both attacks collide, and a struggle over which attack is stronger begins, until the MC's attack begins to overpower the evil eye's attack. The creature's attack begins to weaken, and soon the MC's attack opens a breach and surges forward with full force, striking the evil eye directly. A massive explosion occurs. Nuppy and the others are surprised, wondering if Heiho Mask is really going to fight the evil eye alone. Then the blonde girl asks who Heiho Mask really is in the end. After the dust settles, the system announces that the MC defeated the evil eye, and that he obtained a lot of experience and leveled up, and that the evil eye's subjugation mission has been completed. Hirkin opens and closes his fist several times and comments that the skeleton armor he is wearing is better than he thought, since it even seems to recreate at least 70% of his movements from before his regression. Then he begins to consider that maybe it is because the additional options are good, since when equipping all the pieces, the related stats increase by more than 132 points in all attributes, plus 150 in skill cooldown and minus 10% in mana consumption, and he also feels as if he is driving a sports car that goes from 0 to 100 in 1 second. And with that, he does not even fear the main mission. Then he comments that he does not know who gave this armor, but that he wants to kiss that person, until when he looks back, he sees the boy coming toward him crying a lot. The MC is grabbed by the members of the Nuppy Guild and soon asks them to get off him. The boy comments that dodging all the attacks and taking down the evil eye with the sword wrapped in mana was incredible, and asks how Heiho Mask fights, as if he were in a movie, since it was so cool, and he even thinks he will become his fan. While the boy does not stop talking, asking if he could train them and other things, the MC begins to tremble with rage. Then he throws the boy hard onto the ground and shouts for him to shut up and get lost. Meanwhile, in another place, a man was and is carefully observing all of Heiho Mask's movements, and when entering communication with another person, he says that Heiho Mask just defeated the evil eye and asks what the person thinks. Singlet is kneeling on the ground asking for forgiveness, and when he tries to say something else, he is interrupted by the man who says he is sure he told Singlet to prioritize interfering in the main mission more than Heiho Mask. And while moving some chess pieces, he asks what reason he has to keep a tool that does not obey him. So he asks Singlet to reflect for a moment. He becomes worried and shouts, asking for one more chance, and emphasizes that it can be anything. The man becomes serious and points out that Singlet is going against him again, since as far as he knows, he is the one who commands Singlet. Singlet lowers his head, apologizes, and comments that he will follow his orders. He says this and leaves the room. Mikhail is also there and soon asks what they will do about Heiho Mask. The man in command asks them to increase surveillance, since Heiho Mask is progressing too quickly in the main mission, and that even considering his talent, he thinks his movements are frighteningly effective, almost as if he already knew the scenarios of the main missions. Mikhail asks if that would not be possible. The man answers that it would be. Then he explains that the main scenario of Warlord is a story created by the AI Mia, using all the activities of the game's users, while they occur in real time. And because of that, he emphasizes that they will investigate since they must discover what kinds of tricks Heiho Mask is using. He says this while looking at the computer where the AI Mia seems to be. Later in another place, something is being broken. A hole in the ceiling of something is opened and the MC and his summons enter an underground area. Hirkan covers his nose because of the dust and wonders who would make a map in a place like the one he is in. Then, he receives the system notification informing him that he obtained the title Catacombs Tourist and the title The One Who Awakens. Hirkan becomes excited and thinks that apparently he is in the right place. Then he looks around the catacombs and calls his summons to finish the final chapter of the main mission. A few moments earlier, Cerebro was delivering the promised reward for eliminating the evil eye. The reward in question is Cerebro's anti-curse amulet, which allows the person who uses it to safely pass through cursed territories. Hirkan internally was very happy, celebrating like never before, but outwardly, he only thanks the NPC. Cerebro emphasizes that thanks to the MC's work defeating the evil eye, they were able to obtain that. However, he becomes serious and points out that even so, the danger persists, and that as explained before the place, there is where various experiments were conducted by the corrupt one, and in other words, his traces probably remain, and perhaps those things may reveal his identity. Therefore, the NPC delivers the mission of the Cursed Land, the investigation of Hoban Castle, where the MC will need to investigate that land, discover traces related to the corrupt one, and return. The reward will be the trust of the NPC Cerebro. Hirkan smiles and says that he understands. And while he was leaving, Cerebro asks where he is going, since the main entrance is on the other side. The MC replies that it is not, and that the correct path is where he is going, since he has in mind that the true evidence is in the basement of the outskirts of the castle, more precisely in the catacombs. Back to the present, the MC's summons are fighting the creatures that appeared while he sits watching everything. Hirkan has in mind that finally this is the end of the main mission of Chapter 2, and because of that, he thinks he will reach the final chapter soon. Then he reflects that he will clear the catacombs in record time and finish Chapter 2 before everyone else. After that, he knows that no one will even be able to aim for his position. After a while, one of the summons defeats a skeleton wolf. The MC likes the good work. Then another summon eliminates 2 more skeleton wolves with a simple attack. Hirkan becomes excited by the beautiful movements of his summons. Then they all gather and eliminate several creatures at once. The MC cannot hide his happiness when he sees that his summons are doing an excellent job. The summons, when they realize that they are being praised by their master, become very satisfied and soon make a face suggesting that the MC should praise them more. He walks over to them and says that if they learn from him, then they should know that there is always room for improvement, and that because of that, they should keep advancing. Therefore, the summons run off deeper into the catacombs. The MC laughs and thinks that at this rate he will clear the place very quickly. Then, he begins laughing even more and says that it will be very easy. However, 30 minutes later, he was thinking that he should not have said that, since while walking, he was becoming confused and wondering why the path was complicated and if they had already passed through there before. 1 hour later, the MC was nervous, running from side to side and thinking that he was sure it was that way. 3 hours later, he was furious, punching the wall several times and asking why he cannot find the correct path. Then, he begins to wonder how many hours he has already been there, because he fears that at this rate, all the other guilds will catch up to him. Hirkan begins to feel like he is going crazy, since he formed an alliance earlier, precisely to speed up the completion of the main mission. Then, he begins to reflect that maybe he should have brought them, because with a mage there, he could use detection magic. At that moment, one of the summons taps the MC on the shoulder, and as soon as he turns to see what it is, he sees his summons forming a path with the armor pieces they removed. Hirkan becomes furious and orders them to pick up the armor immediately, because it cost a fortune, since he bought it with his hard-earned money and by going hungry to be able to buy it. While the summons put the armor back on, the MC takes a deep breath to try to calm down. Then he thinks that it is not as if getting angry would solve anything. Then the system informs that he obtained a new title. Hirkan becomes surprised by that because he knows there was nothing to obtain. The system also informs that the MC's disorientation stamina increased by 2 more points, which makes him even more furious. After that, and sometime later, Hirkan finally finds the boss room, and the boss walks toward the MC, asking who is daring to interrupt his sleep. Hirkan stays silent without answering anything, which makes the boss furious, saying that he will make him regret coming there. However, the MC does not care at all, and while telling the creature to shut the hell up, he lands a powerful punch right on target. The boss asks Hirkan to wait because he has not finished speaking yet, but again, the MC does not care and lands another punch telling the creature to shut up. And, while delivering several punches without stopping, he asks if it was the boss who made that damn map of the place. Then Hirkan becomes surprised when a dark energy begins forming in front of the creature, which then creates a massive explosion that throws the MC far away and shouts telling him never to interrupt his speech again. Hirkan falls near his summons, and the boss asks how the MC dared to beat him, especially him who was a commander when he was alive. After saying that, he releases his power and orders the dead to rise. Then he laughs and asks what the MC thinks of his army, saying that he must be scared to death. Hirkan simply pretends that he does not care, which makes the creature even more furious, asking if he is not going to show any reaction. The MC replies that he thought he would use some awesome ability, but apparently he only summoned a bunch of trash. Therefore, Hirkan summons his own summons and says that he can also play this game. After saying that, he orders his summons to run over the army of trash in front of them. A few moments after the battle begins, the boss is in shock. And while he watches his army being easily destroyed by the MC's summons, he comments that this is impossible. Hirkan replies that it isn't, and explains that all of his little skeletons are simply replicating his own movements, and that, in other words, they learned the attacks of a former ranker-level warrior, and that, because of that, his summons are on a completely different level from the boss's army, which are just numbers. The boss becomes nervous and starts calling the MC arrogant, who in turn asks if the creature is alright. The MC's summons begin to advance and climb up the boss's leg, until he also notices that his own soldiers are doing the same, and soon shouts for them to retreat. But they do not listen. Hirkan explains that this is because the boss's army is irrational. The creature becomes even more nervous, strikes the ground, and sends some of the MC's summons flying away, and then advances, saying that he simply needs to deal with them personally. Having said that, he prepares his club and shouts that he will eliminate the MC once and for all. Hirkan simply stands where he is without doing anything, and as soon as the boss approaches a little closer, the MC's summons unleash several consecutive attacks on the boss. The creature's head falls dripping down toward the MC, who stops it with his foot. Then, he takes a deep breath and comments to his summons that once again, they did an excellent job. Later, someone is watching the video of the MC's battle with his summons, which already has more than 12,000 comments. Yell comments to Shev that she now knows why Haho Mask likes to play alone, because with so many summons, she thinks that, in fact, he does not need anyone else. Shev laughs and emphasizes that Haho Mask's summons are much better even than many guild members, and also says that it does not matter how incredible a guild is, since if a person fights on a scale like Haho Mask, there will always be casualties. But that, on the other hand, Haho Mask does not run that risk. Then Shev asks Yell if she noticed something in the video, since the skeletons on both sides were climbing the boss's legs. So Haho Mask realized that his aggro system is very simple and used that to his advantage, all within a short period of time. Having said that, he makes it clear to Yell that he was right about him after all, because Haho Mask will grow a lot in the game. Yell does not like hearing that, and immediately asks why Shev is so proud, since Haho Mask is their rival. The blonde laughs and says he knows very well, and that, as a guild master, he should be more worried, but that personally, he is happy to witness the emergence of a new rival, until suddenly, he becomes thoughtful about something. Yell notices this, and asks what the blonde is thinking about this time. He replies that it is nothing, but that he just remembered that there is probably someone happier than him to see Haho Mask doing well. Meanwhile, watching the same video, Syl is furious, and observing more carefully, she wants to know why Haho Mask is not using the skeleton armor and whether he did not like it, because there is no better armor at that level than the skeleton armor. Then she sees Hatch calling, but immediately hangs up and wonders if Haho Mask realized that it was she who sent the armor, because she did not think Shev was that incompetent. Syl remains intrigued, wondering if Haho Mask should not use the armor even if he hates it, because it is not like she asked for anything in return. Then, once again, Hatch tries to contact her. As soon as she answers, the mage comments that he finally managed to talk to her, and says that something incredible just happened. However, she is very furious for being interrupted and makes it clear that what Hatch has to say had better be very urgent. He becomes afraid and wonders why Syl is already so irritated. But Hatch says that a messenger from the Hydra Guild has just arrived and is saying that they would like a collaboration on the main mission. Syl tells Hatch to refuse them immediately and explains that they must be angry because they lost to them in Chapter 1. Hatch takes a deep breath and comments that he was also suspicious, but that they said they would explain how to get through the final part of Chapter 2. This leaves the leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild very surprised, asking what exactly she just heard. But she emphasizes to Hatch that this part has not even been officially released yet, so she wants to know how they would know such a thing, and whether they are saying that they have already reached the final part. Hatch looks at the messenger and replies that he does not know, since they will not say anything else, but that, in fact, they mentioned that the 30 best guilds will have to unite for the final part, and that they have already talked with the other 28 guilds as well. Syl does not like hearing this very much, but comments that it is fine and asks Hatch to tell them that they will want a meeting immediately. Thus, after the messenger who went to the Mage Hatch reports the response of the leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild to his superior in one of the hideouts of the Hydra Guild, and with several members gathered there, one of the members informs that he was told that the Thunder Queen agreed to meet with them. Another member comments that apparently this was easy, since he knows that the Thunder Queen is always so skeptical. Another member laughs and says that this will be perfect for them, because he thinks that at this rate they will be able to repay the humiliation of having the main mission stolen right in front of them. Having said that, he turns around and comments that he would like to thank a certain person, since thanks to his information, they will have a chance. Richard comments that it was nothing and emphasizes that it is good that he chose their guild, but he smiles, and, thinking about his former guild, comments that he really wants to see how this revenge will unfold. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the MC is holding an artifact in his hand, wondering if this was what Cerebro was looking for. He becomes very surprised by the dark emblem he is seeing, and immediately shouts, asking where the MC found it. The MC says that it was in the catacombs, and that there was also a monster that was wearing armor with the emblem he just showed on it. The NPC grabs the MC's hand and shouts, asking him not to tell anyone about this emblem, and asks if he understood clearly. Hirkin becomes a little frightened, but replies that it is fine, and asks what the emblem means. Cerebro explains that the emblem belongs to the third prince of the Hyven Kingdom, the young Bayan Dean on Northland. Then he says that he may not be the heir to the throne, but he is an admirable man who has a gentle nature, and he has always supported the secret association of monster hunters, always keeping the welfare of the kingdom in mind. Hirkin becomes confused and asks why the emblem was in the catacombs. Cerebro replies that he does not know, but that of one thing he is certain, since because the MC found the emblem there, he believes it is very likely the source of the corruption. Hirkin is surprised to hear this, but soon takes a deep breath and thinks that it is a relief, since he has in mind that Prince Dean is indeed the final boss of Chapter 2, exactly as he remembers. Since he was nervous because some of the information he remembered was not matching, but it seems that the main events are following the same path. Thus, he clenches his fist tightly and concludes that he will continue moving forward, and this time, he will finish the final part of the main mission alone and become the strongest. However, he hears Cerebro asking him to go see Ahimbri, which leaves him very discouraged, asking if Cerebro is sure about that. The NPC replies that yes, and explains that Ahimbri, the Great Mage, is also part of the Secret Order, and that he would like to hear his opinion about the matter. Hirkin, already knowing how Ahimbri is, asks Cerebro to wait a moment and asks if there are not many other members they could ask instead. However, he ends up receiving the mission to visit Ahimbri and deliver Cerebro's letter and meet the master whom the MC loves and respects. The reward will be the love of Master Ahimbri. Hirkan begins to tremble and then becomes desperate, thinking that Ahimbri may indeed be a great mage, but that he never wanted to see him again. After some time, and as soon as the MC takes the emblem he obtained in the catacombs to the NPC, he begins observing the artifact. Hirkin becomes intrigued by the calm reaction of the NPC and soon comments that the great mage was not surprised, whereas Cerebro had been shocked. Ahimbri places the emblem on the table, takes a deep breath, and replies that it is because he already expected it, even though he hoped it was not true. Hirkin pretends to be worried about his master, but inside he laughs and thinks that the prince is guilty and that he can hardly wait to receive another mission. However, the MC is surprised to hear that if the prince is truly the mastermind behind the corruption, he believes it will become very problematic. Having said that, Ahimbri emphasizes that the power of the corruption itself is formidable, but that if one considers the authority the prince possesses, in the worst case, he believes the MC could become the enemy of the entire kingdom. Hirkin comments that he just needs to become stronger as quickly as possible. Ahimbri says that it is exactly as the MC is saying. Then, while handing a book to him, he comments that this is why he prepared something. The book that the NPC is giving to the MC is the skill book of the Vessel of Life. Hirkan is surprised by what he has just received and thinks that it is an essential skill for necromancers, that it is extremely rare and cannot even be bought. Then he wonders how a skill book of the Vessel of Life is there. Thus, he becomes excited and thinks that he needs to obtain it as quickly as possible. But before he could finish thanking him for the book, the NPC pulls the book away from the MC. Then he asks if he thinks he can simply take something so valuable like that. The MC thinks that he cannot, and that no one would think the NPC would simply be offering it. A few minutes later, after calming down, Hirkin reflects that there is no way the NPC would just give the book. Then he asks what he will have to do this time, whether he will have to bow, bark, or do some other bizarre thing. But he soon becomes very surprised when he hears Ahimbri saying that it will cost 10 million gold. Hirkin asks if he heard correctly, since that amount is almost everything he has. The NPC replies that it is exactly what the MC heard. This drives him mad with anger, asking if this skill book really costs that much and whether it is some kind of scam. Ahimbri also becomes furious when he hears the MC calling it a scam and shouts that if Hirkin tried to obtain it somewhere else, he would pay much more. He says this and calls him an ungrateful brat. Hirkin begins leaving the room shouting that he will not buy the book for the price the NPC is asking and that he does not care if he will not learn the skill. Ahimbri comments that it is fine and emphasizes that he also did not want to give it. However, he takes a deep breath and says that it is indeed a pity, since the MC does not understand how good the skill he is offering is. Hirkin becomes thoughtful about this. Ahimbri raises the book into the air and shouts that he will present the skill, Vessel of Life, the breath of a god, a millennial elixir, a true miracle. Thus, he says that even if the MC has only a single drop of blood left, he just needs to use it and he will revive instantly. Besides that, he says that the army of Prince Bayandine would not be a problem, since the MC could tank all of them alone, and that it is also a true opportunity for him to become the hero who saves the kingdom, being a skill that will make money and fame come on their own. After explaining this, Ahimbri shouts that this is what the Vessel of Life is, but makes it clear that the MC had said he would not need it. Then, he takes a deep breath and emphasizes that for 10 million gold, the skill is practically free, but since the MC does not want it, there is simply nothing to be done, as he will be the one losing out. Hirkin begins sweating cold, since he is trying to resist the NPC's plan. However, he drops to his knees on the ground and shouts that all he has are the 10 million gold. After buying it, Ahimbri, giving his evil laugh, thanks the MC for the purchase. The MC, completely devastated, tries to convince himself that he definitely did not fall for a scam, and that it was an absolutely necessary purchase, since he knows he would have had to buy it eventually in the final chapter. Then he thinks that now he just needs to gather the money he had again, since 10 million is nothing, and that by grinding for just 1 month without sleeping, he will recover it quickly. Until, while he is whining on the ground, someone makes a call and calls him Ha-Ho Mask. Hirkin thinks that he recognizes that voice, so he asks what Pitbull Singh wants with a call like that. He apologizes for the sudden call, but asks if he could help him hunt a black tree. Hirkin comments that he does not have time at the moment and that he will refuse. But he soon hears Singh saying that he will give all the mission rewards to him. Thus, he tries to disguise it by whistling and asks what the reward will be. Singh says that it is a very rare reward, a purification diagram. This leaves the MC very surprised to hear about the reward. Singh says that if the MC puts the item up for auction, he can set whatever price he wants, but since he is busy, he will ask someone else. However, Hirken, interested as always, says that he has always hated black trees and that he is going to smash some immediately. And as soon as he arrives at the location, he becomes nervous, since he sees the elves having fun and flattering Pitbull Singh as always. Then he thinks that he had forgotten the place would be like that. Singh, as soon as he sees that Heiho Mask has arrived, greets him. The MC loses his patience and punches Pitbull in the face and asks him to apologize immediately. Singh asks why Heiho Mask is angry. He starts shouting, saying that he was called for a mission while Singh is playing around with the elves. He replies that he was just enjoying some healthy leisure time, but the MC already tells him to shut up and just explain the mission. After sitting by the edge of the lake, Singh says that recently, at the request of a nearby elven tribe, he went to hunt a black tree. Singh explains that the creature was quite strong, but not impossible. But then, something happened. An arrow was fired and hit the black tree hard, creating a huge explosion. Some guys appeared asking who had given Singh permission to hunt there, since from that moment on the forest belonged to them, the Big Smile Guild. Thinking about the guild, Singh comments that he knows when a guild occupies a territory, they gain priority in hunting, but he wanted to know if interfering with an ongoing hunt was not going too far. One of the members became a little embarrassed and said that then they would have no other choice. Having said that, he started laughing like a madman and made it clear that they would just have to destroy all the elven villages in the region, since he heard that Pitbull likes elves. Singh continues saying that he kept listening to the guild members talk a lot of nonsense and even became angry, but in the end, he retreated because a top 30 guild really can do what it says. Thus, he says that afterward he formally asked for permission to hunt, but they refused, and he thinks they were probably laughing at him. Having said that, he emphasizes that this is exactly why he called the MC there, because he thinks that if he borrows his reputation, they might reconsider. Hirken lowers his head, starts laughing, and asks if Big Smile is occupying the forest where the black tree is. Singh replies that yes, but asks what is so funny for him to be laughing. Hirken says that he'd already found the Big Smile Guild quite annoying before, but now he will have a justification. Thus, he makes it clear to Pitbull that he will help him. Meanwhile, some members of Big Smile are in the middle of the forest, and one of them comments that he is bored and wonders if that Pitbull will appear. His partner replies that apparently he is addicted to messing with Singh. He laughs, says that yes, and emphasizes that he loves seeing how Singh begs, until suddenly he takes a punch right in the middle of his face and is thrown violently backward. The other members ask who just appeared there and how he dares. Hirken calls them all brats and says that he is in a bad mood because he has no money. Meanwhile, Singh puts his hand on his face, unable to believe the kind of approach Heiho Mask used, who then starts cracking his knuckles and says that he will give the Big Smile members 10 seconds to hand over all their money or he will start beating everyone up. A few minutes later, Singh calls out to Masked Heiho and asks if he is sure about what he is doing. Hirken looks back and asks what he means by that, and while picking up the war watches from the defeated members of Big Smile, he comments that he thinks it is too late for that now. Singh says he has a point, and that he not only fought Big Smile, but even took their war watches. With that said, he emphasizes that their guild will hunt him down. The MC, thinking about more war watches, smiles, and says that will be even better, because then he will be able to get a few more watches. And while they are leaving, Singh comments that he thinks it may be too late for him, and that he might regret it. Hirken tells Pitbull to shut up and stop complaining, because he thinks it will be very easy. However, they do not notice that one of the defeated members of Big Smile still had a war watch, and, even injured, was contacting the guild, asking for reinforcements and warning that Masked Heiho was there. Later, the MC is quite surprised since they finally defeated the black tree. Therefore, the system informs that because they defeated the creature, they obtained gold and a lot of experience. Singh points out that it was very fast. The MC makes it clear to Pitbull that the black tree was not a very strong monster. Then he starts laughing and says that he fulfilled his part of the deal and that, because of that, He wants the reward that was promised. But suddenly, one of the elves rushes in, pushing the MC aside and calling Sing. While the elves flatter Pitbull, the MC, annoyed, shouts, wanting to know if they noticed that he helped in the battle as well. However, one of them asks what that has to do with anything and calls him a disgusting human. Hirkin goes crazy with anger and shouts, asking how she dares to talk to him like that. Then another elf throws the purification tiara on the ground, tells the MC to pick it up quickly and get lost. At the same moment, he changes his behavior and starts shouting that he loves Sing, that he is the best and wishes him a long life. Pitbull comments that Masked Haho changes his opinion very quickly when it comes to rewards, while he keeps staring at the tiara and while drooling, wonders how much he will earn for it. Sing takes a deep breath but thanks Masked Haho. He looks back in surprise. Pitbull walks up to him, saying that he is thanking him for getting involved against one of the top 30 guilds to help him. With that said, he extends his hand and emphasizes that without him, he thinks he would never have managed to finish the mission and, once again, thanks him for the help. Hirkin watches Pitbull say all that, but soon laughs, slaps his hand, and says that he thought he did not like those cliches. Then he stands up and comments that if the big guy is so happy, he should send more money. Saying that, while leaving, he says he is getting out of there. One of the elves asks Sing if Masked Haho was not the friend he argued with before. Sing replies that they are not friends, but that yes, he is also happy. While walking through the forest, the MC thinks that this was great, because now he has many war watches and a purification tiara, and because of that, he knows he does not need to worry about money for a while, until he becomes confused when he sees Pitbull Sing calling. As soon as he answers, he asks what it is, but is surprised when he hears several screams. Sing tries to warn Masked Haho, asking him not to come back, but someone interrupts, tells him to shut up, and emphasizes that he had told Sing that they would not let him live unless he called Masked Haho. Hirkin becomes nervous, wanting to know what the hell is going on. Then a guy greets Masked Haho, apologizes, but emphasizes that he will have to come there, and that he better hurry if he wants to save his friend. Hirkin does not think twice and immediately runs to help Sing. Meanwhile, Pitbull is taking a punch to the face, a kick to the stomach, and is thrown hard onto the ground. The elves are all tied up and shout worried about Sing. He lies on the ground without saying anything. Apollo comments that he is indeed a loyal friend, since even after all of this, he still refuses to beg Masked Haho for help. Sing tries to stand up and says that in the end, the fault for what is happening is his, and because of that, Apollo should keep his promise and not do anything against Masked Haho. The fat guy becomes furious, walks up to Sing, and lands a kick right in the middle of his face. Then he shouts that he will do whatever he wants, and that Sing should not dare to order him around. Saying that, he stomps on Sing again with full force, and while calling him a piece of shit, he prepares another kick. But the MC suddenly appears behind the fat guy, about to deliver an attack. Apollo, noticing this, turns around in shock. But just as Hirkan launches his attack, Sing steps in front and blocks the blow. The MC looks at Pitbull in surprise, trying to understand what he is doing. As he steps back, he asks what the hell Sing is thinking. In great pain, Sing asks Masked Haho to just leave, and says that it is nothing, since he can deal with what is happening on his own. Hirkan becomes confused, trying to understand what is going on. Then Apollo shouts at him and says that he always knew Masked Haho's abilities were overrated. Hirkin is surprised since he now recognizes the person standing there. The fat guy, while walking forward, says that the MC apparently realized who he is. Then he introduces himself and says he is Apollo, but that he is now an executive of the Big Smile Guild. Hirkin wonders why the fat guy joined Big Smile, so he asks what exactly is happening there. Apollo replies that it is nothing special. Then he kicks Sing's leg and says that the MC's friend is dealing with the consequences of his actions. Apollo grabs Pitbull's hair and comments that he was told the two of them would have to pay for defeating the members of Big Smile, and he volunteered to take the beating alone, since he said that it happened because he asked the MC for a favor. Hirkin becomes furious when he hears that. Apollo laughs and comments that apparently Masked Haho does not look very happy, so he asks if he wants to save his friend. but makes it clear that it will only be possible if Masked Heiho takes the beating in his place. Only then will he accept the exchange. Apollo tells the MC that he was a guy born with his luck shining. Money, power, and fame. He had all of that. In other words, everyone feared him. After all, he could change their futures with a simple snap of his fingers. Well, until a certain day, because Masked Heiho posted a video showing that he was beating up his guild. And to make things worse, people in the comments were supporting the idea, which made him furious when he found out. And because of a single video that Masked Heiho posted, everyone started mocking him. Therefore, after saying that, Apollo points his finger at the MC and shouts that it was then that he made a promise to himself, that he would make him pay for the humiliation he made him suffer. Hirkan becomes serious and asks if the fat guy even managed to get a hostage. Apollo places his foot on Sing and replies that since the MC would not give in, he had no choice but to exploit his weakness, and that it indeed seems he is very close to Sing, since he came running there as soon as he called him. With that said, he lands another kick on Sing's face and emphasizes that if Masked Heiho does not want to, he has another toy to play with. Hirkan listens to the members of Big Smile laughing about it and thinks that, to be honest with himself, it probably makes more sense not to get involved in this fight, because it is not like he is close to Sing, since he knows that if he tries to rescue him, it will only increase his value as a hostage, and that Sing had said he did not mind dealing with the consequences. So he wonders why he is feeling a strange sense of caring about what is happening. Then, he remembers his past life, where he was betrayed. At the time, he could not understand what was happening. His friend who betrayed him had said that they were both alike. Since the moment things got difficult, he was already thinking about running away, so he wanted to know if the MC really thought he had the right to call him a traitor. Meanwhile, Apollo watches the MC and thinks that he knew he would be thinking about running away. One of the members of Big Smile is filming and thinks that Masked Heiho is truly an animal, because he does not know that no matter what he chooses, since when the video gets uploaded, it will not matter whether he chooses to take the beating or run away, he will be cancelled either way. Apollo cannot contain himself, hoping Masked Heiho will quickly choose what he will do, since he knows his reputation will be ruined either way. Then one of the Big Smile members is hit directly by an attack. Hirkan comments that he stopped for a moment to think, so he wants to know why he has to listen to him, since he simply knows he can eliminate them all at once. Apollo becomes furious and shouts, warning that if Masked Heiho dares to do what he said, that will definitely leave him marked, and that every time he enters the game, Big Smile will send a mercenary to eliminate him. Hirkan begins walking toward the fat guy, asking if he knows why he tried to become stronger, sacrificing sleep and barely eating. Apollo does not care at all and shouts, ordering the members of Big Smile to eliminate Masked Heiho immediately. Hirkan receives the first attack, the second, and several others, but keeps walking toward Apollo. But as soon as he summons his skeletons, he eliminates the guild members who attacked him and says that it is because he never wanted to bow to trash like Apollo. Seeing Masked Heiho getting closer and closer, Apollo becomes scared, wondering if Masked Heiho is really thinking about becoming an enemy of Big Smile. But when he looks into his eyes and sees that he is indeed serious, he starts saying that it is fine, that he already understands, and that they can just settle things by talking. However, the MC does not care about that nonsense and lands a punch right in the middle of the fat guy's face. Sing and the elves are surprised by what just happened. Then Hirkan grabs Apollo by the neck and asks if the fat guy is going to target him, because if he is, then he should go ahead. But he makes it clear that his guild had better be very careful, because he will risk everything to destroy them. Apollo thinks that Masked Heiho has gone crazy since he is saying something completely insane. Hirkan, consumed by rage, charges straight at the fat guy. After some time, the elves are freed and they immediately go to Sing, asking if he is okay. Since he is badly injured, he replies that he is. But what he really wants to know is how Masked Heiho is doing. After Apollo's body is removed from the game, he stands up and asks why he would not be fine. Sing asks if he is not doing the main mission, since he thinks things will become more difficult now, because the top 30 guilds were already alert about him, but he just gave them a reason to target him. With that said, he apologizes and emphasizes that all of this is his fault. Hirkin comments that it is fine, because he could not stand the idea of having to cooperate with them, so he emphasizes that he did not want to save him and that he should not misunderstand. Sing stays quiet, but then throws a bag of gold coins to the MC, who asks what that is. Sing says it is everything he has, and that, as he said before, it was to thank him with money. Hirkin is surprised by Sing's attitude, but soon smiles and asks if he knew that he would have to give much more to make up for everything. Later, Heavy Bean is furious, slamming his fist on the table and asking how that damned Apollo dared to mess things up so badly, and says he knew he should not have let him become an executive in the guild. Heavy Bean's assistant asks what they should do and whether they will put a bounty on Masked Ha-Ho's head. Heavy Bean asks them to just try to cover up the situation. The assistant asks why, since the guild's reputation was stained. Heavy Bean throws a cup hard at the door, and Furious shouts that is exactly why he is ordering him to cover it up, since Masked Ha-Ho has both the Red Bulls and the Thunder Hunters on his side, and that big smile has gotten into trouble because they are fighting against Triple Wing, so he asks how they could fight even more enemies. Then he emphasizes that they will not have to do anything. With that said, he stresses that according to the information the Hydra Guild gave them about the future, he thinks that Masked Ha-Ho will definitely be eliminated in the next mission. Meanwhile, Sing wants to know why Ha-Ho Mask doesn't join one of the top 30 guilds, since not even Big Smile would dare touch him if he did that. Besides, he would earn a lot of money and level up much faster as well. Having said that, he points out that if he wants to become the best, doing what he suggested would be far more efficient. Hirkin responds no. Then, he makes it clear that if he is fighting alone, he only needs to think about himself. But as soon as others join in, he is no longer in control of the situation, and because of that, he thinks that for the future, staying alone is more efficient. Sing comments that this kind of mindset is actually surprising. Besides, he didn't know he was capable of thinking so rationally, because he thought he would just say that he is shy or something like that. Hirkin doesn't like hearing that, grabs Sing's clothes, and while preparing to punch the pitbull, wants to know if he remembers that he just saved him. Sing replies that he already gave him everything he had in return. However, he emphasizes that even so, Ha-Ho Mask should think carefully because he may be very skilled, but sometimes he will need other people's help. Hirkin tells Sing to shut up and once again makes it clear that he intends to stay completely alone. At that moment, the MC's war clock receives a notification. Sing wants to know if it could be an urgent message. Hirkin, upon seeing the message, stays quiet for a brief moment, but shortly after, he starts running at full speed, and while doing that, he questions who the bastard was that started the final chapter of the main quest before him, because the message he received was a notice from Cerebro asking him to return, since Prince Dean had started a rebellion. After that, and later, at Huvan Castle, Cerebro is in a frantic battle, but after dodging the attack, he counterattacks his opponent and cuts off one of the creature's arms, which is thrown far away. Cerebro becomes intrigued, thinking that he already feared this. But after carefully looking at the things in front of him, he concludes that they are truly no longer human. Then, he fears that at this pace, he will not be able to get out of there, until the MC appears, eliminating several enemies at once. Cerebro is surprised to see that Ha-Ho Mask has already returned, who in turn comments that he will explain everything later, because first, he will clear the way. Thus, both of them head into battle. A few minutes later, the two manage to enter the castle, and while they continue running and eliminating enemies along the way, Cerebro informs the MC that the army he is seeing appeared out of nowhere and took over the royal palace. Besides that, he thinks Prince Dean must have realized what they were doing, so he went there as soon as he received the message, but he couldn't contact anyone who was inside. Having said that, he comments that he is certain Prince Dean wants to seize the throne by force. However, he thanks Ha-Ho Mask for arriving so quickly. Otherwise, he fears he would not have been able to enter the palace. Hirkin becomes intrigued, since he has in mind that Prince Dean conquering the palace is the beginning of the second chapter of the main quest. But the fact that this happened at this moment can only mean that someone already started the quest. And as he opens the door, he questions who it could be. Inside, there are several players. Hirkin, after observing them, questions whether they could be from the Hydra Guild. Then he becomes worried, because he knew they were far behind during the Evil Eye raid. At that moment, Prince Dean slashes Begley, who soon collapses to the ground. The captain of the castle wall administration, while trembling in pain, begs Prince Dean not to do what he is about to do, because he never imagined he would do something so ridiculous. He laughs, and, while walking closer to Begley, wants to know how ridiculous it is for a prince with power to take the throne. And as soon as he kneels down, he emphasizes that the fact he was the third son eliminated his chances. Then, he wants to know if no matter how hard he tries, it still doesn't matter. Afterward, he asks Begley not to worry, because he will make sure the world that fails to recognize talent is destroyed soon. Besides that, he already ordered his monster armies to attack all the castles. Begley cannot believe what he is hearing, but Dean points out that soon the kingdom will be in ruins and that he will make everyone regret not choosing him. Begley becomes desperate and screams, asking the prince to reconsider this. But Cerebro grabs him and runs away from there. Begley asks Cerebro to let him go, because he cannot just run away. Cerebro replies no, and explains that as long as Suragardo, the kingdom's greatest knight, is there, they will not be able to win. Then, he thinks that if Prince Dean is telling the truth, they will have to hurry and contact all the fortresses as quickly as possible, since they will need to tell everyone to prepare for the monster armies. Thus, Cerebro, Begley, some Hydra members, and the MC retreat, until Hyrcan looks to the side after being called. The girl wants to know if Haho Mask really managed to come this far alone, because she thinks he is truly as good as she heard. Having said that, she points out that she would like to duel him someday. This is Sohank, the vice leader of the Hydra Guild. Hyrcan keeps thinking that she is one of the commanders of the Great Hydra Guild and that he had never met her in person before. However, Natal calls out to Sohank and says that she cannot, asking if she perhaps forgot their priority. She replies that obviously not, but even so, it is still a shame that she cannot duel against Haho Mask. Then, Sohank takes a deep breath and comments that if they were in a battle against Prince Dean, she would like to fight alongside Haho Mask. Hyrcan, in turn, looks at her with intrigue and says that this way, she would not be helping in the main battle. Sohank replies that that is exactly it, because she does not care. Natal shouts, telling her to shut up and stop talking, but she reveals that Hydra will not participate in the battle against Prince Dean, and that, to tell the truth, none of the top 30 guilds will participate either. Then, while she was commenting that they had been told the reason, something crashes hard against the wall. It was the MC who furiously shouts, wanting to know if it is really true that the top 30 guilds will not participate in the battle. Meanwhile, at one of the Thunder Hunters Guild's bases, Hahui wants to know why they will not participate in the battle. Hatch comments that, according to the Hydra Guild, this battle ends in a great loss for the players, since Prince Dean's final boss raid only begins after this, because participating in this means casualties, and that it is much better to use their time preparing for the final raid. Hahui wants to know how they can be sure, because the Hydra Guild's Vipers might be lying. Hatch emphasizes that, as he already said, everything indicates that it is true. Syl, on the other hand, has in mind that she knows it is difficult to trust Hydra because they do not say where this information comes from or why they are sharing it. Then, she remembers when one of their members commented that if they worked together, they would provide information about future main quests. Syl tries to understand why the Hydra members need the help of the top 30 guilds so badly, because she thinks this is far too big to be a mere planned betrayal. So, she would really like to know where they are obtaining this future information from. But at the same time, she knows that she agreed to cooperate because she knows that no matter their reasons, it is good to observe them closely. And for now, they will pretend to be on their side. At that moment, Hahui and Hatch suddenly begin arguing and fighting, but Syl shouts, telling them to stop and gather all the guild members because they are going out to hunt. Hatch wants to know if she is talking about the main quest raid. She replies no and emphasizes that they are going to hunt Vipers. Back to where the MC is, he is thinking about the siege battle, which is a type of event where a person has to defend a castle from attacking monsters. Waves of monsters attack all the castles on the continent, and if half of them are still standing after a certain amount of time, the final boss raid begins. He knows that it may even seem like a fun event for everyone, but there is always a catch. where the monster waves keep getting stronger. And by the fourth wave, most players can no longer deal with the monsters. Because of this, in the past, these events could only be won with all the top 30 guilds participating. Thus, he once again asks Sohank why the top 30 guilds are staying out of it and whether everyone wants to be eliminated. She becomes confused and comments that she does not know why Haho Mask is angry and taking out his fury on her. Hirkan becomes even more furious and tries to punch Sohank, but she blocks his attack. Afterward, she laughs and comments that since he attacked first, now they can finally fight. He replies that she can try. Having said that, both of them begin exchanging countless blows against each other until they distance themselves, and Sohank comments that this is wonderful since she has been so frustrated from not being able to fight much because of a certain prophet. Hirkan becomes intrigued upon hearing this and questions what she is talking about. However, Sohank releases her power and asks Haho Mask to continue having fun with her. Having said that, she begins activating something on her war clock. Then, a system notification appears between the two of them, informing them that the siege battle has begun and that all castles will be attacked by monsters, and that everyone should prepare for the invasion. Natal is completely shocked when he sees the remaining battle time. Thus, he runs towards Sohank and shouts that they need to leave because they are extremely late. She takes a deep breath, agrees with him, but emphasizes that this had to happen right when things were getting interesting. Having said that, she says goodbye to Haho Mask and comments that she will eagerly await their real battle. But before leaving, she turns around and warns him not to worry too much about the siege battle, because the prophet said that this does not change the future. After the Hydra Guild members leave, the MC becomes intrigued, wanting to know who the hell this prophet is and why the future will not change. Sometime later, someone is announcing that the top 30 Guild Alliance declared that they will not participate in the siege battle, in which the Triple Wing Guild, Thunder Hunters, and Big Smile already made it clear that they will not get involved. Meanwhile, in one of the attacked castles, the battle is already extremely chaotic. Shane, the Alliance representative of Tsuryu Castle's siege battle, shouts for the tanks to retreat because the second wave is already approaching. Then one of the warriors comments that apparently it seems they are almost finished, and that somehow the siege battle they are having will be easy to win. Shane replies yes, and that it really seems so. He says that, but deep inside he is celebrating a lot. Besides that, he is very happy that he returned to the beginner castle as soon as he heard the top 30 guilds would not participate. Then, they appointed him representative just because his level is slightly above average, and now he can just sit back and watch the XP and money come in. So, he thinks that he is very grateful to the top 30 for this easy victory. However, a few minutes later, he is completely terrified, wanting to know how the battle reached such a point, since he is seeing Black Lamius and Tailless Dragons, in addition to an entire wave of bosses. Then, a soldier shouts that they will not have enough time, since the final gate is about to be destroyed, and because of that, he wants to know what Shane's orders are. Shane, in turn, is completely devastated, thinking that they will not be able to win. The soldier starts saying that Shane will manage, and points out that they were doing well until now, and that they can hold out until reinforcements from other castles arrive. Shane agrees, and comments that it is too late to give up. But as soon as he finishes saying that, his partner is eliminated by the bite of a gigantic dragon, and he cannot believe what just happened. And to make things worse, the creature is staring directly at him. Thus, Shane starts running desperately to avoid being eliminated by a bite. Then, he clicks on the war clock to immediately log out of the game, but soon starts crying when he sees that it is not working, until something crashes right into the middle of the battlefield. Shane tries to understand what just happened. It is Haho Mask, who wants to know if Shane is the Alliance representative of that castle, because if he is, then he should hand over that title. Shane wants to know why he would do that. However, the monsters do not stop advancing and soon get even closer. Shane becomes even more terrified and shouts that Haho Mask can have his title. Hirkan comments that he made a good choice, and within seconds, his summons attack the surrounding monsters with several simultaneous strikes. Shane observes the summons and quickly concludes that the guy who just arrived can only be Heiho Mask, who in turn receives a system notification informing him that command of Tsuryu Castle's siege battle has been transferred to him. Thus, the MC turns around saying that he is leaving and that if Shane wants to follow him, he can do so. He shouts for Heiho Mask to wait and asks if he is really going to continue the siege battle, because the way things are now, it is practically impossible, since 3 gates have already been destroyed. Hirkan takes a deep breath and then makes it clear that this siege battle has to be won no matter the cost. Besides that, he does not know what kind of bullshit that prophet was talking about, but the only scenario he knows is this siege battle being won. Then, he emphasizes that if they lose, all the information he has will be useless. Shane becomes confused and asks what the hell Heiho Mask is talking about. While Hirkan comments that he will use every means necessary, someone arrives at the battle. It is Git, who immediately comments that there are a lot of monsters and asks the person beside him if he will be okay. Quixote laughs and makes it clear that the bigger the audience, the bigger the show. Then, he strikes a pose and asks Git to trust him. Git, in turn, while staring in shock at the pose he is seeing Quixote make, points out that he does not inspire much confidence. At that moment, the players from the Altu family also arrive at the east gate of the castle, just like the Nupi family as well, who immediately upon seeing how chaotic the situation is, comments that he wants to leave. Meanwhile, at the west gate, Sing and the elves appear. The Pitbull asks them to remember to only support him from afar. One of them comments that there are too many monsters and that he risks getting hurt. Sing gently grabs her chin and comments that they should know that if any of them gets hurt, it would hurt him even more. Thus, Hirkan is notified by the war clock that everyone is in position. He smiles and calls for everyone to start the party. A few minutes later, Shane cannot believe what he is seeing, and while observing everyone fighting, he thinks that he believed Heiho Mask only played alone, and, because of that, wants to know how he manages to command a raid so well. Hirkan, in turn, shouts asking if the area spells are ready yet. Git and the MC's summon shout back saying that there are only 5 seconds left. Then, Hirkan wants to know if the close combat team has already broken all the armor. The leader of the Nupi family replies that they are almost done, and after a few seconds, the MC shouts for everyone to retreat on his signal. The close combat fighters move back, and the mages prepare a gigantic fireball before launching it at the monsters ahead. Everyone is visibly exhausted, including Heiho Mask himself, who, after seeing that the monsters were defeated, shouts for everyone to rest until the next wave of monsters arrives. Thus, a few minutes later, everyone is making a toast celebrating the victory over the monster wave they faced. Quixote, among the group, is telling the story of how he and Heiho Mask met. Meanwhile, Git comments that what they did was very complicated, in this case dealing with the people and not the monsters. Hirkan is standing at a distance, just observing everyone gathered together and laughing. Then, he remembers how things used to be before he was betrayed by his friends. Afterward, he thinks that it has been a long time since he did something like this, until Shane appears, thanking him and saying that he did not do that much. But even so, the MC split the gold and experience equally among everyone. Hirkan comments that it is fine, and points out that, as he said before, they need to win the siege battle, and that all help is welcome at the moment. Shane comments that now that Heiho Mask mentioned it, he wants to know if he does not have to protect most of the castles during the siege, because he knows he is strong, but he thinks he will not be able to protect all of them alone. Then, he wants to know what he plans to do. Hirkan laughs and replies that he will have to make other people take care of it, such as some guilds he has in mind. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a meeting between the Red Bulls and the Thunder Hunters is taking place. Shev comments that he never imagined Syl would talk to him first. Then, he wants to know if he can consider this a sign that their friendship is blossoming. The Thunder Hunters' leader tells Shev to shut up and says that she did not call him there for small talk. Having said that, she wants to know if he only agreed not to participate in the ongoing siege, so he could keep an eye on Hydra. He laughs and comments that apparently nothing escapes her notice. Thus, Syl comments that then He must have also noticed that suspicious guy who has been frequently meeting with Hydra executives lately, and that apparently he seems to be the so-called prophet everyone has been talking about, since, judging by his equipment, she thinks he is definitely a ranker, but emphasizes that she has never seen him before. Shev comments that someone at the level of a guy claiming to be a prophet should be very well known. Sil agrees with that, but points out that in fact, she has already seen someone like that before. Someone who was at least a ranker, but who was a complete stranger to her. And that person came looking for her, wanting to know if she wanted him to eliminate Heiho Mask for her. Shev comments that this sounds very familiar. The Thunder Hunters leader thinks the same, but wants to know if they are after Heiho Mask again, because she thinks that if the top 30 guilds do not participate in the siege, individual players will have a much harder time. However, Sil asks Shev to forget about that, and asks who he thinks is the person behind all of this. He becomes thoughtful, then smiles, and says that when it comes to Warlord's main quests, it is impossible to predict what will happen, because the main quest scenario is created in real time by an AI based on the user's actions. Having said that, he emphasizes that if someone knew what was going to happen, it would have to be someone in a position to control the AI, such as the game operator, Toby Gwynn. But Shev points out that this would be an absurd theory, although it does not hurt to be careful. Sil comments that in a way, Shev is right. Hatch, upon hearing that, takes a deep breath and thinks that he was so afraid that his leader would want to get involved in this mess just because Heiho Mask is involved. However, Sil ends up seeing that the MC just posted a video. Shev laughs and asks if she perhaps has an alert for when that happens. Sil, slightly embarrassed, tells Shev to shut the hell up. As for the video itself, Heiho Mask introduces himself and says that the reason he is posting the video is to recruit volunteers, which leaves both the Red Bulls leader and the Thunder Hunters leader very surprised upon hearing this, since they know that Heiho Mask only plays alone. He, in turn, explains that with the siege underway, the security where he is has become very loose, and there are some miserable people targeting other users instead of the monsters, or hoarding potions to sell at absurd prices. Having said that, he points out that it is already difficult enough to deal with these monster hordes, but that those game users he mentioned are even worse. Because of this, even if people do not want to participate in the siege battle, they should know that he is looking for people to maintain order. The guy recording the video wants to know if he will receive any reward for being a volunteer. Heiho Mask replies no, and points out that this is why it is called volunteering. Then, he wants to know if the people watching the video are going to do what he is asking, because even if it is only out of fear of him finishing all the main quests first, it will be their bad luck if they do not participate. Hatch becomes intrigued by this strange video and questions whether anyone would be crazy enough to volunteer to help the MC. However, Shev stands up from the chair and comments that it is a beautiful day to volunteer, but Sil tells him to stay seated there because she is the one who will go. Hatch shouts for both of them to wait and asks if they are really thinking about volunteering for Heiho Mask. Shev replies that he is giving them a pretext, since if they participate under the excuse of maintaining order, they will be able to take part in the siege without breaking the promise of staying out of it. Hatch becomes worried and shouts, wanting to know what if it really is the operator behind all of this. Sil becomes serious and asks him since when the Thunder Hunters Guild cares about what other people think. Having said that, she makes it clear that she does not care whether the operator is involved or not, because all they want is to become the best through their own merit. Thus, she calls everyone to participate in the siege battle, which drives Hatch crazy, thinking that he feared this would happen somehow. Later, in a certain place, someone is informing that the Red Bulls Guild and the Thunder Hunters have headed to the siege, and that because of this, the other guilds are thinking about doing the same, since apparently the idea of giving up the main quest did not please them. Richard emphasizes that at this rate, he thinks they will not be able to eliminate Heiho Mask, so he would like to know how they should proceed. The person he is talking to remains calm and then thinks that he never imagined Heiho Mask would have his own faction, making this a completely unexpected twist, since the plan was based on the fact that Heiho Mask would act alone. Richard wants to know if he should tell the Hydra Guild what the next step is, because that way, they could at least prevent Heiho Mask from completing all the main quests first. Richard's boss replies no. Then, he explains that this would be putting the cart before the horse, because their objective is to slow down the completion pace of the main quest. Thus, he tells Richard to leave them alone, since he thinks nobody will be able to complete that raid anyway. Richard comments that he understands and then ends the communication. Afterward, his boss walks toward a huge screen where everything Heiho Mask has done so far is recorded. And while thinking about him, Richard's boss wants to see whether the MC's streak of good luck will continue. A few hours later, at Hoban Castle, a guild member is terrified, commenting that what he is seeing is impossible since Hydra's elite troops were defeated. And to make matters worse, he thinks he is the only one left facing the kingdom's greatest knight. Then, he looks at Siragardo and questions how the creature possesses so much power to defeat Hydra's elite so easily, until he looks to the side after seeing Richard and shouts, saying this is different from what he had said, since he explained that if everyone worked with him, he would help them advance the main quest on their own. Besides that, if Richard had such an overpowered skill, he thinks he should have told them. But as soon as he finishes saying that, Richard drives his spear into the player, apologizes, and asks if he had not also said that prophecies were absolute. Right after that, the Hydra member is violently thrown onto the ground. He tries to stand up, but his body is too weak because of the injuries all over him. At that moment, Siragardo appears behind the Hydra member, and while he screams in fear, Richard comments that since strategy was the main point, he guesses he will not get scolded for having a little fun, since he fulfilled his part and warned them. Meanwhile, in one of the siege castles, a player is expressing a lot of gratitude. Right after that, he emphasizes that it was all thanks to the Thunder Hunters, since they gave out free potions and equipment, and because of that, they managed to complete the battle safely, until, looking a little embarrassed, he asks if he could apply to join their guild. Hatch answers yes, since they are accepting applications. And, as soon as the player runs off to apply, Hatch comments to Syl that the situation is better than expected. After saying that, he explains that they even managed to enter the battle without losses on their side, and still cleaned up the guild's image. Syl tells the mage to shut up because she wants to know about Hydra's movements. Since they said they would not associate with them, she thought they would have acted by now. Hatch laughs and suggests to his lady that they should just enjoy what is working for now, until a system notification arrives for both of them, informing them that they successfully blocked the Wave of the Fallen. And because of that, the final page of the battle will begin, where they will need to attack Hoban Castle and subjugate the White-Eyed Knight, Sir Agardo, to finish the battle. The reward will be the end of the battle. Syl cannot believe it, and thinks that those Hydra bastards had said the battle was a forced and overwhelming defeat for the players. But the fact that they reached the final page means they lied to everyone. At that moment, Hahui arrives by kicking Hatch in the face and calling for her lady. The mage becomes furious and shouts, wanting to know why she did that. But Hahui could not care less about him and informs them that the Hydra Guild was annihilated, which leaves everyone very surprised by the news. Right after that, the Thunder Princess explains that those guys already seemed to know about Sir Agardo's invasion, and while they were participating in the battle, they tried to invade, but ended up being massacred by the knight alone. Hatch asks if that is even possible, because he believes Hydra should have been fully prepared. Hahui does not know what to answer until the MC suddenly appears, commenting that Knight Agardo can only be defeated with a special method. After saying that, he calls for the Thunder Queen, who becomes very surprised upon seeing that it is the Heiho Mask. He comments that he has a suggestion for her and Shev regarding the invasion of Siragardo. After that, a few hours pass, and at the entrance of Hoban Castle, several players are already prepared to invade, until the system informs them that the Triple Wing Guild failed to subjugate Siragardo, and because of that, the battlefield will be restored. One player comments that he did not expect even Triple Wing to fail. Meanwhile, another says he watched their broadcast and that they bombarded the knight with every type of attack, but the knight did not even receive a single scratch. And, while another player is logged out of the game, the Heiho Mask, Syl, and Shev arrive at the location, which leaves several other players surprised, since the Thunder Hunters Guild, the Red Bulls, and even the Heiho Mask himself have just arrived. and as soon as they stand before the gate entrance, most of the players want to know why they are together, and upon seeing all of them entering together, they comment that this is the ultimate alliance. Hirkan tells them to prepare themselves, and Sil comments that, as agreed, they will hold the rear line. Shev laughs and emphasizes that the Haho mask does not need to worry. The MC thinks that, in the end, out of the top 30 guilds, only the Thunder Hunters and the Red Bulls showed up. Right after that, he remembers when he told Sil that no guild influenced by the so-called prophet could be trusted. Besides that, he wanted them to help with the invasion against Suragardo, but made it clear that he would face the night alone. Hahui did not like that very much, and immediately wanted to know why they should trust him, and how the MC intended to do what all of Hydra failed to accomplish. Hirkan made it clear that he would succeed because he knew the strategy, not because he was the only one capable of doing it. Since, if he succeeds, he will share the rewards with everyone. But if he fails, he emphasizes that they can still end up using his strategy, and because of that, he thinks they have nothing to lose from this. Thus, after remembering that, they soon stand before the kingdom's mighty knight, who in turn walks forward to begin the battle. Hirkan stares attentively at Suragardo, and he realizes that, as expected from the kingdom's strongest knight, he will not be easy to defeat, and that, compared to the other's stats, his own are insignificant before him. But even so, since he is the Prince of Depravity, Prince Dean's guardian knight, he needs to defeat him, because he knows that this is the only way to reach the true Prince of Depravity. At that moment, Suragardo releases his terrifying power, and Shev comments that the battle seems about to begin. Right after that, he asks if, were she the Thunder Queen, how she would face a creature covered in armor, since he heard that physical, magical, and holy attacks do nothing against the knight. Sil warns the MC that he will be caught off guard if he charges in without thinking, and suggests that the right move would first be to observe from afar. But the Haho mask could not care less, and charges straight at the knight with full force. Both Sil and Shev cannot believe it, wanting to know if the Heiho mask has gone crazy for attacking the creature head-on. Suragardo prepares to unleash his powerful slash, but the MC is faster and lands his attack on the knight. Right after that, Hirkan jumps back and watches Suragardo to see what he will do. Hahui calls for Hatch and asks if the Haho mask actually managed to land the attack. The mage says that somehow the MC managed to slash the knight's shoulder while he was preparing his attack, but he thinks physical attacks should not have any effect on the knight's armor. However, on the shoulder where the MC landed the attack, a wound opens up. The knight's arm falls limp because of it, which leaves everyone surprised, wanting to know if it really worked. Hirkan comments to the knight that, apparently, he enjoyed himself quite a lot with the body he is using, but emphasizes that everything will end there. After saying that, the MC points his sword forward and makes it clear to the knight that the next attack is going to hurt a little. Meanwhile, outside the castle, some players are surprised, since they are watching a live broadcast of what is happening inside. Other players, also watching the broadcast, want to know how the Haho mask managed to deal damage, since none of the other guilds together managed to remove even a single point of the knight's health. Right after that, upon seeing the Haho mask fighting Suragardo on equal footing, they want to know if he perhaps discovered a strategy. One female player comments to the others that she thinks the Heiho mask really found some kind of mechanic. After that, it does not take long for the broadcast to reach millions of simultaneous viewers, and soon, countless players from across the entire region begin following the Haho mask's battle, along with many comments cheering for him. Meanwhile, the fight between the two continues at a frantic pace, with both sides unleashing countless attacks without stopping. Shev comments that, apparently, the Heiho mask's confidence was not just empty talk. He even thinks that the liquid he applied to the sword blade earlier is the key to the raid, but that it is still impossible to know exactly what it is just by looking at it. While fighting, Hirkan hears Shev's comment and thinks that, of course, there is no way for them to know, since he understands that Suragardo's special trait is that no attack works against him, and this is a manifestation of his conviction, received through a corrupted power, that he must never fall in order to protect the prince. And normally, a person would need to search for the Oath Sword, which he received when he was knighted, and attack him with it. Thus, the Oath Sword's special effect is that all attacks deal fixed damage, and not even Sir Agardo can ignore that type of damage. However, searching for that sword is not easy, and no one ever knows what kind of problems might arise in the meantime. But because of that, he is using an item found much later that has the same properties as the Oath Sword, namely the item dropped by the Black Tree, the Black Sap, since the Oath Sword is a blade tempered with that sap. And while leaping toward the knight, he knows that for now, he is the only one aware of this. And as he unleashes another attack, he concludes that Sir Agardo is all his. After fighting for some time, the knight is visibly covered in injuries all over his body, but even so, Hirken backs away and becomes slightly intrigued, since he sees the knight releasing even more power and still willing to continue fighting. Hahui asks if it could perhaps be a defensive stance on the knight's part. Hatch comments that he must have become used to fighting without needing any guard at all, but that, at the moment, he is weak enough that he can no longer simply tank the Haho Mask's attacks. So this is proof that the damage is gradually piling up, slowly but surely. He even thinks that the Heiho Mask might actually win, until Sir Agardo assumes another stance. And the MC, while preparing himself, thinks that what he is seeing is not exactly a good sign, because he believes that the fact the knight has taken a defensive stance means there are fewer openings to attack. Thus, he laughs and asks if Sir Agardo has perhaps become afraid, and whether he thinks that just because he took a defensive stance, he still will not be hit. Then, the MC tells the knight to block what he is about to do. After saying that, Hirken summons his summons and then enhances them with the armament skill, causing the skeleton soldiers to wield the weapon chosen by the player. Right after that, the Haho Mask makes it clear to the knight that he is still going to win. The summons immediately charge forward, but the knight blocks their attack and then counterattacks all of them at once with several consecutive strikes. However, more summons rush toward the knight, who refuses to give up and unleashes a powerful circular slash that hits the entire area around him. Hirken takes advantage of the opportunity and leaps forward, but Sir Agardo notices this and quickly turns around. The MC comments that it is too late, but the knight drops his sword onto the ground and grabs the MC's sword with his bare hands. While Sir Agardo's sword falls far away, Hirken becomes very surprised by what happened, since the creature gave up its own sword just to grab his and block the attack. Right after that, the knight pulls the sword backward and then lands a direct blow on the MC's chest, who immediately feels the impact he received. Everyone around becomes worried upon seeing the Haho Mask being struck, just like the other players watching the broadcast. However, the knight becomes confused about one thing, since the MC is holding onto his arm and asking if Sir Agardo thought he had already won. Thus, Hirken grips the knight's arm even tighter and says that his real trump card will be what he is about to do. After saying that, he activates the skin stitching skill together with the Black Tree Bark item. The system informs that the MC has acquired the properties of the Black Tree, and any target that comes into contact with his blood will receive fixed damage from the Black Sap. Sir Agardo quickly pulls his arm away and creates distance from the Haho Mask, but it is already too late. The knight realizes that he is taking damage every second. Kims, upon seeing that, becomes very surprised, wanting to know how the Haho Mask was able to think of that. But Yell wants to know if, even so, the Heiho Mask will not end up being eliminated as well. Hirken, in turn, picks up his sword from the ground and then activates the Vessel of Life, having his HP fully restored. Right after that, he activates the Diadem of Purification, which removes all status effects and debuffs. Then, Hirken reflects that he has done everything he could, and, while watching the knight wither away, he concludes that, at the moment, all that remains is to endure until the knight finally falls. At that moment, Shev calls for the Thunder Queen and asks if she is feeling the same thing as him. She becomes confused by the question and asks him to be clearer. Shev says that it is that pure desire to fight that both of them lost a long time ago. And, while remembering the Haho Mask's frantic battle, he wonders how long it has been since he last gave it his all the same way the MC did, just for fun, because he thinks he has not done something like that even once since becoming a guildmaster. After saying that, he emphasizes that he is even a little jealous of the Haho Mask, who has nothing to lose. Syl points out that it is not because the Haho mask has nothing to lose that he can act like this, but rather because he currently has so much to lose. Then she becomes serious and emphasizes that what sets the Haho mask apart from them is that even while risking losing everything, he has an absurd desire to conquer everything. Right after that, Syl thinks that this is something she herself needs. However, while everyone thought everything was already over, Suragardo activates his power and lets out a loud roar. With that, one of the castle gates opens, and many of his soldiers begin entering. And, while more and more soldiers appear, Shev comments that this is why the Haho mask asked them to hold the line while he fights the knight, since the Order of the Fallen Knights that follows Suragardo was guarding Hoban Castle. After saying that, he equips his massive sword and calls for the Thunder Queen to do their best as well. Thus, both Syl and Shev charge into battle, and soon the remaining members of both guilds join the fight too. The battle continues frantically, while the MC comments to the knight that his supposedly mighty subordinates are immobilized. So he wants to know what he is going to do now. Suragardo hears this silently, but soon becomes filled with fury and charges recklessly at the Haho mask, who in turn blocks the knight's assault. And then, while laughing, he becomes excited, telling Suragardo to keep going, since he understands that, unlike before, the knight has started attacking without thinking. And because of that, he knows it is obvious that the knight's mana has reached its limit. And, while observing him carefully, he realizes that the attack he is executing is the final pattern. And after dodging the attack and pushing the knight backward, he concludes that he is very close to completing the mission. Right after that, Hirkin grabs his war clock and then activates it. And, as soon as he equips his new battle armor, he charges toward the knight. Meanwhile, Richard's boss is carefully observing every movement of the Haho mask and reflects that he never imagined he would get this far, since he understands that Suragardo's raid cannot be beaten through skill alone. And, if a person does not use the Oath Sword, the game was designed so that they cannot even lay a finger on the knight. But time after time, the Haho mask keeps breaking the game's rules in an absurd way. Thus, the man picks up his phone and immediately calls someone, wanting to know if the person confirmed it. Mikhail replies yes, and informs him that the liquid the Haho mask applied to the sword is indeed black tree sap. Right after that, she explains that even though it has the same constant damage property as the Oath Sword, the damage itself is low, and since there are no monsters that require it, it ends up being treated like a trash item. But it is very impressive how the Haho mask managed to think of that in such a short amount of time. Her boss does not like hearing that, and comments that the Haho mask is always like this, but he thinks it is possible that he already knew about it from the very beginning. Mikhail wants to know what they are going to do with the obstacles they placed around the Oath Sword. Her boss tells her to get rid of them, since they are no longer useful for anything. After ending the call, the man thinks that no matter how much he observes, he cannot understand what makes the Haho mask so different, and that this guy is definitely a lawbreaker, being a completely irregular person, since he knows there was no way for him to have discovered the black tree sap. Besides that, this kind of development is truly a huge problem. Thus, he becomes nervous and then concludes that, for the sake of the future, he needs to get rid of the Haho mask no matter the cost. Back on the battlefield, Richard is watching everything that is happening. He thinks that, seeing how things are, there is no way for him to interfere, since he knows the battle is his responsibility, and, because of that, if he lets the Haho mask win, his boss would definitely give him a massive scolding. Right after that, he thinks that it is a good thing the place is in complete chaos, and that no matter what happens, nobody will notice anything. After saying that, he watches the Haho mask busy fighting the knight and immediately prepares his spear, thinking that, by some chance, someone might end up getting hit by a spear that came out of nowhere. And, after making sure the Haho mask is still occupied, he concludes that Suragardo still cannot be eliminated. But on the other hand, the Haho mask needs to be eliminated right there. Thus, Richard throws his spear with full force toward the MC, who continues fighting normally, until he notices something approaching rapidly and, upon seeing the spear coming toward him, starts wondering where the hell it came from. Hirkin becomes worried, thinking that he will not be able to dodge in time, and that he is going to be hit directly by the spear, until the Thunder Queen appears, blocking the weapon's trajectory. Both the MC and Richard become surprised by the Thunder Hunter's leader's interference, who in turn laughs and makes it clear to the Heiho mask that she already said she would provide cover for him. Then she asks why he is taking so long to finish the fight. Hirkan is surprised for a brief moment, but then laughs, and, getting fired up once again, he comments that she did not even need to say it. After saying that, he puts more strength into his attack and breaks through Suragardo's defense. Right after that, the MC makes it clear to the knight that this is his end and immediately strikes him with a powerful attack. Everyone around them, as well as the players watching the broadcast, cannot believe that the Heiho mask managed to land such a powerful blow. The knight raises his arm, and the MC finds that strange. But Suragardo comments that he could not stop him, but that he who surpassed him might be able to. After saying that, the knight begs the Heiho mask to stop Prince Dean and save their kingdom. The MC tells Suragardo not to worry and promises that he will do what he asked. Thus, the knight soldiers disappear, and the players want to know if everything has finally ended. Shev removes his helmet and breathes in relief. Right after that, he looks at the Heiho mask and comments that he truly lives up to his nickname. After that, the very next day, there are already several comments on the game forum, with some saying that Suragardo's raid marked a new era in Warlord and that Heiho mask's leadership became clear after the battle. Not to mention that the video of the fight's broadcast has an absurd number of views. Meanwhile, the MC, while at his house, is very excited about the comments he is seeing. Then, he starts shouting, saying that he knew being the first to finish the main quest would bring an absurd viewership, and that this has nothing to do with copying someone else's raid. On top of that, the rewards he obtained were also absurd. After all, he gained an insane title that increases all attributes by a fixed percentage, as well as Suragardo's armor, which is probably worth a fortune. Not to mention that he managed to sell 3 million tickets, even though it was his first time doing a paid live stream. And above all, he managed to secure the original future, where the players win the battle. The MC stands up and reflects that all the effort he had to put in was really worth it. Until, out of nowhere, he gets hit by a ball right in the middle of his face. And as he falls to the ground, 2 children appear, apologizing and asking the MC to return the ball. However, he reflects that, now that he stopped to think about it, he was attacked in exactly the same way during the raid. On top of that, he knows he ended up receiving way too much help from others in the raid he did, since he had decided to become the strongest using only his own abilities. But even so, he still had to receive help. But while he keeps shouting, wanting to know why he had to receive help from Syl of the Thunderous Hunters, the children continue asking him to return the ball. Hirkan picks up the ball and gives off a very terrifying aura in front of the children. Then, he reflects that he is starting to think there are people trying to get in his way just because he is doing too well. So, he kicks the ball with all his strength into the sky and shouts, saying that this does not mean he will lower his head and give up, and that anyone who wants to get in his way can try to stop him if they can, but he will keep getting faster and faster so they will not be able to keep up with him. The children run off after the ball. At that moment, the MC hears his phone ringing, and when he sees what it is about, he is very surprised, wanting to know what is going on. Meanwhile, Syl is reflecting on the battle she had, and that Heiho mask shed blood, sweat, and tears in a desperate, breathtaking battle. And, in the heat of battle, without realizing it, her eyes were drawn to a certain thing, because at that exact moment, she noticed something. She had seen an attack that was clearly heading toward Heiho mask. So, she tried to look for the culprit after blocking it, but both the culprit and the spear he had thrown had disappeared, and the only thing that remained was that the culprit uses a spear. Then, Syl also remembers that she heard that the prophet the Hydra Guild is hunting was also from a class that uses a spear, and because of that, she thinks there is a high chance that this so-called prophet and the person who attacked Heiho mask are the same person. After all, on the surface, it looked like they were only aiming for Heiho mask, but they betrayed Hydra, and there was also a certain suspicious group that stole her guild's prey as well. On top of that, that same group spread misinformation to throw all the guilds into chaos and hindered the progress of the main mission. So, she questions who the hell these people are and why they are doing this. At that moment, Hatch and Hahui call for the leader of the Thunderous Hunters. Then, the Thunder Princess informs her that the preparations are complete and that they will gather everyone. Hatch also says that the broadcast is ready. Syl replies that it is fine and thinks that she is certain their paths will cross, and eventually, they will find out, because she will not stand still while Heiho Mask surpasses her, since she will go beyond and surpass him. As soon as she steps outside the tent, Syl announces that, from that moment on, following the corrupt count, the Thunder Hunters Guild will aim for the first victory against the boss of the second chapter of the main mission, the Prince of Depravity. While some members get excited after hearing this, Hatch thinks this is madness, since it has not even been that long since Sir Agardo was defeated. Syl calls everyone to move out, since they will prove once again that the Thunder Hunters are the strongest. A few hours later, on Mount Patagonia, at the final castle, the Thunder Hunters arrive at the location, and as soon as they enter the castle, a man laughs, welcomes them, and asks if the guild is there to try to stop him. This is the Prince of Depravity, the final boss of Chapter 2 of the main mission. Some members of the Thunder Hunters get scared, wanting to know if the person standing before them is really the final boss. Hahui asks them to stay calm and focused, and to prepare for the confrontation. Accompanied by two more bizarre things, the Prince of Depravity emphasizes that they may have stopped his monster army and defeated the White-Eyed Knight, but they cannot stop him. That said, he makes it clear that they will disappear along with this false kingdom, and that after that, he will raise the Kingdom of Ruin. Then, the prince orders his creatures to launch the attack. Syl grabs her sword and tells everyone to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Hirken was watching what was happening where Syl and the members of her guild were. Then, he is completely shocked, thinking that he imagined that, with Sir Agardo's defeat and the end of the battle, everyone would be busy reorganizing. On top of that, he thought this should take at least an entire week of dedicated preparation. And as he watches the leader of the Thunderous Hunters charging forward with everything she has, he wonders if she is really going to advance like that. Then, Hirken thinks that, first, he will dislike the video and then go straight into the game. However, he notices something strange and wonders if something is wrong. Back at the battle, Syl has just landed a slash on the Prince of Depravity. Then, she is pleased to see that she is performing well in the battle, until something happens to the creatures that are together with the prince. After that, a dark power goes straight into him, leaving Syl very worried as she tries to understand what is happening. But she soon realizes that somehow the prince's wounds are healing. With that, the Prince of Depravity quickly launches a powerful attack at the leader of the Thunder Hunters, forcing her to retreat so she will not be caught by the attack. Then, she shouts, informing everyone that the golems with the prince are very strange, but emphasizes that she will face him and that the others should take care of the golems. Hirken, while watching the broadcast, thinks that the Prince of Depravity found 3 artifacts from the Kingdom of Ruin, where all corrupt power originates, and gained an immortal body because of them. So, he knows that because of that, to defeat the Prince of Depravity, a person must first eliminate the 3 guardians around him. But as he watches the others fighting, he finds something strange and wonders why he is seeing only 2 artifacts, since he knows there should be 3. On top of that, there are also only 2 guardians. However, in another part of the castle, Richard is standing right on top of the 3rd guardian. He gets excited and thinks it is time to see how things will unfold. And as he looks at the creature on the ground, he reflects that 3 artifact guardians appear together with the Prince of Depravity. And from those artifacts, the prince receives an infinite supply of corrupt power. And to subdue the prince, a person needs to destroy all the artifacts and the guardians that possess them. And as soon as he opens the broadcast window, he knows that this means that even if a person defeats the 2 guardians together with the Prince of Depravity and defeats the prince himself, as long as he hides one of the guardians there, nothing will happen. Back at the battle, Syl is about to be hit, but she jumps backward and puts some distance between them. Hatch and Hahui shout, worried about their lady. Visibly tired and injured, Syl watches the Prince of Depravity healing again and thinks that, at this rate, they will never be able to finish the raid. Richard, seeing this through the broadcast, thinks that she should have let him attack Heiho Mask during Sir Agardo's raid and that this is the price for getting in his way. Then, he laughs and hopes she keeps struggling and gets eliminated without even understanding why. Meanwhile, at the MC's house, he is watching the broadcast and thinking that he already knew it. After all, even after eliminating the Guardians, the prince is still immortal, but he really wants to know why the hell the third Guardian did not appear, or whether some bug happened. On top of that, he knows that normally he would be laughing at the Thunder Queen's face because of what is happening. But at the same time, he knows that with everything that happened in this final part of the second chapter and that incident, he has the feeling that the same people are behind everything. Because of that, he is at an impasse. But seeing Syl struggling in the raid and remembering her asking him to end the battle quickly, he gets nervous and shouts, wanting to know why he has to rack his brain because of her. However, he looks at the VR machine and concludes that he will have no other choice. Back at the battle, while the Prince of Depravity walks toward the Thunder Queen, he comments that everyone there is foolish, and that they do not understand that no matter what they do, everything will be useless, since as long as he has the artifacts of the Kingdom of Ruin, he will never be defeated. That said, he prepares to deliver a final attack, but Syl notices an opening and quickly strikes the Prince of Depravity. However, it does not take long for him to regenerate the damage he took, and as he charges at Syl, he makes it clear that he already said everything is useless. At that moment, a little blood runs over one of her eyes, and seeing the Prince of Depravity coming toward her, she thinks that she will not be able to defeat him, until an explosion happens on the prince's body. Syl looks back and sees that it was the work of her guild members. While preparing another skill, Hatch shouts for everyone to advance and help the leader. Hahui delivers a diagonal slash with her skill, as do the rest of the guild members. Syl watches everyone attack the Prince of Depravity with everything they have, until Hatch goes to his lady, wanting to know if she is okay. Syl replies that she is, but while watching the others fight, she thinks about the artifacts of the Kingdom of Ruin, and that, from what Prince Dean had said, she thinks that must be the key to the raid. But even after they defeated the golems, nothing changed, and because of that, she considers that the artifact may not be related to them. So, she wants to know where the real artifact is, and whether they need to pressure him even more to find out. Until Hatch calls her and suggests that she consider retreating, Syl does not understand and asks him to be clearer. The mage comments that attempting the main mission boss raid without any alliance or information was extremely reckless. On top of that, the guild is suffering more and more losses, and he fears that if they continue like this, it will not be just Hahui, but also his lady, and afterward, they will not be able to recover from it. That said, Hatch pleads that he thinks it would be better for them to give up on the raid for the moment and wait for another opportunity. But he soon becomes surprised when he hears the Thunder Queen saying that she had already said she wanted to prove once again that the Thunder Hunters are the strongest. Then, she makes it clear that being the strongest means standing, without question, above anyone else, and that, if they give up at that moment, the Red Bulls or any other guild will pass them in an instant. So, if they want to stay at the top of Warlord, they cannot be afraid of losing, and she is sure that Hatch knows that too. He, in turn, quickly remembers Heiho Mask charging forward without fear of losing. Then, he grips his staff tightly and comments that he will provide support for his lady. That said, he casts several support skills on Syl, who charges at the Prince of Depravity. And, while going to help his guildmates, he thinks that this raid was made to be possible to win, and that they simply will not discover how without trying everything they have. On top of that, he will give it his all too. However, a few minutes later, several guild members were defeated, as were Hahui and Hatch. Only the Thunder Queen remains. But she is not in a good situation either, since she is about to be hit by an attack from the Prince of Depravity. She lowers her head and thinks that she could not find even a single clue. Then she wonders, if it were Heiho Mask, what would he have discovered? At that moment, the Prince of Depravity continues releasing his evil power and tells Syl to disappear already. On the broadcast, several people are wondering if the leader of the Thunderous Hunters is really going to be eliminated. Meanwhile, Richard is very excited as he watches this. However, as soon as the prince unleashes his attack, Heiho Mask appears and blocks it. leaving the Prince of Depravity unable to understand where he came from. The same goes for Richard, who is completely shocked. Then, the MC comments that he is saying this only so Syl does not misunderstand, and that he is not doing this because he likes her, but because he is only paying back the debt he owes her for the last time. That said, he makes it clear that he is the type who cannot rest while he owes something to someone. Syl is surprised and immediately wants to know how Hey-Ho Mask ended up there. He says that he saw the live stream and that things looked bad, so he decided to run there as if there were no tomorrow. The Prince of Depravity gets irritated by the interference and shouts, saying that one worm after another keeps appearing, insisting on getting in his way. Hirkin comments that the prince has misunderstood, because he is there precisely to eliminate him. So, he summons his dragon-shaped golem, which immediately charges at the prince and attacks him with everything it has. Syl stands up, thanks Hey-Ho Mask, but emphasizes that this alone will not be enough to defeat the Prince of Depravity. Then, she says that even with all the Thunder Hunters attacking together, they still have not discovered a way to beat him, and that if they do not stop his regeneration, they will never be able to defeat him. At that moment, the prince unleashes several consecutive slashes, which catches the MC's attention, since he is seeing the prince looking even more bizarre, and, on top of that, he easily tore his dragon apart. Even so, the MC comments that Syl only stated the obvious, but he tells her not to worry, because he has already figured out what the prince's deal is. Syl is surprised and immediately wants to know how. Hirkin comments that there is no reason to tell her, since they are still competitors, but that she should trust him just this once. That said, the MC emphasizes that she can relax, because he will carry her through this quest. Syl gives a faint, hidden smile, and then she comments that Hey-Ho Mask is the first person who has the courage to tell the master of the Thunder Hunters that he will carry her. Hirkin tells her to shut up and pay attention, because the Prince of Depravity is heading toward them. Both of them need to dodge the attack to avoid being hit, but the MC thinks that he does not know why the artifact did not appear, but if it exists, it has to be somewhere inside the castle. Meanwhile, somewhere in the castle, the MC's summons are hunting for the missing artifact at high speed, and all the summons are very committed to the search, kicking doors open with everything they have to see if they can find it, and interrogating anything that moves. Meanwhile, Richard is seeing several comments from players cheering for Hey-Ho Mask after seeing that he joined forces with the Thunder Queen. So, he becomes furious and thinks that first it was the Thunder Queen, and now Hey-Ho Mask, and that both of them keep getting in his way. However, he wonders if this situation is not even better, since the Guardian artifact is in his hands. And even if Hey-Ho Mask has appeared, nothing will change. In fact, he thinks he should use this chance to eliminate both of them and make up for his mistake from last time. But he soon becomes intrigued when he hears something hitting the door. Something keeps hitting the door more and more. Richard, intrigued, knows that there should not be any monsters outside, until an explosion happens and scares the player, since he is seeing the MC's skeleton legion, which immediately spots a creature chained to the ground, and they give a signal, informing him that they found what they were looking for. Richard shouts, wanting to know what is going on and why Hey-Ho Mask's summons are there. They are not interested in talking much and charge at him. Richard also advances and attacks several summons at once with his spear. However, he is intrigued, wanting to know if Hey-Ho Mask knew there were more Guardian artifacts. But considering who he is, he concludes that this is entirely possible. But either way, he knows it is a good thing he stayed there, since simple skeleton warriors will not be able to defeat him, until he is surprised to see an attack approaching very quickly. And when he blocks the attack, he becomes very intrigued by what he is seeing, since one of the summons is wearing Sir Agardo's armor. Then, he wants to know how Hey-Ho Mask had the ability to give such equipment to a simple summon. However, he ends up being caught off guard and sent flying backward by the summon. Richard gets even more nervous and shouts, calling the MC's summons pieces of shit, until he notices the summon wearing Sir Agardo's armor about to attack the Guardian artifact. And, to make matters worse, the other summons prepare to attack as well. Richard gets worried and shouts, asking them to wait and stop what they are about to do. But as they charge forward, the summons do not care at all and attack the Guardian artifact. At the same time, Hirkin realizes that his summons managed to do what he asked. So, The MC concludes that this is the signal he had been waiting for, since he knows that, before going there, he ordered his summons to search for and destroy the Guardian artifact inside the castle, and that the cancellation of their summon means it worked. At that moment, the Prince of Depravity is wounded in the shoulder and soon realizes that he is not regenerating, and he shouts, wanting to know why. Syl and the MC put some distance between themselves and him, and Hirkin shouts, asking the Thunder Queen to act now, because he thinks that this time she will be able to do it. She, in turn, is surprised by Heiho Mask's request, but the Prince of Depravity becomes even more furious, saying that the MC really did a lot of damage. And as he releases his tentacles, he makes it clear that, even so, even without the power of the artifacts, as the destined king, insects like them will never be able to eliminate him. That said, he launches an attack with his tentacles. Both Syl and the MC charge forward with everything they have and deliver a powerful joint attack on the Prince of Depravity, who cannot understand what just happened, but he soon starts to disintegrate, and the system announces that they managed to subdue the Prince of Depravity. With that, the main mission of Chapter 2, the Prince of Depravity, was completed. The Thunder Queen calls out to Heiho Mask, but he simply waves his hand and comments that he already said he only went there to repay his debt, but that the Prince of Depravity is hers. So he thinks the two of them are even, but he emphasizes that in Chapter 3, in the Kingdom of Ruin, they will be enemies again, and that they will meet again soon. The Thunder Queen gives a faint smile, then breathes a sigh of relief and comments that she will be waiting for that day. After that, and shortly after the conclusion of Chapter 2 of the main quest, a press conference was being held at Tobit Software's base at Warlord Developers. One reporter comments that an urgent press conference from Tobit Software has never happened before. The other reporter beside him comments that he thinks they decided the incident with the last raid was important to that extent. And just as one of them was about to say that this was why someone famous for never appearing in the media was there, a man gets out of the car and is photographed a lot. It is Toby Gwynn, the operator of Warlord, and after he goes up to the podium, he explains that he requested a press conference to explain and apologize for what happened in the Prince of Depravity raid. Having said that, he says that one of the artifact guardians did not appear, and because of that, the prince could not be subdued for a long time. Since it was only a simple bug, however, he emphasizes that Warlord is one of the best games, loved by everyone, and that, until now, they have pursued fair and reasonable gameplay. One of the reporters comments that the game operator is only stating the obvious, but Toby Gwynn continues, saying that, as Warlord's developer, he feels a deep responsibility for failing to uphold the principles he mentioned. So, he promises to ensure that this does not happen again through the implementation of stricter checks. Then, the game operator reinforces that, because everyone was able to subdue the Prince of Depravity even with that setback, the Thunder Hunters and Heiho Mask have his deep respect. Meanwhile, someone is watching the press conference and listening to everything Toby Gwynn is saying. It is Syl, the leader of the Thunder Hunters, who reflects that, apparently, in the end, it was just a simple bug. However, she knows that because of this incident, Tobit Software's stock has been plummeting for several days. But despite losing an astronomical amount of money, they gave such an absurdly ridiculous excuse. However, Syl does not like this at all, especially because she thinks this must mean there is a possibility that the mentioned bug was their doing. And if Toby Gwynn is trying so hard to cover it up, she thinks everything fits. Therefore, she calls Susie and asks how the investigation into the Prophet is going. She is surprised and answers that they still have not discovered anything in particular, and that they failed to find any trace of him after what happened. With that, Syl tells Susie to end the investigation and investigate Toby Gwynn and Tobit Software instead. She is quite shocked by the request, but comments that she will do it as quickly as possible. Syl remains intrigued, thinking that there may be a need to confirm what the operator of Warlord is really doing behind the scenes. Later, he himself walks through the base, loosens his tie, passes through a room, and goes to the VR device for his game. He soon puts on the helmet, and the system identifies the user as the first one before welcoming him. As soon as he enters the game, Toby Gwynn hears someone comment that he finally appeared. It is Mikkel, along with the others, and while keeping Richard restrained, Mikhail comments that they were all waiting for the master's arrival. Richard asks for some time so he can explain himself, but Toby Gwynn walks toward him and says that what he did was very disappointing. Then, he wants to know if what happened is the result of him becoming full of himself and going there in Singlet's place. Because, as far as he knows, he is sure he warned him repeatedly, since, with great responsibility, Richard should have moved with a greater sense of caution, and even if the kind of interference he made had been successful, it would have created great distrust toward Warlord itself. Richard shouts, saying that if he had not done what he did, they would never have been able to stop them. Besides, everything he did was for his master. Toby Gwynn, with a completely intimidating presence, wants to know if Richard managed to stop the person he wanted. He turns his face away and comments that he could not because of Hey-Ho Mask. The game operator makes it clear that Richard went too far. Because of that, at the moment, Hydra, the Red Bulls, and from that moment on, the Thunder Hunters will be after him. Richard shouts that he will fix things and that if his boss gives him just one more chance, he will not disappoint him. Toby Gwynn raises his hand, answers no, and says that he will strip him of his authority. Richard becomes very worried and shouts for his boss several times. The operator comments that, using the power Richard gained in Warlord, he is sure he was able to gain great fame and fortune in real life, and that, starting the next day, he will return to reality. Having said that, he activates his erase skill and hits Richard's neck. With that, the player's data is completely obliterated, and after he disappears from the game, it is announced that he is out of signal. At that moment, Momo calls out to her master and asks if he can simply erase Hey-Ho Mask too, just like he did with Richard. However, Singlet wants to know if she was even using her ears, because if a prominent account like Hey-Ho Masks is deleted, it would cause an even greater disturbance. Momo sulks and soon wants to know what they should do then, since they cannot even stop him that way. Then she hears the master saying that Richard was not wrong, but that he simply did not act prudently, so they cannot stop Hey-Ho Mask using the methods they have used until now. Having said that, he makes it clear that from that moment onward, the Hands Guild must change its policies for the better. In other words, they will no longer hide in the shadows. They will walk toward the light and use everything they can. Then, Toby Gwynn says that their guild's new name will be Checkmate, and the guild's highest priority will be the annihilation of Hey-Ho Mask for the sake of the future, since everything in Warlord depends on the Matrix Superintelligence MIA. Therefore, they cannot allow Hey-Ho Mask to cause any more damage to it and tarnish Warlord. Meanwhile, the MC is scratching his ear and thinking that apparently someone must be talking shit about him again, but he knows it is not as if they are the first ones to do that. Then, he reflects that he may have gone there to repay his debt to Syl, but as a result, he ended up clearing the battle with Sir Agardo and the Prince of Depravity. Because of that, he almost monopolized Chapter 2. Therefore, the MC gets excited and thinks that superstars always go beyond and make everyone jealous. Besides, he needs to keep riding this wave. After that, as soon as he hears about the elimination of the Prince of Depravity, the hunter Ma Wung comments that the MC did a good job, and that, when he first saw him, he thought he was worthless. But in the end, he delayed the fall of the world. However, what they are witnessing is still not the end, since Prince Dean was not always evil, because there is an instigator who corrupted him. So now, the MC must investigate the Kingdom of Ruin that the prince mentioned before his elimination, and as soon as the NPC finishes asking, the Kingdom of Ruin clue quest reaches the MC, in which he needs to discover the locations of the Kingdom of Ruin clues hidden throughout the world. The reward will be the beginning of a new era. Hirkan keeps in mind that Chapter 3, the Kingdom of Ruin, is on the Dark Continent, located beyond the Great Orgel Mountains. Besides, he knows that the Dark Continent is also a place infested with level 200 monsters. So, he opens the status window and thinks that he can always raise his level a little more, but the real problem is his skills. Since, even if someone searched all of Warlord, there probably are no Necromancers with a higher level than his. With that, excluding skills obtained from NPC quests, there is no information on how to obtain Necromancer skills. So, he concludes that this means it is time to spend a lot of money and that he will get 5 unique nameless skill books. He knows it may be random, but even without working himself to death to get them, he will definitely be able to obtain unique skills. And, without further ado, he decides to see what he will get. The system informs him that he used a nameless skill book, and Hirkan is very surprised by what he is seeing, since it is the Black Heart skill, which consumes mana to strengthen the user's entire body. The MC reflects that this skill is completely superior to muscle modification, which can only strengthen his legs. So, he celebrates, and thinks that something really useful appeared and that he had a great start, but he still wants to check all the other skill books immediately. Next is the Cursed Doll skill, which allows the MC to summon a doll that will automatically approach and attach itself to the target to curse it. The next book is the same skill, the next one too, and the one after that as well. This drives the MC completely insane with rage. While his summons play around and celebrate, Hirkan is devastated to see that he got 4 identical Cursed Doll skills. So, he grits his teeth very hard and then shouts, calling the game trash. After that, in the end, the MC ended up buying extra skill books, but had to spend all the rest of his money. Even so, he thinks it is a relief that he managed to get some useful skills, such as Cursology and Commander, since Cursology casts any curse with a 10% reduction. The Commander skill, when summoning Skeleton Knights, all of their attributes increase by 5%. However, he knows there is no point in getting so discouraged about it, since the important thing is that he definitely managed to improve his skills. So, now, all that is left is to level up. Then, he concludes that he will finish this quickly and go straight to the Dark Continent. But unfortunately, the MC thought this plan would work, until he saw the number of players gathered at the place he was going to use to level up. And while watching the players fight, he reflects that the beginning of a new chapter is a new opportunity for others too. So any hunting ground worth using will be packed with other players. And to make matters worse, as soon as the players recognize the MC, they run after him, wanting an autograph. After all, Ha-Ho Mask was already popular, but now he has practically become a cultural phenomenon inside the game. Hirkan, while running to escape these players, starts shouting, wanting to know where the hell he is supposed to level up. A few minutes later, the MC manages to climb up and hide in a very tall tree, and the players keep hunting him down and shouting his name. Hirkan opens the system and starts searching to see if there is any rare dungeon where he can level up in peace, or some other good and unknown place. But after thinking it over, he knows that there were changes in the world of Warlord after Chapter 2 was concluded. Therefore, he remembers that one of the blocked areas should already be open at that moment, the Frozen Kingdom. Hirkan knows that it is not an area of the main quest, but there are many rare monsters there that are great for helping him level up, especially because he remembers the field boss, the Ice Dragon, which the Thunder Queen defeated, and the creature's reward is also very good. And before his regression, it was difficult to go there after the Thunder Hunters dominated the area. So, he thinks that since he handed the Prince of Depravity to them on a silver platter, it is only fair that the Frozen Kingdom belongs to him. Therefore, a few hours later, the MC goes to talk to Bagley, who soon wants to know if Ha-Ho Mask wants to investigate the Northern Lands. Because if so, he wants them to cooperate together. After all, they owe a lot to the MC. Besides, he does not believe that he would act for the sake of the kingdom like that. Hirkan laughs and thinks that it is not for the sake of the kingdom, but for his own growth. Bagley comments that since there are many others like the MC, he has great hopes that this kingdom will have a bright future. Hirkan says that he already understands and asks Bagley to give him the title and the pass already. However, he ends up getting confused only after realizing what Bagley said. Then, he wants to know what he means by there being others. The blonde guy laughs and says that Ha-Ho Mask is not the first one planning to go to the Northern Lands, since some have already left before him about an hour ago. This leaves the MC completely shocked upon learning that. 1 hour later, the people from the Hydra Guild are commenting that in real life, they would die burned to death, but in the game, it seems they are going to freeze to death, and that the developers of Warlord really put effort into these useless details, until someone asks them to stop walking. It is Nadal who comments that he thinks there is something right in front of them, and it does not take long for a creature to appear. It is a level 180 Crystal Fox. Natal quickly shouts, warning his people and telling them to prepare for battle. However, another creature appears and lands an attack on them. It is a level 190 Yeti. Sohank does not care and jumps toward the Yeti. She prepares a punch and lands it right on the creature's face, sending it crashing hard into the ground. Natal and the others comment that they will deal with the crystal fox. Sometime later, after defeating several of them, Natal goes to Sohank and comments that taking down a monster like the Yeti with a single blow shows that Sohank really is the greatest attacker in Warlord. However, he realizes that she is not paying any attention to his question, since she is trying to hide it and saying that, in the end, she could not do anything against Siragardo. Natal thinks that, apparently, it seems she still has not recovered since her confidence was shaken back then. Then, he notices the other guild members acting normally and thinks that it is not as if Sohank is the only one, since the others are all acting normally. However, he knows that the Hydra Guild is in serious trouble at the moment, since Hydra was at the top in Chapter 1, but because of that profit, the guild is not even in the competition for the main quest now. So, he thinks that what they need to do to turn the game around is find a clue about the 3rd chapter. And that is exactly why they went to the place where they are, since they need to search all the areas that were previously blocked and find a clue. Therefore, Natal goes to Sohank, calls her to keep moving, and tells her to leave the past behind, because they could not have imagined that Sir Agardo would have such an insane adjustment. Having said that, he comments that Chapter 3 will be the perfect stage for her to shine, and that she should forget Heiho Mask and the rest, since what matters is that they come out on top. Out of nowhere, Sohank makes a full recovery and calls Natal to give it their best this time, until both of them hear someone calling them. One of the guild members says that something very big is coming in their direction. While Natal is trying to understand what is approaching, Sohank gets excited and says that the timing is perfect to prove that she is the greatest attacker in the game. Having said that, she gets ready to throw her punch, but she ends up seeing Heiho Mask on top of a creature, being pulled with full force. She gets nervous and lands a punch directly on the monster, obliterating it into 1,000 pieces. The MC is thrown into the air, and while he falls hard to the ground, Natal wants to know if the others saw that there was someone on top of the creature. Hirkin gets up and comments that, in the end, it was Hydra's people who were there the whole time. Then, with a sinister expression, he wants to know if they are thinking of taking his frozen kingdom. The guild members are shocked when they realize that it is Heiho Mask, and soon want to know what he is doing there. Natal thinks that if Heiho Mask, who has been unraveling the main quest since the last chapter, is there right now, it means the Frozen Kingdom has some connection to the 3rd chapter. The MC says that he is going to use that place as his perfect hunting ground, but ends up intrigued when he hears that he arrived too late. Natal makes it clear that the territory there belongs to Hydra. Hirkin wants to know what he is talking about, since he has never heard of that. Natal says it is because he just decided it. As an ordinary player, he thinks Heiho Mask had better get lost. Having said that, he makes it clear that if he does not want to, he will have to join their guild. However, Natal keeps in mind that this is a low blow, but if he does this, Heiho Mask will not be able to do whatever he wants. Hirkan wants to know why they do not duel with the territory at stake. This leaves Natal in disbelief, wanting to know what Heiho Mask is talking about. Meanwhile, another member shouts, saying that duels with territory at stake can only be done through guild wars, and since the MC does not have a guild, that cannot be done. Hirkan calls out to his summons and says he does not need to have one. Then, he comments that he will not complain about being outnumbered against an entire guild. Because of that, he wants them to come at him with everything they have. Then, the winner will take absolutely everything. Natal becomes worried about the proposal, but Sohank strikes her fist hard and comments that it looks like it will be fun. Then, while laughing, she wants them to start the battle already. Natal does not like this at all and thinks that he had already realized the MC was out of the ordinary, but he did not think he would take it this seriously, since claiming the place as their territory just to drive him out ended up being a fatal mistake. He knows they will gain territory if they win, but negative rumors will spread about how they declared a guild war against a single player. Then, if they lose, the humiliation will be complete. So he looks at Sohank and concludes that the ideal thing would be to negotiate an agreement, but by chance, they have someone who would not miss the chance to fight for anything in the world. Sohank comments that they agreed to settle the fight properly the next time they met. Having said that, she emphasizes that apparently they did not need to wait until Chapter 3, since they will see who is stronger between them right there. Nadal shouts at her and warns that starting a guild war without the leader's approval is wrong. She answers that it is fine and that she will take responsibility. This leaves Natal unable to believe her answer and thinking that it is not a matter of responsibility. Meanwhile, the MC simply keeps watching everything without saying anything. Then, he reflects that he went there all excited because he did not want his hunting areas to be stolen, but since they already declared ownership as soon as they met, he wonders if they are not being too obvious. Since, as long as he continues aiming for the top, he will clash with level 30 guilds even more from now on, and he has no reason to back down. Therefore, both Sohank and the MC activate their war watches, and both release a lot of energy and put on their battle suits. Hirkin gets ready, waiting for his opponent's first move. She, on the other hand, does not waste time and goes all out toward him. Hirkin becomes worried while she laughs and says she will attack first. The MC steps back to avoid being caught by the blow and then asks Sohank to show what she is capable of. She continues advancing and asks Haho Mask the same thing. A few minutes later, Sohank continues going after and pressuring the MC. Then, she laughs and comments that he is keeping up quite well, and that apparently defeating Sir Agardo and the Prince of Depravity was not just a matter of knowing the trick. Hirkin, very excited by the battle, answers that of course it was not and emphasizes that she is weaker than he expected. Then, he wants to know if she became a Hydra executive through pure nepotism. Sohank comments that his tongue is as sharp as ever and that, because of that, she will have to go all out. Having said that, at high speed, she moves behind Haho Mask and asks if he happens to remember that she is a striker. Hirkin turns around immediately to try not to be caught by surprise, but Sohank increases her speed even more and appears behind him again, saying that she can be even faster. And as soon as the MC turns around, she lands a direct hit on him and comments that she can also be even stronger. Hirkin is sent flying far away, and Sohank laughs and makes it clear that if victory is a matter of strength and speed, the MC will never beat her. And as she charges toward him, she shouts that she will end everything with the next blow. However, Sohank ends up very surprised, since the MC used one of his summons to block the attack, and he wants to know if she happened to forget one thing, which is that he is a necromancer. Sohank quickly creates distance and thinks that this will be somewhat troublesome, since she is seeing that Sir Agardo has become one of Haho Mask's summons. However, she changes her mind and charges forward again, saying that she just needs to crush everyone who appears. Hirkin orders his summon to block the attack and thinks that he already had this in mind, that even with a skeleton knight by his side, facing a rancor would not be that easy. But he knows that if he can buy just a little more time, he will be able to win the battle. A few minutes later, Hydra's members are defeating the MC's summons. Nadal thinks that he had heard Haho Mask's skeletons were great, but he did not know there were this many of them. So, he thinks he is definitely capable of waging a guild war by himself. However, he thinks that even so, he is underestimating Hydra far too much, because this is nothing to them. Then, he tells the rest of the group to gather quickly, since they need to help Sohank. But as soon as he looks ahead, he ends up very surprised. Then, he wonders why a snowstorm is suddenly happening out of nowhere, until he considers that maybe Haho Mask had planned even this the whole time. Therefore, he turns around and shouts, calling for Sohank. However, because the sound of the wind is too strong, she does not hear him, and on top of that, she continues fighting non-stop. And after throwing one of the MC's summons far away, Sohank comments that 2 against 1 only increases the number of punching bags. Having said that, while laughing a lot, she wants to know if the MC has nothing else to show. Hirkin takes a deep breath, then says that he is about to begin, even though she is not in that much of a hurry, but he wants to know if she is not feeling a little cold right now. Sohank is confused by the question, until, when she looks to the side, she notices an extremely cold wind approaching, and in a matter of seconds, the system informs her that the ice dragon's curse has affected the area. With that, the cold will cause continuous damage, in which HP decreases and movement speed does too. So Hank becomes worried after learning this, but Heiho Mask walks up to her and says that in the Frozen Kingdom where they are, the Ice Dragon's curse activates a field effect every 6 hours. Stamina and movement speed decrease, and vision is also limited by the snowstorm. So, even if her attributes and level are high, he wants to know if she really thinks she could face all of them without thinking first. Therefore, he moves to try to attack her, but she blocks the attack. Then, she comments that he will also be affected by the debuff, so if they are under the same conditions, nothing will change. Hirkin laughs and says she is wrong, because as he said, he is a necromancer. Having said that, the MC activates his skin stitching skill and selects the Blue Giant's skin. With that, he acquires the Blue Giant's characteristics, and his resistance to cold increases. And while one of his summons moves in to attack her from behind and the others surround Hydra's members, the MC says that his summons do not feel cold. So Hank gets nervous because of Heiho Mask's dirty plan and moves to try to land a direct punch. But he quickly moves his sword, and while she suffers from continuous damage and has her speed reduced because of the curse, she is attacked in several parts of her body. Then, both the MC and his summon move in to attack together. Hirkin even laughs and makes it clear to Sohank that victory was always his. As soon as she realizes that there will be no escape, she comments that she cannot believe he would use this. Besides, she ended up falling right into his talk. Therefore, Heiho Mask, together with his Sir Agardo summon, mercilessly attacks the vice leader of the Hydra Guild. A few minutes later, while the MC points his sword directly at Sohank, she laughs and says that, honestly, she did not think she would lose, and that his versatility in using anything as a weapon is what makes him so strong. Having said that, she emphasizes that they, Hydra, should have been the first ones to enter the Frozen Realm, and that she does not know how the Heiho Mask found out about the field effect. But she wants to know if he is sure about what he is going to do, because even if she lost there, a guild war continues until one side admits defeat, and the entire Hydra Guild will be coming after him now. Hirkin says that he does not care about that, because his goal is the top. Then, he turns around and leaves, saying that, in the end, it will not just be the Hydra Guild, but all the guilds that will have to come after him. So Hank laughs and says that he really is one hell of a guy after all. After that, Natal is worried and shouting for his partner, until, after walking a little farther ahead, he ends up finding her. While trying to heal her, Natal wants to know if she is okay. So Hank says that she ended up taking one hell of a beating. Natal asks her to forgive him, and says that he and the others should have been by her side, but they were busy. Then Natal wants to know where the Heiho Mask is. She says that he already left a while ago. Natal says that he will put together a tracking team, and that maybe, if he requests large-scale reinforcements, he can find the Heiho Mask in no time. But So Hank asks him to let it go and simply retreat. This drives Natal crazy, and he wants to know why, because if they leave things like this, the guild's morale will go down the drain. So Hank laughs and says that the Heiho Mask has already defeated Hydra's executives, so she thinks that if they drag a bunch of people into the fight against him, they will only make themselves even more of a joke. Having said that, she emphasizes that she knows they lost there, but she asks Natal not to worry so much, because she will take full responsibility. While continuing to heal her, Natal says that sometimes she really gets on his nerves. So Hank wants to know if he has a problem or if, by any chance, he wants to buy the rank. Until, out of nowhere, two people appear, and one of them, after seeing who is up ahead, wants to know what happened, because he swears he felt the Heiho Mask's presence there and thought he had finally caught up to him. Both So Hank and Natal are very surprised by the people they are seeing. One of the people who just appeared comments to his partner that apparently it looks like the Heiho Mask disappeared and the weaklings up ahead are there in his place. Natal immediately stands up and says that the person had better watch what he says, because they are from the Hydra Guild. The person laughs and asks since when that makes them any less weak. Natal gets nervous at the question and says that, apparently, even the stray dog on the corner is underestimating Hydra right now. Having said that, he grabs his weapon and charges forward. So Hank shouts for her friend to wait. However, it is already too late. One of the people who appeared, with her enormous scythe, mercilessly attacks the Hydra member. He cannot believe that he cannot do absolutely anything and then collapses to the ground, while the person with the scythe asks So Hank if she clearly saw what she just did. This is Momo, from the new guild Checkmate, who also laughs and says that, as she said, they are very weak. Then Weaver quickly appears behind So Hank, and she turns around in concern. But Weaver activates his skill and completely paralyzes Hydra's vice leader. As soon as she falls to her knees on the ground, Momo calls for her partner. Then they both walk away, and Momo says that she hopes the Ha-Ho mask is a stronger toy than Hydra's weaklings. Meanwhile, in another part of the Frozen Realm, the MC is happy and thinking that he ended up wasting time shooing away some flies. But he has finally reached his destination, the ancient ice castle. Then he reflects that this is where the field boss of the Frozen Realm, the Ice Dragon, is waiting. Next, he thinks that, aside from the Flame Dragon in the Great Urgle Mountains, out of all the raids currently being attempted, the Ice Dragon must be the highest level field boss right now. Thus, he concludes that this makes that place the best method to level up alone, without any interruptions, and while walking through the castle, he laughs and wonders why he would hand this over to someone else on a silver platter. Hirkin kicks the boss room door with all his strength and shouts that it is dragon fruit harvesting season. In turn, as soon as it sees the MC, it lets out a loud, piercing roar and immediately prepares to attack. This is the Ice Dragon, a level 200 boss monster. With just the creature's roar, the blue giant's skin armor is completely destroyed. Because of that, he is affected by the cold, with his HP constantly decreasing, as well as his movement speed. Hirkin runs out of the boss room and closes the door. While very scared and feeling cold, he wonders what the hell just happened, and how strong that body of his is for the blue giant's skin not to work against the Ice Dragon. Then he wonders how Syl from the Thunder Hunters defeated this thing, because he is sure that she had increased cold resistance, just like him, until he considers whether, by any chance, she used the essence of Ifrit, which grants cold resistance for 5 minutes. So Hirkan opens the marketplace shop and thinks that the drop chance after defeating the Spirit King Ifrit is unbelievably low, but it is basically the best cold resistance item that exists. If it has one flaw, it is how absurdly expensive it is due to the low drop rate, but he knows that, with how filthy rich Syl is, she could fill an entire pool with that essence and still have some left over. So, seeing no alternative, he decides that he will have to buy the item. However, the MC is notified that he has insufficient balance to make the purchase. And, to make matters worse, the boss completely destroys the entrance to the room and sends the MC flying. While being thrown away, he thinks that he had forgotten he was out of money. Hirkin crashes into the ground, and as he gets up, he thinks that he knew he should have taken more time to prepare before going to face the Ice Dragon, but he ended up rushing because of those damn Hydra guys. However, before the enormous creature, he concludes that it is all or nothing at that moment. Then, he calls for his summons and tells them to make sure they dodge all of the dragon's breaths. But in a matter of seconds, they are all violently thrown out of the frozen castle. Hirkan thinks that everyone has a foolproof plan until they take a beating like that. When he tries to get up, he realizes that his whole body is already aching. And while thinking that he will run away for now and plan a rematch, a creature approaches from behind him, saying that this was quite a trial. The Ha-Ho mask immediately turns around in shock and wants to know who the creature is. The old man comments that it seems he is finally being rewarded for enduring the curse of the evil Ice Dragon. Having said that, he says his name is Nur, and that he is the last successor of the kingdom that has now become a nightmare. Hirkin is surprised to learn who the old man is. Then he thinks that he has absolutely no idea who he is, even after he introduced himself, so he wonders what is going on, since he has never heard of an NPC in the Frozen Realm, until something comes to his mind, and while looking carefully at the NPC, he concludes that he was never discovered even in his past life. Then, he realizes that, apparently, the Ice Dragon does not attack where they are, but he soon goes back to thinking that when the Thunder Hunters conquered the Frozen Realm, They fought the ice dragon using items with high cold resistance right from the start. Then, since the plan worked perfectly, they never needed a second attempt. Because of that, they also never had the chance to be thrown by an attack into a hidden area around the castle. So, he keeps in mind that since Warlord does not impose limits on how someone approaches a raid, there is immense flexibility in how a player plans and executes a strategy. Even so, there is usually a standard path planned for the players. Therefore, he thinks that if there is an NPC there, then this may be the original raid strategy that Warlord prepared. With that in mind, Hirkin laughs and then introduces himself to the old man, saying that he is an adventurer fighting to bring peace to the world, and that, if possible, he wants Noor to tell him his story. In turn, he emphasizes that what he is about to tell is a story from a very, very long time ago. It is about how a kingdom built by a great civilization met its brutal end, a story tied to a tragic past. If Noor's long story were to be summarized, it would be something like this. In it, a kingdom that was once very different from its current frozen state was a prosperous place with a warm climate. But one day, the ice dragon suddenly appeared and attacked the kingdom, claiming the land as its territory. Then the king and his army fought bravely, but they ended up losing the battle. Because of that, as an example of what would happen to anyone who opposed it, the dragon cursed the kingdom to be wrapped in an eternal snowstorm. A few minutes later, Noor also says that several centuries have passed since then, and only he, as the king, remained there with his consciousness intact, waiting for a warrior with the courage to face the ice dragon. Hirkan gets excited after hearing the story and understanding what the plot of this progression means. So, he tells the NPC that he wants to help him. However, he emphasizes that he cannot withstand the cold emanating from the ice dragon. Then he wants to know if he happens to know a way to overcome it. Noor says that it is a relief that even this late, an adventurer like the MC ended up there. Having said that, he makes it clear that he did not stay there waiting while doing nothing, because he read the ancient books that remained in the kingdom and deciphered the dragon's curse inscribed on his body. Then the NPC gives the power to the MC and says that he will also be able to resist the dragon's cold. Hirkin, after seeing what he received on the system panel, cannot believe it, since he will temporarily receive the transcendent power of ice. Because he keeps in mind that ice, flame, thunder, shadow, and light, the 5 transcendent powers, are Warlord's ultimate overpowered tier system, strengthening the user and all skills of the corresponding attribute immediately after being absorbed. So the MC, very excited, reflects that unlike a temporary effect from magic or items, a person gains a permanent attribute with no extra costs, making it something worth its weight in gold. However, among Warlord's millions of players, the number of people capable of using this is only 5. Since the methods to obtain them are not very well known, only 3 people managed to acquire this power. So he knows that he even thought he would be able to obtain at least 1 transcendent power after his regression, but he never imagined he would find an undiscovered element right there. However, he thinks that this cannot be the only condition to obtain it. The NPC asks the Haho mask to keep in mind that the power he gave him is only temporary, since it is a power derived only from what he deciphered and from the ice dragon itself. However, he emphasizes that if the MC subdues the dragon, the power he gave him can become entirely his. Then, he wants to know what the MC will do, and if he will avenge the frozen kingdom in their place. With that, the Avengers' mission arrives, in which Hirkin must accept the request of the last ruler of the frozen kingdom and subdue the ice dragon. The reward is permanent access to the transcendent power of ice. A few minutes later, most of the Haho Mask's summons have already been defeated by the boss, until he arrives at the location, wanting to know what he will do, because he knows that he will be able to gain a power that he will use for the rest of his life. But taking down an ice dragon, whether it is ancient or whatever, is a small price to pay. Then he concludes that he will settle this quickly and make the ice completely his. At that moment, the dragon fires its freezing breath and hits the MC and his summons head on. However, the creature ends up surprised, since it sees that its attack had no effect at all. The MC laughs and makes it clear that things are different now, since he is fully prepared, because at that moment, All ice attacks are nullified through the effects of the transcendent power of ice. Having said that, Hirken calls for his summons and orders them to go on the attack. Quickly, the skeleton warriors and mages charge toward the overwhelming beast. While the creature is hit by long-range attacks, the Knight Surrogardo and the others leap onto the dragon and unleash several combined attacks. The dragon becomes furious, immediately turns around, and lands a direct hit on the summons. However, the Knight Surrogardo withstands it and grabs the dragon's tail. In turn, the creature prepares to release another icy breath, but the Haho mask tells the creature not to look away because he is very close to landing a decisive attack. A few minutes later, the battle continues intensely. The dragon takes flight and, extremely furious, lets out a loud, piercing roar. Meanwhile, the MC, while holding his sword that is embedded in the dragon's skin, starts shouting, saying that he will not let the creature do whatever it wants. But he ends up being violently thrown away. And then, he is very surprised, since he sees the dragon about to release an icy breath from very close range. Then the creature launches its attack, and a massive explosion occurs. However, as soon as the dust settles, Hirken appears charging toward the creature, saying that he already said ice attacks would not work. Having said that, he lands a direct attack on the dragon's forehead, sending it crashing hard into the ground. After the dust settles, Hirken watches the dragon lying beside him, and when he realizes that the creature is not moving, he wonders if, by any chance, he managed to defeat it, until a system message arrives, informing him that he defeated the ice dragon, gained experience, leveled up, and completed the Avengers mission. With that, he acquired the transcendent power of ice. The MC starts jumping with joy, thinking that the transcendent power is finally all his, until he ends up hearing the dragon say that if the Kingdom of Ruin rises once again, only his army of ice will be able to resist. Hirken turns around in shock, wanting to know how the creature is still breathing. In turn, the creature calls the MC human and makes it clear that he will not be able to endure the great calamity lurking on the dark continent. Then, while its body dissipates, it warns the MC that he will still regret what he has done. Thus, Hirken receives a notice saying that he has completed the Kingdom of Ruin Clue's mission. Because of that, he has brought about a new era. After learning this, the Haho mask thinks that he did not know there could also be a clue for the Kingdom of Ruin there, but that somehow he completed another mission. However, while he thinks that it is almost scary how well things have gone, Momo suddenly appears behind him, ready to launch an attack. And as soon as she attacks, an impact explosion occurs, and a lot of snow is thrown into the air. But after noticing how the Haho mask reacted, she comments that he has good instincts, since she intended to finish him off with a single blow. Hirken breathes heavily, and then, while his mask cracks completely and a wound opens on his forehead, he wants to know who the people who appeared are. Momo laughs, releases her terrifying power, and says that they are from the Checkmate Guild.